210. Chun Pingon had the title of a distinguished guest, but he was not a noble or delicate person. Therefore, he did not need the two maidservants to serve him. Qiushi put her mind outside and was like a well-informed messenger every day. She talked about the interesting things that happened on the Koan ship recently. As for whether Chun Pingon liked to listen to her, she did not care. Anyway, this shabby young man from Dali was easy to talk to. The young girl chattered nonstop. She said that there was someone at the gambling house who gambled on stones and won a rare jade that contained a rare chalcedony. After it was cut out, it shone brightly and was worth at least 30,000 snowflake jades. He was rich. At pockmarked Lu's weapon shop, there were two groups of rich people who were willing to spend a lot of money. They took a fancy to the same spiritual weapon. Because they were angry, they competed, and the price kept rising. In the end, there was a guy who boarded the ship from Dali's Wudong Mountain Ferry. He was even more extravagant. A sky piercer that was originally priced at 8,000 snowflake jades cost almost 20,000 snowflake jades. This made the young girl envious and distressed. Who would spend money so extravagantly? Did he really think that money came from the wind? There was also someone who was drunk at Apricot Blossom Lane. He cried loudly and shouted the name of a lady at the top of his lungs. He made a lot of noise in the nearby customers. In the end, he was dragged away by the manager of Apricot Blossom Lane and was given a solid beating. In the end, he went there again the next day. He did not dare to make a fuss. He just squatted on the street outside Apricot Blossom Lane and ate a dry biscuit. He looked at the pavilion of the lady he liked with snot and tears. It was a young cultivator of the fourth realm. It turned out that he spent a lot of money and took a fancy to a beautiful lady who was like a white lotus flower. For the past 2 months, he spent his time with her. This was nothing. It was rumored that the cultivator was infatuated and had not touched the lady's hand until now. He was really a gentleman. When Qiushi talked about this, she talked nonstop and exaggerated. She was more interesting than a storyteller. However, Chun Pingon only heard about it and did not care. Chun Pingon's interest was not on the boat, but on the ground. One day, in the twilight, in addition to the fact that the Kun ship had encountered a strong gale and had to lower the altitude of the ship, Chun Pingon discovered that on a piece of land there was a blazing fire and smoke rising from all directions. Pillars of smoke floated in the air like saplings in a field, twisting and turning. Chun Shui knew a lot of inside information about the Aquarius continent. She had looked at the geographical map in the study room and quickly got the answer. It was a bloody battle that involved the fate of both countries. The two dynasties that had been at odds with each other for generations, after a long war that lasted for hundreds of years, finally staked everything on one throw. They mobilized the entire power of the country and a large number of Qi refinement warriors. After this battle, both sides would definitely suffer heavy losses. As a result, in the entire northern region of the Aquarius continent with Lakeview Academy as the boundary, apart from the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family, there were fewer and fewer dynasties that could go up against the Song clan. Chun Shui looked at the land that was in misery and suffering and sighed softly. If the battle was tragic, there might be another ancient battlefield in the Aquarius continent. After a few decades, when the atmosphere stabilizes, there should be sages from the Marshall Mountain or the Wind Snow Temple guarding it. It would become a brand new military territory. Chun Pingon looked at the ground that lit up from time to time. During this period, even from the observation deck, there were fingernail-sized gold and silver armored soldiers that were fighting with the giant beasts that came out from the ground. Chun Pingon guessed that it should be Qi refinement warriors with supernatural powers that were fighting with each other. Other than that, there were many scenes that made Chun Pingon feel that his mind was blank. A group of red-crowned cranes cried and slowly rose. Emerging from the sea of clouds, they flapped their wings and flew higher into the sea of clouds like a moving picture scroll. There were wild geese flying in formation to the south. There was also a rolling cloud pillar with lightning and thunder. Chi refinement warriors that were flying in the air hovered outside the cloud pillar, using their unique magic items to absorb the lightning and kept it in their bags. There were also great Chi refinement warriors that were riding on Qinghuan. Their speed was much faster than the Kun ship. In a flash, they disappeared, and their bodies were surrounded by precious light. Chun Pingon heard that the Kun ship had a letter shop that specialized in transmitting messages through flying swords. Its function was similar to a relay station in the mortal world. Therefore, he wrote 2 letters and asked Qiu Shi to deliver them. As there were no secrets in letters, the most important thing was to inform the person that he was safe and sound. He also mentioned some strange things that he heard from Qiu Shi. It did not matter even if it was seen by others. However, the price of the letter shop was too expensive. A letter sent to Longquan County in Dali would cost 10 copper coins that were specially used by the immortals on the mountain. A letter sent to Cliff Academy in the Great Sway Kingdom would cost 20 copper coins. Chun Pingon was so scared that he had to give up the idea of sending a letter to each person. The recipient of the letter in Dali was Wei Pai. The recipient of the letter in the Great Sway Kingdom was Li Baoping. The recipient of the letter in the Great Sway Kingdom was Li Baoping. Chun Pingon stood on the observation deck. Under Chun Shui's guidance, he discovered that there was a small building near the fence. From time to time, there would be flashes of light that were hard to detect. Chun Shui smiled and explained patiently, mice have their own paths. It is the same for flying swords to transmit messages. At a certain level in the sky, it is the most suitable for flying swords to travel long distances. The resistance is minimal. Therefore, there are Chi cultivators who take this as their foundation. At this height, they diligently open up a special passage. After the flying swords in the world fly to the sky, they will all go to this winding path. As long as one is a disciple of a bigger sect, they will all know this rule. Therefore, once they travel with the wind, they will take the initiative to avoid it. Qiu Shi had just returned to the study room. She leaned against the doorsill and giggled. It is not that there are no silly unorthodox Chi cultivators who have just learned how to fly in the sky with great difficulty. Just when they are thinking of flying freely in the vast sky, they end up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. They are considered lucky. If they are unlucky, their eyeballs and necks will be pierced. They will fall from a high altitude and die on the spot, turning into a pile of mud. How pitiful! Chun Pingon asked a very layman's question. Is there no one in the world who is so free as to intercept the flying swords? Qiu Shi nodded and said, Of course there is. There are many Chi cultivators who are not clear-headed. However, this winding path of flying swords is commonly known as the cloud pattern path. There are cloud pattern cultivators who specially keep an eye on this area, hoping to rely on this to make a fortune. They can't wait for fools to cut the path and steal the swords. A few flying swords are not worth much, but once they catch the thief, they can forcefully ask for a huge sum of compensation. If the thief is a pauper, they can ask for the compensation from the secular dynasty that he is from. If he is an unorthodox cultivator who has not been recorded in the archives and is penniless, then there is no other way but to admit defeat. Anyway, the loss is not great. Speaking of this, Qiu Shi looked envious and said, The Chi cultivators who are in charge of the cloud pattern path are all very fat. Every time these fellows board a ship for a long journey, at the very least, they will stay in a medium-sized house. Chun Shui said gently, Actually, the immortal clans that have been passed down for thousands of years usually do not use flying swords to send messages. There are many mysterious secret techniques in the world that can allow people to chat as if they are face-to-face. For example, if you use a technique to rub a pair of mother and son elm coins and then open your mouth to speak, the other elm coin placed elsewhere will automatically vibrate and make a sound. The other party will then be able to hear you. Chun Pingon clicked his tongue in wonder. Chiu Shi looked at Chun Pingon, who had a serious expression and was listening attentively. She thought to herself, how did this pauper manage to get acquainted with Dolly's Beiwe god? How big of a pile of dog poop did he have to step on for this to happen? Fortunately, Chun Pingon was poor. He was short-sighted and would ask more questions. He would never puff himself up at his own cost. On the contrary, this made the innocent Chiu Shi feel that this was very good. If he did not have money and still liked to flaunt his wealth, then he would be pitiful and annoying. After chatting for a long time, the two sisters would inevitably mention their hometown, the North Continent. The North Continent had many swordsmen, and there was no other swordsman. Swordsmen had great killing power, so naturally there were many people who were domineering. To give a simple example, the Pasua continent was located in the south, and the Aquarius continent was located in the south. Hence they were commonly known as the South Pasua or the East Aquarius continent. The North continent was clearly the northeast of the vast world, but it still called itself the North Continent. This made the Jadeite continent, which was located in the north, could only be called the Jadeite continent. Even Chun Shui, who had a graceful temperament, would be slightly arrogant when talking about the Julu continent. It was just that she didn't notice it herself. Chiu Shi was even more so. She liked to talk about how our North Continent was and how your Aquarius continent was not. When she talked about this, the girl's eyes lit up, and she was in high spirits. She was like a proud little oriole. Then, one day, Chun Pingon finally prepared to leave the heavenly room. This made Chun Shui overjoyed. Chiu Shi was so happy that she jumped up and down. She kept calling him young Master Chun and bowed to him to express her gratitude. This made Chun Pingon feel guilty. Chiu Shi sent a big news. Tonight, at the bow of the Kuan boat, there would be a flower and bird banner that had been passed down for generations. It would allow one to see the scene from 10,000 miles away. Chun Pingon was not too surprised about this because on that snowy night, the green-clothed little boy had brought out a bowl of water. In the water screen, he could clearly see Fairy Su Jia's figure riding on her sword. Chun Pingon did not go to broaden his horizons. He had no choice, because the people and things that the flower and bird banner was going to show were all related to Chun Pingon. Jinyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden were going to have a life and death battle. This news came suddenly without any warning, causing the entire Aquarius continent to be caught off guard. And even if it was just a few words that spread to the north and south of the continent, it was enough to send chills down people's spines. The two Aquarius continents' top sword cultivator sects, 3 generations of sword cultivators, each sent out a person to fight. For the younger generation, there would only be victory and defeat, not life and death. For the middle generation, there would be victory and defeat, and also life and death. Everything depended on the intentions of the two sides. But who did not know that in Aquarius continent, once the two sects met outside the mountain gate, there would be a possibility of them fighting to the death. At this crucial moment that involved the honor of the mountain gate, with Shenyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden's temperament, they would most likely fight to the death. And the two oldest ancestors of the two sects would only fight to the death, killing intent sword. It was as though before the sword was drawn, the spectators could already smell the thick stench of blood. And Jinyang Mountain's younger generation sword cultivator was Fairy Su Jia, a cultivation genius who possessed a high-grade blade strengthening gourd. On the Wind Thunder Garden side, there was a direct disciple of the Garden Lord. He was not famous and could be said to be a nobody. He was not even as famous as his junior brother Lu Baqiao. But how could Wind Thunder Garden treat this battle as a game? Chun Pingon led them downstairs to the bow of the ferry. The long painting of flowers and birds passed down by the ancestors of Daojiao Mountain had various vivid and lifelike colored birds flying around on the painting. They would even let out a variety of clear and ethereal sounds. When the painting was fully stretched out and hung high above the bow of the ferry, it was 50 to 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. It looked extremely huge up close. But if one stayed in a room in a tall building and looked at it from afar, even though there were many Qi refinement warriors on the ferry, they would still be able to see it clearly and would still feel unsatisfied. Moreover, the sword of a sword cultivator was as fast as thunder, as subtle as hair, and as powerful as thunder. The subtle will and Qi contained in swordsmanship was fleeting. Of course, it was best to observe it from a close distance. Therefore, the seats were divided into 3 classes. In the first row of seats, not only were there fruits and snacks prepared, but there were also beautiful maidservants whom the fairy had spent a lot of money to train and nurture, as well as a few popular courtesans of Apricot Blossom Lane. As for whether the 3 groups of people were willing to accept the kindness, it was hard to say. After that, there were guests like Chun Pingon, who stayed in the sky room. If he was in a good mood, he could bring along the maidservants in the room. Naturally, there was no problem for him to go alone, as they were not allowed to use spells and supernatural powers without permission, and it was too unreasonable to be suspended in the air. Everyone wanted to occupy a higher vantage point, and it would be more chaotic. They might even cause trouble. Therefore, the fairy strictly forbade the guests from flying in the air. There was no room for discussion. Therefore, most of the people carried chairs and stools. In fact, it was no different from the people in the market who came to watch the temple fair. Chun Shui and Qiushi were young, but they were familiar with this. With the help of the consul, they reached their seats without any obstructions. The seats were excellent. This caused the young man in straw sandals to attract a lot of curious gazes. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of a rich family with a bad temper and liked to pretend to be poor? Otherwise, if he wore a pair of straw sandals, were he going to do weeds or plant rice in the fields? There were 3 red sandalwood chairs, and between the chairs was a table. On the table was a small plate of tea called bitter sparrow tongue. It was a famous specialty of the Jiulu continent. There was no need to boil the tea with spring water, and the tea leaves could be chewed raw. When it entered the mouth, it was slightly astringent and gradually became bitter. After about half an hour, it changed completely. It was sweet and clear and far surpassed the tea. Therefore, it was jokingly called half an incense tea. The curtains of the battle had not been drawn, and the 3 of them had nothing to do. Thus, Chun Shui explained to Chin Pingon, who was chewing the tea leaves. It turned out that this tea could clear the liver and improve the eyesight. It was the favorite of the rich families in the 3 continents. Scholars who did not lack money liked to gift this kind of spiritual tea to each other. Therefore, in some dynasties and countries that worshipped tea, this tea promoted a trend of elegant bribery. It was not just a few tales of bitter sparrow tongue, but a big box of gifts. When officials were demoted or friends sent off, they would sell everything they had to gather some bitter sparrow tongue. It was a beautiful meaning of after suffering comes happiness. Other than that, there were all kinds of exquisite pastries and spiritual fruits. The price was not cheap, but compared to the bitter sparrow tongue, which was hard to get, the connection between the top and bottom of the mountain was much closer than Chin Pingon had imagined. There might be a natural chasm between the 2, but there were bridges built on top of it. All kinds of gifts demanded reciprocation, and among them were huge profits. Chun Pingon listened attentively to Chun Shui's words while observing his surroundings quietly. The most important thing was that the 3 groups of guests in front of him were, without a doubt, the rich immortals on the mountain. The fairy came from the Jiulu continent, although there was a possibility of traveling back and forth business. Most of them were natives of the Jiulu continent. This was because almost all the children were the same. It was just that their long swords were replaced with short swords. However, regardless of whether it was a woman or a child. As long as it was a sword, it was not flashy. There were almost no superfluous decorations. The scabbard was not inlaid with rare treasures, and there was no gorgeous sword tassel. In front of Chun Pingan was a big family. An extremely tall woman sat on the main seat. Her cheekbones were high, and she was definitely not a beauty. However, she had a domineering aura. She habitually pursed her lips and liked to squint her eyes when she looked at people. Beside her was a courteous and elegant man who ran errands. He had a dignified appearance, and his face was like jade. However, as long as he spoke to the woman, his face would be full of smiles and his back would be bent. He did not look like the head of the family. If it were not for the fact that the seat under his buttocks could not be deceived, he would look more like a playboy secretly kept by a licentious lady. In his arms was a child of 4 or 5 years old. His appearance was like that of a man, and he was very likable. However, his bearing was completely like that of the woman, which was not so cute. There was an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin. She was the family's teaching nanny. Beside her was a pretty maid. Her temperament was exactly the same as the old woman's, very cold. There was also a tall and muscular middle-aged man who sat on the chair to the left of the woman. Occasionally, he would turn his head and look at the courteous man. A hint of sarcasm seeped out from the corner of his mouth. If he looked at him, not only would the man not hide his contempt, he would openly pull the corner of his mouth open. As for the man who was the head of the family, he actually took the initiative to nod his head and smile. Chun Pingan took the opportunity to admire the painting to take in all the details. Chaucer could not help but stare blankly for a few more times. Soon his arm was pinched by Chun Shui. Unexpectedly, the tall man leaned back and turned his head. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Chaucer was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe. After the man turned his head back, Chun Shui was so angry that she stepped on Chaucer's foot. The latter was in so much pain that he drew in a breath of cold air. He looked at his sister with a face full of resentment. On the far left, an old man in a scholarly robe sat alone. He wore an old mink hat on his head. He took off his boots and sat cross-legged on the wide chair. It was somewhat comical. On the right, there were 2 young sword cultivators, 1 male and 1 female. They did not look very old. They were in their early 20s. As for their real age, it was hard to tell. The young man held his sword horizontally across his knees and gently patted the scabbard. Other than the long sword hanging from the woman's waist, there was no pearl hairpin in her hair bun. It was actually a small sword without an edge. It was just that the small sword's hilt hung a snow-white bead the size of a soybean. It was shining brightly and righteously. Wasn't this clearly announcing to the world that he had a unique treasure on him? Perhaps this was the boldness of a skilled person. Chun Pingan could only explain it in this way. In short, none of the 3 groups of people who occupied the best positions at the front looked like they were to be trifled with. Chun Pingan took a deep breath and held his breath. He stared at the picture scroll without blinking. Shenyang Mountain, mountain-moving ape guardian, one of his enemies, and it was the kind of enemy that he had to take revenge on. Wind Thunder Garden's Lu Baqiao could be considered an old acquaintance. He seemed to have fallen in love with Shenyang Mountain's fairy, Su Jia. At that time, Miss Ning even asked a question that made Lu Baqiao very embarrassed. Chun Pingan sat on the chair and suddenly thought of something. He asked Chun Shui and Chaucer to eat the bitter sparrow tongue tea leaves. But this time, even Chaucer shook his head vigorously. Chun Shui secretly pointed at the Kuan ship's deacon who was standing at the periphery in front. Chun Pingan understood and asked, "Can I take some back? Or can I only sit here and eat the tea?" Chun Shui blushed and said timidly, "Young master, you can take it away, but it seems that no one has done so before." Chun Pingan grinned and generously grabbed a few grams of tea leaves and put them into his sleeve pocket. He slightly emphasized his voice. Such good tea leaves. In the future, when I return to my room, I will chew it carefully and eat it properly. Chun Pingon quietly waited for the arrival of the great battle. But at this moment, in his heart lake, there was a soft voice that he was not familiar with. It called out to him, Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon subconsciously wanted to look around, but he quickly restrained this impulse. With his excellent memory, he quickly thought of a person. Back then, when he saw her for the first time at the back of the Green Ox in his hometown, Chun Pingon felt that she and a companion beside her were like a pair of immortals who walked out of a painting together. They were a perfect match. She should be called He Xiaoyang. It was said that she was a famous Taoist fairy in the divine grandeur sect. She was also the fairy that the little boy in green admired the most. He liked her even more than Su Jia. He once said that if he had the chance to touch He Xiaoyang's hand, he would not hesitate to shorten his life by 100 years. The voice continued to softly sound in Chun Pingon's heart. Can you come back now? I have something to discuss with you. Usually, there are many people around, so I can only take this opportunity to talk to you. Chun Pingon weighed the pros and cons. He glanced at the red wine gourd at his waist and said in his heart, Okay. Chun Pingon got up and told Chun Shui that he had to go back to his room. He would be back soon. Chun Shui wanted to help lead the way, but Chun Pingon smiled and said that it was not necessary. It was such a short distance, how could he go wrong? Chun Pingon took the key from her and silently left the crowd. There was a sea of people on the benches and chairs. At the end, there was a down-and-out Taoist priest with a peachwood sword on his back. He really did not have the strength to fight for the territory. Moreover, he had a shy character that stood aloof from worldly affairs. He stood at the end of the crowd and was helpless. He also held a stool in his hand, but he found that the long benches and chairs were full of spectators. Some of them even had children riding on their shoulders. Even if he stood on the stool, how could he see the scene of the painting? He was only in the 3rd state and was far from reaching the middle 5 states. The Kuan ship crossed the continents from the Jela continent to the south. The journey was long, and it was difficult to even get off the ship. Only the Qi cultivators of the cave state in the middle 5 states could barely start to ride the wind. If one wanted to jump off the Kuan ship and ride the wind to land freely, even the average sea-viewing state would not be able to do so. Only the great cultivators of the 8th state, the Dragon Gate state, could not be restrained by the heaven and earth and could ride the wind in the true sense. The reason why he was so poor on this trip to the south was that there was a little accident. Firstly, he was hot-headed and bought 2 talismans that was very expensive to him. Secondly, he relied on the dangerous battle to kill demons and demons to get a pearl. He wanted to sell it at a fair price. He did not expect that on the Kuan boat. The shop was willing to buy it, but the price was too low. The young Taoist priest originally wanted to rely on this income to get through the difficulties. If there was a little surplus, he might be able to live in a middle-class room. Man proposes, but God disposes. A hero can't be killed by a copper coin. Moreover, he was not even a hero. He was just a pitiful person who wanted to kill demons and demons, but things did not go as he wished. The real celestial Master Zhang would not accept money and agree to go catch demons. However, he caused a well-off family to fall to the point where the family was ruined. The 2 surviving children of that family were simple and ignorant. They did not blame him for his lack of ability. However, the young Taoist priest would blame himself. At the thought of this, the young Taoist priest, whose eyes were slightly red, put down the stool and sat there. He placed his hands on his knees and carried a peachwood sword on his back. The young man was a little lost. He suddenly felt that he had given up the imperial examination and focused on seeking the Tao. In the end, he apprenticed himself to a master and rushed down the mountain excitedly to get rid of demons and demons. Was he wrong from the beginning? Thinking of the real sadness, The young Taoist priest who felt guilty raised his hand and clenched his fist to beat his chest gently. It seemed that only by doing so could he feel better. Then he suddenly found a hand in front of him. On the hand was a delicate jade pendant engraved with the word heaven. He looked up and saw a young man with a dark complexion. The young man smiled and said, "I live in the room with the word heaven. If you really want to go in and look at the picture scroll, I can lend it to you. When you reach the second row, just find the girls named Chunshue Chiosher. Just say you are Chinpingan's friend. They can easily recognize you because you are sisters and look very similar." Ooh. The young Taoist priest opened his mouth and stood there stupidly without saying a word. Chun Pingan stuffed the jade pendant into his arms and turned to trot away. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Remember to return it to me after you sit down over there." Chun Pingan thought as he ran. This young Taoist priest was too stubborn. He just couldn't see the picture of flowers and birds clearly. Why was he so sad? Chun Pingan, who happened to pass by earlier, was stunned. A big man like him actually wiped his tears. Could it be that he was like Lu Baqiao and the little boy in green, also an admirer of Fairy Sujia? But these were not the real reasons why Chun Pingan handed over the jade pendant. Chun Pingan only remembered when he was 5 years old. On that winter evening, he walked over and over again in the clay bottle alley, where the doors of every house were closed. He also secretly cried. Anyway, everyone was on the ferry. This Taoist priest, who looked poorer than him, could not run away. Moreover, even if he really lost a jade pendant, he could temporarily put it on Wei Pai's account. He could return the money to Wei Pai next time. He believed that Taoist priest Jishan would not mind giving him a little more, since he had already done him a big favor. In the worst case, Chun Pingan, had money in the 15-square-inch object. In the study of Chun Pingan's temporary residence, there was a young female Taoist priest in a loose Taoist robe. She sat behind the table and gently turned the pages of paper full of regular script. Her face was extremely beautiful. The Taoist priest held her cheek with one hand and turned the paper with the other hand. Her posture was languid. At this time, the woman might be the one who moved Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple the most. She could make the youngest sword immortal in the Aquarius continent drink a pot of good wine and a pot of strong wine, but he still could not get rid of his sorrow. He drowned his sorrows with wine and became more sorrowful. He was a sword immortal who had traveled all over Jianghu and seen all the mountains and rivers. 2:11. The young Taoist was sweating profusely as he held the jade pendant and squeezed into the crowd. Along the way, he attracted a lot of abuse. When a deacon standing near the heaven room noticed the young Taoist, he walked over with a straight face. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw the young Taoist open his hand and reveal the exquisite jade pendant of the heaven room bee. The deacon immediately showed a pleasant expression and asked in a low voice, "Are you the guest of the heaven room bee?" After half a month, the deacon had a rough understanding of the appearance of the guest of the heaven room on the Koan boat. That was why the deacon asked. The young Taoist plucked up his courage and said, "I am Zhang Shan, currently traveling the world to gain experience. Although I am a distant branch of the Zhang family of Mount Longhu, I have yet to be officially recorded as a Taoist certificate of the lower sect of Mount Longhu and the Qingxiai sect of the Jiulu continent. I am friends with Chun Pingan, who lives in room B. I came late because of something. I am going to look for the two ladies, Chun Shui and Xiosher." After saying that, the young Taoist felt a little regretful. He felt that he was too impulsive and rude. He should not have accepted the jade pendant without knowing what was good for him. The young Taoist was meticulous and reserved. When he thought about problems, he liked to go into a dead end. For a moment, he was a little dazed. He felt that he was like this in everything. When he learned martial arts, he was hot-blooded. When he killed demons, he was swayed by his emotions. Now, he was still like this. When the young Taoist with the peachwood sword was feeling regretful and fearful, the deacon was relieved and smiled even more. He turned to the side and stretched out his hand, indicating that the young Taoist could go forward. The middle-aged deacon said respectfully, "Please follow me, Immortal Master Zhang." After that, they walked near the seats and listened to the situation. Chun Shui took the initiative to give up her chair, and Desheng added a red sandalwood chair. When the young Taoist sat down, he felt like he was dreaming. As the graceful servant girl had just left the chair, there was still some residual warmth left after he sat down. This made the young Taoist uneasy. He was thin-skinned and blushed a little. He quickly moved and only dared to sit on the edge of the chair. It was as if he did not do so, it would be blasphemous to the girl. When Qiushi saw this scene, he found it funny, although Qiushi felt it strange that Qin Pingan had something to do with this down-and-out Taoist priest. She didn't show it on her face. She sat on the newly added chair beside the young Taoist priest. As a maidservant who came from a big immortal sect, she had learned how to observe people's expressions. If Qiushi could see it, Qiushi certainly wouldn't miss it. She slightly pursed her lips. For no reason. She compared this Taoist priest at the edge of Mount Longhu, whom she had seen many times on the observation platform, with her guest Qin Pingan. They were both born poor and traveled far away by boat. It was also their first time seeing the big world. The younger Qin Pingan was obviously much calmer and wouldn't be so uneasy. The young Taoist priest felt uneasy and suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned around and handed over the jade pendant. "Miss, this is Chun Pingan's jade pendant. I'll return it to you." Qiushi didn't take the jade pendant without permission. She gently said, "Young Master Qin will be back soon. I'll have to trouble Immortal Master Zhang to return it yourself." Being stared at by a pair of rippling eyes at such a close distance, the Taoist priest blushed abnormally again. He sheepishly withdrew his hand. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal master at all. The young Taoist was abnormally thirsty. Unfortunately, he only saw a plate of tea leaves and no tea. He was too embarrassed to ask for tea, so he could only hold it in. Qiushi, who had always found this young Taoist priest amusing, grabbed a piece of bitter sparrow tongue herbal tea and put it into her mouth. She mischievously said, "Immortal Master Zhang, this is how tea leaves should be eaten. There's no need to trouble yourself with a stove." Qiushi was a little helpless, but she couldn't scold her sister for being rude and impetuous. However, she knew very well that if he was a narrow-minded and extreme person, he would hold a grudge. Fortunately, the young Taoist had a gentle personality. He only blushed and stretched out his 2 fingers to pick up 2 pieces of tea leaves. He put it into his mouth and gently chewed. Then the young Taoist priest's expression became unusually interesting. It was like a child eating a sour orange or Chinese gold thread for the first time. He couldn't wait to tremble a few times. Qiushi covered her mouth and laughed. It was too interesting to tease this young Taoist priest. Qiushi was a little puzzled. The young Taoist inadvertently revealed a detail. Using 2 fingers to pick up an object, the index finger was below, and the middle finger was above. This was obviously the action of playing chess all year round. That's why it was so natural and unnoticeable. If it was a low-level qi cultivator from a poor family, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to look at the chessboard. After all, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all matters of the rich. Even if he became a mountain dweller, playing chess required the most concentration. Moreover, it was unfathomable. A qi cultivator who played the 5 realms, unless he liked it since young, would not be distracted to learn chess. Was it more important to cultivate one's mind, or was it more important to increase one's cultivation level? Qiushi was enlightened. She felt that this was the most interesting part. Chun Pingan, who lived in the heaven room, was a young man from the streets. However, he could stand on the observation deck every day. practicing his martial arts and watching the sea of clouds. As for this shy young Taoist, he was most likely a member of a noble family who had been in a scholarly family for many years. His status in the secular world wasn't too bad. However, it was a pity that on the mountain where immortals gathered, it was completely insufficient. In the end, he could only take a walk on the deck of the Kuan boat. Cho Shunyur inadvertently saw the child, who was in the arms of the timid man in the front row. He turned his head and smiled at her. Cho Shunyur politely returned a smile. She thought that the first major test in the world should be reincarnation, right? The child was thinking that such a beautiful young lady should be brought back home to be his personal maid. When his hands were cold in winter, he could let her warm them. The child, who looked like his father, tugged at the woman's sleeve. Although the woman was usually arrogant, she was extremely doting on the child. She smiled and lowered her head. The child softly said his thoughts. The woman turned her head and looked at Cho Shunyur behind her. Her eyes were indifferent. Then she smiled at her son and said, "Her aptitude is too poor. She can't even think about the middle 5 realms. Even if we give her more treasures, it's still a delusion. It's okay. When we get off the boat at Old Dragon City, Mother will find you a girl in the Immortals' Cave realm to be your maid." The woman said that she wanted a girl in the middle 5 realms to be her maid. Not only did the child believe her, no one around him felt that it was absurd. The woman didn't hide her words. Cho Shunyur's face turned pale. There was no hope for her to enter the middle 5 realms. This made her feel hopeless. The woman suddenly turned her head again and glanced at Cho Shunyur. Oh, this little girl still has some hope. However, she doesn't look easy to give birth to. She's not as jubilant as the previous one. Son, do you like her? If you like, Mother can buy her from Daodian Mountain. The child followed the woman's line of sight and looked over. He said with disgust, "She's skinny and dry. She's similar to Mother. I don't like her." The tall but skinny woman wasn't angry at all. She rubbed the child's head and laughed cheerfully. She was like a night owl howling on a branch. It was terrifying. Cho Shunyur was at a loss. The elder sister, Cho Shunyur, lowered her eyes. Her beautiful hands folded on her knees and blue veins popped out. Although he had a good impression of the Taoist nun, Chun Pingon still used his mind to contact Chuyi and Chu in the blade-strengthening gourd. After getting a response, he calmed down a little. Whether it was a pie or a stone falling from the sky, he had to be careful. In the past, every time Old Man Yao drank, he liked to talk about things that the disciples and apprentices liked to hear. At that time, Lu Xianyang felt impatient. The rest of the old man's disciples only felt that the drunk old man was more amiable than usual when he was scolding people with a straight face. As for what he said, they didn't care. Everyone has their own fate. The thick ones are the stone roads of Falu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Don't talk about wind and rain. Even if a knife fell from the sky, they wouldn't be afraid of not being able to walk. The thin ones are the muddy roads in small alleys. With a little rain, they would be muddy. The thinner ones are a layer of paper. They would be torn if you say so. Even if God bestowed a good thing, it would become a bad thing because you couldn't hold it. Chun Pingon would sit at the furthest place every time and silently remember it in his heart. What's interesting is that Old Man Yao was usually the least willing to talk to his apprentice, Chun Pingon. However, his words were the ones that Chun Pingon listened to the most and was most willing to take seriously. How rare is it for a bad person to do a good thing? How many people can wait? But when a good person does a bad thing, as long as it falls on your head, it's too late to cry. Chun Pingon didn't want this meeting to be a conspiracy. If it was a bad thing that couldn't be avoided, then he guessed that it was very likely to be the sword in the locust with sword case on his back. Even if Wei Pai, Wan Tong, and Old Yang worked together to cover it up, there were still some clues. Chun Pingon slowly climbed up the stairs and opened the door. There was no Taoist nun in the main hall. He looked around and finally saw the woman standing by the table in the study. The beautiful Taoist nun was wearing a Taoist robe. However, she had taken off the fishtail crown that she didn't wear all year round and replaced it with a lotus crown. The Shunwa sect that she belonged to was a rather strange existence within the Taoist orthodoxy. The orthodoxy was complicated, and the inheritance was chaotic. The three Taoist sects all had incense. It was a mess. Xiaoyang put one hand on the desk and said directly, "Chun Pingan, I came to see you this time because someone asked me to. Master Lu." He almost blurted out the word teach. Xiaoyang changed his words with a normal expression and said, "Lu Qin, the Taoist who went to Mud Bottle Alley, is now in Dragon Spring Town. It's just that it's not convenient to see you, so he asked me to come and get a prescription. Only the last one, the one with the 4 words red seal. Other than that, he also wants me to return it to you." Speaking of this, Xiaoyang smiled slightly, a snake gallstone. "From now on, you and him are even. You go your own way, and he goes his own way." He said himself, "If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we can sit down and drink a cup of peach blossoms." Chun Pingan breathed a sigh of relief and fell back into his stomach, but he also raised a breath that was stuck in his throat. It wasn't for the sword that Wan Tong forged, but for him alone. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "In the end, he also wanted me to tell you that from now on, take care of yourself. Remember that you must not step off the boat in Southern Stream Country." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Okay." Xiaoyang pointed to the table in the main hall. The two sat opposite each other. Xiaoyang thought for a while, and with a swipe of his palm, a jade seal that had been passed down to the people after the fall of a country appeared on the table. It was square, and the texture was smooth and round. This was a close item, and it was even rarer than the already rare square-inch item. The young Chui Dong carried one with him. Back then, at the top of the East Mountain of the Great Sui Kingdom, he took out dozens of magic weapons from it. After one night, he made the name ancestor of the Kai family. Then Xiaoyang reached out and lifted it. Above the jade seal, there was an ancient ink stone engraved with cloud seal. Then, an ancient jade book ran out of the ancient ink stone, and finally, a small lotus leaf floated out of the ancient book. Finally, from the lotus leaf of the square-inch item, a snake gall stone rolled out. It was the one that Chun Pingan gave to Xiaoyang to give to Lu Qin. 1 close item, 3 square-inch items. This was called silent flaunting of wealth, and the flaunting of wealth was done in one go. Perhaps any 10th realm chi refinement warrior in the world would have their eyeballs popped out if they saw this. At most, others would lie down to earn money, but Xiaoyang was lying down to receive good fortune. Xiaoyang put away the lotus leaf, the jade book, the ancient inkstone, and the jade seal, and then gently pushed the snake gallstone to Chun Pingan. Seeing that Chun Pingan did not seem to dare to accept the snake gallstone, Xiaoyang said frankly, "Don't worry, Lu Qin won't do anything this time. Just like how he personally promised that no matter what I do or say during this meeting between you and me, he won't use his supernatural powers to spy on us. As long as he says it himself, you and I can believe it." Chun Pingan then steered 15, and a prescription floated out from it. The words Lu Chen's edict were printed on it. Xiaoyang did not reach out to take it. Instead, he used a spell to keep it in his square-inch item, the lotus leaf. After doing this, Xiaoyang's expression was obviously much more relaxed. He even picked up a spirit fruit called the fire pear and took a small bite. He smiled and said, "All right, the official matters are over. Next, it's private matters. Chun Pingan, don't be nervous." Chun Pingan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "How can I not be nervous?" Xiaoyang asked. "Have you heard that I've already left the Divine Grandeur sect?" Chun Pingan shook his head. Xiaoyang said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that my skills are still too low and my reputation is still too small." Xiaoyang smiled and was not in a hurry to speak. He ate the fire pear with relish. This item could resist the cold, and make one feel comfortable. As for the spirit energy contained in one fire pear, it was not worth mentioning. It was far inferior to the evergreen orange. Therefore, it was not expensive and was often a must-have item for the generals, ministers, and officials at the foot of the mountain during winter and spring. However, in the Celadon plate, there were more evergreen oranges and less fire pears. If he had not asked for the price from spring water and autumnshire, Chunpingan would definitely think that the fire pears were more expensive because they were rare. In fact, this was the foundation of the immortal mountain. It was not stingy at all. He Xiaoyang ate the fire pear leisurely, with a relaxed expression. Chunpingan sat upright and still. He did not know what this immortal master was up to. In the eastern Aquarius continent, the Jade Maiden of a continent, He Xiaoyang, announced that she was leaving the divine grandeur sect. Some people said that she secretly admired the junior martial uncle who went to the central divine continent and was in charge of the Taoist scriptures of the upper sect. The young Taoist priestess finally fell in love with him. The heavenly thunder stirred up the earthly fire, and once it got out of hand, she actually wanted to imitate the husband and wife, abandoning the sect's master's grace and the great Tao of immortality. He Xiaoyang left her position as the Jade Maiden. There were 3 Taoist sects in the Aquarius continent. The new Jade Maiden stood out. She was no longer the divine grandeur sect that had a heavenly lord, but a young Taoist nun from the Autumn Water sect. The outside world speculated that it was He Xiaoyang's actions that caused public anger in the continent's Tao orthodoxy, causing the divine grandeur sect to lose the golden boy and Jade Maiden in the same sect. He Xiaoyang's master was even more furious. He publicly announced that he wanted to clean up the sect. He almost went down the mountain to search for He Xiaoyang's whereabouts. Heavenly Lord Qizhen had a hard time stopping him. Everyone knew that He Xiaoyang's master had high hopes for her. He nurtured her wholeheartedly and almost treated her as his own daughter. This was a fact that everyone in the divine grandeur sect knew. Therefore, it was reasonable for the old immortal to be heartbroken. However, it was inevitable that some people would be suspicious. Wasn't He Xiaoyang supposed to be the most blessed person in the continent? How did she end up in such a situation? Could it be that she had secretly made a fortune and obtained an even greater opportunity? So much so that she could even abandon her master's sect? However, the rules in the Taoist orthodoxy were as strict as those in the Confucian Palace and the Academy. Even if He Xiaoyang went to the divine grandeur sect in the central region with such a bad reputation, could he really stay by the side of the Taoist priest forever? Fortunately, the battle at Shenyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden diverted attention. The vigorous fight to the death seemed to be more attractive than the complicated entanglement of love and hate. Chunpingan saw that He Xiaoyang had eaten a whole fire pear and still didn't seem to want to speak. He had to ask in a low voice, "Immortal He, what do you want to see me for?" He Xiaoyang, whose thoughts had drifted far away, calmed down and still didn't speak. Instead, she carefully sized up Chunpingan. Compared to the green oxback that she first met in the Pearl Cave, this young man was slightly taller and paler. There was also a trace of spirituality and brilliance between his eyebrows. As the leader of a sect, Lu Chen, the Taoist priest, had an open and honest conversation with He Xiaoyang before she went to the parasol tree to board the ship secretly. Apart from what He Xiaoyang told Chunpingan, there were actually many inside stories that couldn't be revealed. For example, Lu Chen was sitting on a small stool in front of the stove next to the young man's ancestral home in the Mud Bottle Alley. He was a guest, but he was busy cooking. Languid young girl GQ, who was the host, was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at the kitchen and urge Lu Chen to hurry up. He Xiaoyang was sitting near Lu Chen. After knowing the true identity of this young Taoist, He Xiaoyang didn't know why, but her heart was as still as water. This made her feel strange. At that time, Lu Qin had a smug look on his face as he complained. At that time, you, Qi Jingchun, randomly matched a couple and threw me a huge problem. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I might as well be the matchmaker. Let's see who's better. When Lu Qin said these nonsense, his face was full of evil smiles. However, He Xiaoyang was indifferent. She was the same from inside out. This made Lu Qin feel very bored. Her personality was too similar to eldest senior brothers. It would be interesting if she was like second senior brother. However, it would definitely not be easy to get along with her. For example, the young man from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Ma Kuxuan, who walked out of the small town. While waiting patiently for the rice to be cooked, Lu Qin bluntly told He Xiaoyang that the 2 snake gallstones given by Chen Pingan each belonged to him and He Xiaoyang. This was like the 2 sides of a river. The prescriptions, especially the 4 red seals of Lu Chen's edict, were a bridge. Although this was a long-term plan of Lu Chen's, it could not be said to be malicious. On the contrary, this was half of the reason why Chen Pingan's luck could turn from bad to good after he left the small town. The other half was that his natal porcelain was broken. He had attracted opportunities but missed them time and time again. He only relied on his tough life, the stubbornness he had brought from his mother's womb, or rather, his special identity as a key chess piece to forcefully endure until the situation was settled. He waited for some invisible compensation from the heavenly axiom. As for the other half, it was Lu Chen's doing. Perhaps Qi Jingchun had already seen through it, but he was willing to go with the flow. He believed that Chen Pingan was blessed by the heavens and knew how to choose. Therefore, he was happy to see it happen. Those who could not see it, such as Chen Pingan himself, naturally did not notice it. This was because after the bridge was built, a mysterious connection appeared between Chen Pingan and He Xiaoyang. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other, and they shared it together. Therefore, Chen Pingan took away half of He Xiaoyang's fortune. Speaking of which, if an ordinary person accepted this opportunity, they might have died a long time ago. If one's life was as thin as paper, a raindrop could pierce through it, let alone a downpour. Or, even if one's life was tough, but they were stubborn, daring to take and ask for anything, some seemingly small karma would eventually come crashing down. Not to mention the bluestone streets of Falu Street, even the mountains to the west would be destroyed until nothing was left. Lu Qin did not have any ill intentions. However, as for whether Chen Pingan would die from overeating, Lu Qin did not care at all. Later on, it was proven that Qi Jingchun had misjudged him. She had heard of a Taoist sect master divulging the heavenly secrets. At that moment, He Xiaoyang's state of mind, which had always been calm, finally began to show flaws, like cracks appearing on a mirror. She knew very well that He Xiaoyang, who had a smooth life and great fortune, had reached the edge of a cliff. Whether she would go against the flow of the great Tao and reunite with her, from then on she would ascend to the heavens in one step, or she would fall into the abyss and be smashed into pieces. It was only her next step. Moreover, even if she made the right choice, she might not be able to cultivate as quickly as before without any obstacles. At that time, it was already the most dangerous moment in her life, where everything went smoothly, especially the feeling of not being able to control herself and being reduced to a chess piece. It was extremely terrible. Cultivation was not to be a puppet of a big shot, even if that big shot was Lu Qin, the sect master of the Qingming world. Compared to the previous time, He Xiaoyang felt even more upset. When she was 14 years old, on the day she successfully cut the red dragon, the young girl He Xiaoyang realized that the way her master looked at her had changed. As time passed, the naive young girl began to realize that the gaze that made her feel uncomfortable was not just the kindness of an elder looking at a junior, but mixed with the meaning of a man looking at a woman. However, at that time, sect master Qizhen was in seclusion. and everyone in the Divine Grandeur sect was extremely nervous. Before she left the Divine Grandeur sect and went to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the old man told her bluntly that he wanted her to be a pair of Tao companions. The old man also said that, for her, he could even leave the Divine Grandeur sect and be a pair of wild mandarin ducks living happily in the mountains without caring about the secular world. If he Xiaoyang did not want to wander around, it was fine. At most, they could continue to be master and disciple on the surface and become Tao companions secretly. The old man promised that the remnant book that described the great Tao of dual cultivation could allow both master and disciple to ascend to the upper 5 states. It was definitely not a clumsy and despicable method. He Xiaoyang was unwilling. Moreover, she did not pretend to be polite. If the old man was not confident that he could take her down silently, he would have done it long ago. That was why she went to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, because there were some sceneries that He Xiaoyang only wanted to walk to the top of the mountain alone and see with her own eyes. In fact, He Xiaoyang did not value the dual cultivation method in the eyes of the world, nor did she have much prejudice against them. He Xiaoyang only cared about the great Tao. The truly superior dual cultivation method of Taoism was actually far from being as unbearable as the ordinary people mistakenly thought. It was a side branch of the dual cultivation method of life and life. It was not even included in the many heterodox methods of also Tao. The heterodox methods sounded derogatory because for the Qi trainers on the mountain, it was just that they could not ascend to the upper 5 states. It was also a great way to climb the mountain. After He Xiaoyang returned from Dali, the old man completely tore off the disguise of a kind elder. He guided her patiently, threatened her with words, and used all kinds of methods. He Xiaoyang dealt with it calmly, but deep in her heart she felt a little sad, because she knew that this was the way the old man chose, but it was too small and too remote. She did not want to accompany the old man on this narrow road, where the scenery at the end was far from magnificent. After that, the land sword immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple entered the Nanjian kingdom. The old man mistook him for a helper invited by He Xiaoyang, so he restrained himself for a while. He did not expect that He Xiaoyang rejected Wei Jin. Wei Jin was muddle-headed and went to Jianghu on a drunk donkey. This made the old man feel that there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. However, good things come with setbacks. The young Taoist priest, who was of the same generation as him, did not have a high cultivation, but dared to protect He Xiaoyang and challenged him face to face. He even said some harsh words that made the old man feel a chill down his spine. The funny thing was that guy hurried to the central continent and had only a private conversation with He Xiaoyang. Anyway, He Xiaoyang did not rely on youngest uncle as the outside world thought. Instead, he chose to erase the Taoist records of the Divine Grandeur sect. This made the old man feel that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, the sect master Qizhen was quite tolerant and did not pursue He Xiaoyang's betrayal of the Divine Grandeur sect. Almost all the other elders of the Divine Grandeur sect were angry and felt that the Divine Grandeur sect had raised an ingrate, but since the sect master had spoken, they had to give up. Only He Xiaoyang's master wanted to go down the mountain to interrogate her, but he was still persuaded to return to the mountain gate by Qizhen. He said that he persuaded him to return. In fact, He Xiaoyang, who had followed Lu Qin to Dali, knew better than anyone else that the sect master Qizhen must have forcibly stopped the old man. Perhaps he even fought to force the old man back to his mansion, because without her, the old man's great Tao, which was already in a precarious state, would be completely cut off. With the old man's stubborn character, he would never give up. But everything was destined to be in vain, because behind her stood Lu Qin. He was an existence who could give orders to the Lord of Heaven, Qizhen. He Xiaoyang's mind was full of thoughts. She did not answer Chun Pingan's question. Chun Pingan could only wait quietly. No matter how far-sighted Lu Qin is, he is just going with the flow. He Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly brightened. She stood up abruptly, as if a knot in her heart had been untied. So when fate comes, it is a match made in heaven, but He Xiaoyang's heart suddenly trembled. She vaguely remembered that when she first met the young man, she could only see that they were fated, but not fated. This was her great Tao original heart. But why did she feel that they were fated? She even felt that they were a match made in heaven? And this was the deduction of the Taoist sect master, Lu Chen. Indeed, in her heart lake, there was a languid voice with a hint of laughter. Not bad. To be able to understand this, it means that after this battle, after asking yourself, you have handed in the correct answer. The crack in your heart mirror has been completely mended. Even if you are severely injured in the future, it will not be like today, where it is very likely to shatter. Next, you can go to the Julu continent. I'll say this first. I did not eavesdrop. I just buried something in your heart lake. When you get the answer, it will be unraveled. Then I will know. Let's not talk about this. Finally, I have another question for you to ask yourself. How should you deal with Qin Pingan? Yes, this is a little too literary. It is not my usual style. Why don't you change it to He Xiaoyang? Touch your hidden chest and ask your conscience if you want to get rid of the root of the problem and kill this fated person in front of you. You do not know if is good or evil for the time being, so as to prevent your heart from forming a knot and destroying the foundation of your great Tao in the future? The beautiful young Taoist nun looked at the seated young man. Her face was flushed and her eyes were cold. Qin Pingan met her gaze. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist, Chu, Yi, and 15 were ready to attack. Should he kill the young man? It seemed that this was all within Lu Chen's expectations and calculations. The first time, He Xiaoyang had to pass his own test. This time, he had to pass the test personally set by the Taoist sect master. Of course, Lu Chen would not use all his strength. Otherwise, it would be no different from killing someone. He clearly had high hopes for He Xiaoyang and would not slap himself. The beautiful Taoist nun asked herself for the second time. Her cold eyes gradually turned charming, not to mention her blushing cheeks, which made her originally dignified face look extremely strange. However, on the lake in her heart, there were great ripples and raging waves. She was suffering unspeakably. Qin Pingan did not say a word. He stared at the Taoist nun of the Shenzhou sect, who was acting strangely. He even suspected that the legendary fox demon who was good at bewitching people had changed into He Xiaoyang's appearance. Otherwise, how could they be two different people? However, his intuition told him that there was a fine line between life and death between them. He Xiaoyang could not help holding the table with both hands. Sweat seeped out, and the hair on her temples was messy. Outside the door of He Xiaoyang's heart, a sigh sounded softly, as if forcibly suppressing the flood in He Xiaoyang's heart. He Xiaoyang, in fact, I have already given you the answer. It's just that your state of mind has been blinded by the Great Way. If you want to kill him, I will stop you. If you don't kill him, I will not force you. Either way, you can pass this test. But you can't take it, nor can you let it go. Muddle-headed, you even made the worst plan, which is to kill Qin Pingan and marry him in the underworld. You can cut off the karma and admit that you have a clear conscience. How ridiculous! How can you achieve such a feat? Have you ever wondered why Qin Pingan could live to this day despite all the obstacles in his life? But you, who have been successful in everything and have excellent aptitude, can't even pass the threshold that is the easiest to pass? He Xiaoyang, the real fairy who was unattainable in the entire continent, slumped on the stool. Her head was on the table, and her face was flushed. She gasped for breath, and there was some moisture in her eyes. She looked at the young man opposite her with misty eyes. In her eyes, there was resentment and guilt. There was no killing intent at all. Seeing this, Qin Pingan was confused. What? I didn't bully anyone. The flying sword in the sword-cultivating gourd has not come out yet. Furthermore, He Xiaoliang was a qi refinement warrior. Even if he were to use all his qi refinement warriors and put on an act of subduing demons, he would still lose and die. He Xiaoliang came to her senses after a long time. The mist gradually disappeared, and the spring tide gradually subsided. She calmed down. She stood up and smiled at the young man. She finally became the fairy girl that Qin Pingan first met, accompanied by the white deer and a fairy aura. She said resolutely and decisively, "Qin Pingan, when you die one day, you will be my husband." In the end, she made half of her original intention and half of her initial decision. She didn't kill anyone but formed a bond. Above the Heart Lake, Lu Chen's deep and rich voice sounded slowly, with undisguised admiration. "Blessed and immeasurable celestial worthy, He Xiaoliang, from now on, you are under my tutelage as the sixth direct disciple. You can establish a sect in the Julu continent." Qin Pingan was dumbfounded. He blurted out subconsciously, "Immortal Master, what did you say? Did I hear wrongly? Why don't you say it again?" What did she mean by Lang Jun was dead? Qin Pingan was increasingly certain that this He Xiaoliang in front of him was most likely a wild vixen who liked to make trouble. He Xiaoliang was a little embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Qin Pingan, who took advantage of her. She took a deep look at Qin Pingan, and then left. Qin Pingan remained seated at the same spot, frowning. It was like a dream and an illusion. 212. In an old school that was no longer in use in the Dragon Spring town, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head sat behind a small desk by himself as he looked at the spot where Qi Jingchun had been standing for 60 years. The Taoist was silent as he subconsciously swiped his finger across the surface of the table. Coming back to himself, Lu Chen raised his arm and grabbed. He Xiaoliang, who had left from the Kuan boat, was actually fished out from the surging sea of clouds. Even a qi refinement warrior in the Golden Core realm like He Xiaoliang felt dizzy from the thousands of kilometers that had passed in the blink of an eye. He staggered a little before he regained his balance. With a solemn expression, He Xiaoliang straightened his clothes and calmed his mind. He took 3 steps back and kowtowed. Disciple He Xiaoliang pays his respects to Master. From a beautiful girl of a continent's orthodoxy to the direct disciple of the leader of a Taoist sect, it was no different from a carp jumping over the dragon's gate. Lu Chen nodded and raised his hand, indicating that He Xiaoliang could stand up. "Stand up, under my tutelage. You don't have to adhere to the formalities of acknowledging a master. It's fine as long as the intention is there. You probably don't believe it now, but after you get along with me for a long time and meet the other 5 senior brothers and sisters, you will naturally understand. Everything outside the great Tao is illusory." Lu Chen, who was born in the vast world and had truly grown up in the world, did not really care about the secular etiquette of the Confucians or even the golden rules in his own orthodoxy. Or rather, before his ascension, he was such a person who had deviated from the secular world. Therefore, he lived a very open and unrestrained life. The essays that he left behind were also known as carefree. Unlike the eldest senior brother who took care of everything and the second senior brother who had a sense of propriety, his little junior brother did not follow the rules too much even in front of his master. For that, he was even persuaded by the eldest senior brother and even beaten up by the second senior brother. After that, Lu Chen still did as he pleased. Thankfully, his master, who occasionally appeared in the small lotus paradise, did not mind it. Lu Chen looked at the slightly uneasy young Taoist nun and said with a smile, "Why? Once bitten, twice shy. Do you feel that I, as your master, am thinking about setting traps for you every day? That's why you have to carefully ponder and consider every word that I say. Then you're wrong. Going too far is as bad as falling short. The reason why you can become my direct disciple this time is because you've passed 3 heart trials. Firstly, you noticed my scheme and made a prompt decision. You went back and questioned your own heart. You removed the illusion of a match made in heaven and grasped the truth of fate is. Then you'll encounter a huge setback in the future. When you're in that place where swords are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, everything, you'll encounter a huge setback. Once use. And you. Lu Chen pointed at He Xiaoliang and said with a smile, "You should know that Xie Shi and Dolly asked for 3 people. Li Shixing aside, Ma Kuxuan is the lucky one that my second senior brother picked. They're old and young, and they're birds of a feather. As for whether there's any other inside information, there are rules in the orthodoxy that forbid the 3 of us from deducing each other's plans. And you, He Xiaoliang, are the candidate that I picked. That's because your Taoist heart is very similar to my cultivation journey. You've broken through the barriers and are straight to the heart. Therefore, it's much simpler than what you think of as a chess piece or a puppet or the arrangement of the Taoist school in this competition. I just like you, so I chose you as my disciple. Do you really think that those old fogies in the Confucian temple won't keep an eye on my every move? Therefore, this is an open and above-board scheme. Whether you, He Xiaoliang, can gain a foothold in the Julu continent and live to the end will depend on your own ability. After I leave the green netherworld, I won't deliberately take care of my disciples. The scholarly saints won't deliberately harm you. Moreover, you have a senior brother who's roaming the central divine continent and a senior sister who's training at the Great Sword Wall. If anything happens, you can ask them for help. Since you're now fellow Taoists and fellow disciples, you have to fight for me, your master." At this point, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not your master in the divine grandeur sect. I won't ask you to be my Taoist companion." He Xiaoliang turned back into the beautiful Taoist nun with a cool temperament. Everything else was just a worldly possession. She asked a question that she had been thinking about for a long time. Is the green netherworld, where our sect leader controls everything, also part of the scholarly saints' plan? Lu Chen laughed heartily. Of course. It's the same everywhere. Everyone is very busy. Do you think that people like Ma Kuxuan, Wei Jin, and Song Zhangqiang are the best of the best? Lu Chen laughed very happily. Then you should really go to the Central Divine Continent and take a look. Or maybe you should go to the Baek Okekyung building in the Green Netherworld. You'll understand that there's always someone better than you. He Xiaoliang sat behind a desk, not far away. She twisted her waist and looked into Lu Chen's eyes. After hearing his words, she frowned slightly, as if she didn't understand. Lu Chen asked playfully, "You want to ask why the 3 sects didn't come to an agreement to only develop their forces in their own territories and exclude the teachings of other sects so that they wouldn't be so troublesome?" He Xiaoliang nodded. This was exactly what she was thinking. Lu Chen sighed. Because today's territories are the largest of the few ancient battlefields. These are the results that our predecessors exchanged their lives for. We're also afraid that the world will change in the future if we choose to remain stagnant, or let the people below us feel that the great Tao is blocked. What kind of outcome would we end up in? The current world is the best proof. Lu Chen casually pointed in the direction of the small town's immortal graveyard. The mountains and rivers are still the same, but the masters who were once high and mighty have been reduced to a pile of broken limbs in the mud. He Xiaoliang was somewhat enlightened. Some things that were too far away were obscure and difficult to understand. Those who knew were unwilling to talk about it, and it wasn't written in books. The people of the future were naturally at a loss. There were too many conjectures and speculations. The novelists added fuel to the fire. The unconstrained writings of the literati and the unofficial histories that pretended to be profound. There were too many to count. Year after year, the mud and sand were buried together. Even if a little bit of truth surfaced, it would quickly be drowned out and eventually be treated as a fallacy. Lu Chen smiled. We've digressed. Back to the main topic. Your second test was that I needed to confirm if you were going to rely on the Heavenly Lord Xie during your trip to the Ju Lu continent, or if you were going to establish your own sect and sect. Therefore, I purposely set a trap for you. I made you think that you gave up two correct choices and chose the most wrong one. I made you mistakenly think that you were going to brush past the great Tao. I wanted you to feel regret and question your own great Tao. He Xiaoyang said frankly, I only relied on the last bit of clarity in my mind to pass this test. Lu Chen smiled. Regarding this point, I'll use it as a conclusion to explain why you and Chen Pingan were able to form a relationship. Let's talk about the last test first. It's relatively more complicated. It's a chain of tests. The word love can be used to explain everything. The relationship between a man and a woman is the easiest to be moved. Therefore, I planted a seed of love in the lake of your heart. Unknowingly, it would take root and germinate when it encounters the rain of opportunity. It would be extremely swift and violent. This was originally an unorthodox method, but it was effective for you, He Xiaoyang. Moreover, no matter how unorthodox the method was, it would still be effective if I used it. The master of the divine grandeur sect, who had a master-disciple relationship with you, the talented Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, and the young man from the marketplace of the Mud Bottle Alley. You successfully passed the first two tests. You successfully followed your heart, and were not moved at all. Only the last test, because I purposely made things difficult for you and helped to pave the way for you, He Xiaoyang, to fall into a dilemma. If you... Lu Chen stood up. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the lotus crown that symbolized the sect master's identity. He continued, in a daze, your Tao heart was shaken by the two words Lu Chen, and you chose to walk on the path that I opened for you. Then, I will still allow you to establish a sect in the Ju Lu continent, but I will definitely not accept you as a disciple. How difficult is it to accept a disciple? Lu Chen retracted his smile. If you want to become Lu Chen's disciple, you should have the thought that one day your Tao skills will be higher than Lu Chen's, and your path will be longer than Lu Chen's. Deviate from the Tao. What Tao are you talking about? The Tao is merely written by the predecessors. What Tao are you talking about? The Tao is merely the path taken by the predecessors. Why don't you try it yourself? Even a person with a cold temperament like He Xiaoyang could not help but feel fear and respect from the bottom of his heart. She stood up and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. I hope that one day He Xiaoyang, will be able to sit at the same table as Master and discuss Tao. Lu Chen clicked his tongue and said, It's a little difficult. He Xiaoyang sat down again and asked, Master, what do you mean by ending? Is there a deeper meaning to the fate between me and Chen Pingan? Lu Chen nodded and said, Of course. If it were an ordinary person, you wouldn't be He Xiaoyang, and he wouldn't be Chen Pingan. Then I wouldn't be able to see the brilliance of being the matchmaker at all. Qi Jingquan's random matchmaking was to give you a burden. I hope that one day you will be able to carry a mountain with your heart. On the other hand, the two ends of the red string in my hand are two people. They are also two clear and spotless mirrors that reflect each other. I'm not just letting Chen Pingan share your fortune and using Chen Pingan to help you overcome the obstacle of love. Oh. Lu Chen turned his head and looked in the direction where He Xiaoyang had appeared. Chen Pingan's temperament is similar to yours. There are thousands of strange people in the world, and I've seen thousands of them. He might not be extraordinary. However, his temperament is similar to yours, He Xiaoyang's temperament. Somehow, they are quite compatible. Therefore, even when the two of you met for the first time, and there was a huge difference in status between the two of you, you still saw the shallow fate. Actually, it's not that your fate is shallow, but that your cultivation is limited, and you have seen too little. He Xiaoyang asked softly, Master, is this another test? Lu Chen laughed out loud. You've already become my disciple. Why do you still need a test? Why do you want to become the direct disciple of the Tao ancestor and be on equal footing with Lu Chen before you stop? He Xiaoyang's eyes were clear. He shook his head and smiled. I don't want to think about it. Lu Chen smiled and said, Since you've become a master, you should give your new disciple a greeting gift. This gift is not small. It's a little Tao that I obtained from your grandmaster before I came down. He Xiaoyang was stunned. He had just cut off the bridge with Chen Pingan on the Kun ship, and he had become the lucky He Xiaoyang again? Lu Chen seemed to have seen through the beautiful Taoist nun's thoughts. He laughed out loud and slammed his palm on the table. I'll take you to the long river of time and go against the flow. Even if the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven banned all spells, it was still difficult to escape the great rules of the heavenly Tao. For example, spring, summer, autumn, winter, birth, old age, sickness, and death. Then, under the great supernatural power of the sect master, Lu Chen, winter, autumn, summer, spring, death, sickness, old age, and death. He Xiaoyang, who was still in the school between heaven and earth but seemed to be temporarily unrelated to heaven and earth, looked at the strange and colorful scenes around her retreating. The beautiful Taoist nun's eyes were shining. This was the path that she wanted to take. Lu Chen smiled and said, Follow behind me. We'll go to a place and I'll bring you to meet two people. The two of them started to leave. Behind them were the brand new school and the sound of children reading. The children could really recite the book backwards. However, probably because of some kind of restriction, or because Qi Jingchun had made a deal with the Taoist ancestor. The children's faces could be seen clearly, and their voices could be heard clearly. However, the teacher in front of them no longer existed, as if he had completely disappeared in the long river of time. Along the way, He Xiaoyang followed closely behind Taoist Lotus Flower Crown, afraid that she would get lost if she made a mistake. Finally, Lu Chen stopped and said to wait for a while. He Xiaoyang did not dare to move and stood on the spot. Lu Chen waved his sleeves, and heaven and earth reversed. Everything returned to normal, and the long river of time began to flow downstream. Then Lu Chen brought her to the vicinity of a stall. He Xiaoyang did not know why her sect master had brought her here. Could it be that there was something strange about the stall? He Xiaoyang looked over and saw a seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man. He was peddling candied haws. Then He Xiaoyang saw a tanned and skinny child walk over slowly and stand beside her. He secretly looked at the busy stall and swallowed his saliva. When the business was a little quieter, the child walked away silently. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and the day and night passed in the blink of an eye. The stall owner went about his usual business day after day. The child would either go up the mountain to pick herbs, catch fish from the stream, or help the neighbors carry water. He would pass by the stall again and again. Finally, one day, the child, who was supposed to go up the mountain to pick herbs to exchange for money, walked to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley with a basket on his back. However, when he thought of his good luck and picked a few valuable herbs, the small rice jar at home was filled to the brim for the first time. He did not have to worry about hunger for at least 10 days. Therefore, the child raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky, as if telling himself that it was going to rain heavily. Even if he went up the mountain, he would most likely return halfway. Therefore, the child ran back to the courtyard of the ancestral house and put down the basket. He took out a few copper coins from a small clay jar at the foot of the wall and ran quickly down Mud Bottle Alley to the stall. However, as the child got closer and closer to the stall, his footsteps became heavier and heavier, and he ran slower and slower. As a result, when he was still quite a distance away, the child stood in the same spot with a comical look on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and held on to the extra copper coins. Finally, the child walked a few steps closer and squatted down. He raised his head and looked at the bright red, sugar-coated haws in a daze. Lu Chun and He Xiaoyang stood beside the child. Lu Chun smiled and asked, "If you put yourself in the child's shoes, what do you think is normal?" He Xiaoyang said without hesitation, "It would be great if he could eat the sugar-coated haws without spending money." Lu Chun smiled and nodded. "I'll wait and see." After that, the stall owner finished his business. When he was taking a break, he seemed to accidentally see the child who passed by his stall again and again, but never bought the sugar-coated haws. The man thought for a while and sat on the stool without saying anything. Finally, as if he was really compassionate, he stood up and waved to the child, saying with a smile, "Come, I'm going to pack up my stall and go back. There are still some sugar-coated haws left that I can't sell. If you want to eat them, I can give you one for free." The man smiled in an extremely honest manner, no different from a farmer. He pulled out a stick of sugar-coated haws and shook it at the boy. "Take it." However, the child quickly stood up, shook his head with a smile, and ran off just like that. He Xiaoyang was a little puzzled. If this was the Chun Pingan when he was young, she wouldn't find it strange that he would make such a choice. Lu Chun pointed at the man selling sugar-coated haws. "This person is from the school of Yin Yang in the Central Divine Continent. In the secular world, he's not very famous. In fact, he can contend with the entire school of Yin Yang by himself. He's quite a strange person. Even eldest senior brother can't completely guess what this person is thinking." He Xiaoyang was even more puzzled. Lu Chun smiled and said, "That's not the point. What's next is..." Lu Chun stretched out his palm and slowly swiped it from top to bottom. A small Chun Pingan appeared beside He Xiaoyang. This child ran over and took the free stick of sugar-coated haws. He skipped back to Mud Bottle Alley happily. After eating the sugar-coated haws, he became addicted to it. A few days later, he went to the stall for the second time and received another free stick of sugar-coated haws. This poor child, who had just gotten used to hardship, gradually became lazy. From time to time, he would think of those sugar-coated haws and go up the mountain to gather herbs less than usual. Day after day, year after year, the boy didn't become a bad person. However, in He Xiaoyang's eyes, he was no longer the straw sandal boy who met for the first time on the back of a green ox. After that, he returned to the same place. Lu Chun swiped his palm again, and little Ping and appeared again. This time, he didn't choose to take the sugar-coated haws for free. Instead, he chose to spend money to buy them. After that, the child became more willing to endure hardship and worked hard to earn money. However, he got tired of eating sugar-coated haws. There was one time when he fell in love with pastries. As the child grew into a young man year after year, in He Xiaoyang's eyes, there seemed to be something wrong with this Chun Pingan. As Lu Chun raised his palm again and again, He Xiaoyang saw each and every Chun Pingan and all kinds of subtle differences in life situations. In the end, He Xiaoyang fell into deep thought. Lu Chun smiled. "Let's go back." One after another, they walked towards the school. At this moment, the scene was actually very similar to the long river of time that flowed in the human world. Back then, Qi Jingchun brought the boy to the old pagoda tree to ask for a pagoda leaf. Lu Chun walked in front with his hands behind his back and asked, "Have you figured out anything?" He Xiaoyang answered softly, "Only by guarding the heart can one be a person." Lu Chun grunted and didn't say anything else. He Xiaoyang asked, "Could it be that I've thought wrongly or that I haven't seen far enough?" Lu Chun suddenly turned his head and smiled. No, you've thought it through very well. The only flaw is that you, as a disciple, can't be blind under the light and can't see that your master's Taoist skills are extraordinary." While Lu Chun brought He Xiaoyang to see the various forms of life in a section of the long river of time, there was a Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples. After class, he sat alone in his room and played music. His face was clear and no longer blurred. in the present of Lu Qin and He Xiaoliang, or the past of Lishu Cave Heaven, Qi Jingchun bent down and picked up a chess piece. He smiled and said, "It's just SOL." 213. When Chen Pinggan walked down the tall building and returned to his seat, he had missed two big battles. When the Taoist Zhang Shan, who was sitting in the next chair, saw Chen Pinggan, he quickly got up and cupped his hands to thank him. Chen Pinggan had to return the gesture with cupped fists and took the jade token. For the sake of fairness, the battlefield was not set in the Wind and Thunder Garden or Xinjiang Mountain, but on the immortal platform, one of the 6 branches of the Wind and Snow Temple. As the holy land of the military, the Wind and Snow Temple had more friends than the martial arts mountain. In addition, the Wind and Snow Temple was far more low-key than the martial arts mountain. Most of the disciples of the Wind and Snow Temple went out of the mountain as wanderers rather than generals on the battlefield. Therefore, the Wind and Snow Temple had a good relationship with the two sects and would not take sides. As for why the Wind and Snow Temple chose the immortal platform, the first reason was that the immortal platform was located at the top of the mountain with a wide view and pleasant scenery. In terms of appearance, it was the best place with the most abundant immortal qi in the Wind and Snow Temple. Secondly, there were few disciples on the immortal platform, so the Wind and Snow Temple almost relied on Wei Jin alone. Because Wei Jin was not close to the sect because of his master, the Wind and Snow Temple must have taken this opportunity to increase the number of disciples on the immortal platform. After hearing the result from Qiushi, Chen Pinggan was shocked. The Wind and Thunder Garden had lost the previous 2 battles. A patriarch and a famous swordsman of different generations had died under the swords of the opponents of Xinjiang Mountain. In the second battle between the patriarchs, both sides had perished together. However, because the patriarch of Xinjiang Mountain had fought with his last breath and died later than the swordsman of the Wind and Thunder Garden, the Wind and Snow Temple ruled that Xinjiang Mountain had won according to the rules. The vast, immortal platform was not crowded. A few buildings were densely packed in the northeast corner. Only the Qi trainers from the Aquarius continent with high status and strength were qualified to go up the building to watch the battle. The rest of the cultivators could only watch from afar on other peaks of the Wind and Snow Temple. It seemed that the huge immortal platform was only reserved for the 2 sides. After the conversation, Chen Pinggan found that the Taoist Zhangshan had never heard of Xinjiang Mountain and the Wind and Thunder Garden. That was not surprising. The Qi trainers from the Ju Lu continent had always thought highly of themselves and looked down on the Aquarius continent, the smallest of the 9 continents. Maybe only the Cliff Academy, Guanhu Academy, Dali Chui Dong, Song Zhengqiang, and Sword Immortal Wei Jin could attract them. Moreover, with the Taoist Zhang Shan's cultivation and vision, and the fact that they were not from the same continent, it was strange that he was familiar with the customs and practices of the Aquarius continent. The Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain had been enemies for generations. Everyone in the continent knew that it originated from the sword-testing field in the deepest part of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The body of the female founder of Xinjiang Mountain had been exposed to the sun since she died in the battle. At that time, the Wind and Thunder Garden was not willing to return the body and asked the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain to bury her. They did not even pull out the standard long sword of the Wind and Thunder Garden that pierced through her head. They just let the disciples of the school and the guests who entered the garden look at her, as they pleased. It had been 300 years. What was a great shame and humiliation. This was it. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the continent, Xinjiang Mountain had been thriving for the past 300 years. In terms of the excellence of the youngest disciples of the 3rd generation, it had actually surpassed the Wind and Thunder Garden. After that, there would be people who went to the Wind and Thunder Garden to challenge the Wind and Thunder Garden almost every 60 years in an attempt to invite the remains of the founder back, so that she could die in peace. However, the garden master of the Wind and Thunder Garden, who had killed the female sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain, had lived for another 300 years. Even though there were many geniuses in the 300 years of Xinjiang Mountain, they were still unable to win against him. He was not as ruthless towards those who challenged him later on, but he was not merciful either. He either broke the longevity bridge or destroyed his natal sword. Perhaps to the sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain, it was actually a life worse than death. It was better to die a heroic death in battle. This was the origin of the story of Wind and Thunder Garden suppressing a mountain with one person in the East Aquarius continent. Now, the garden master of the Wind and Thunder Garden was finally dead. In the spring of the new year, it was rumored that he had quietly passed away and reincarnated. Coincidentally, it happened to be the agreed-upon generational battle. Although the Wind and Thunder Garden had been guarding it with all their might, hoping that the secret would not be leaked, Xinjiang Mountain somehow learned about it. All the peaks of the mountain were shaken, and everyone was excited. Some people dragged their families to the grave to burn incense and toast. Some decaying old men who were struggling at death's door got drunk. The young sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain were even more spirited. They finally had the chance to vent the 300 years of humiliation and resentment. In fact, after the two battles, Xinjiang Mountain had indeed won, and it was a beautiful victory. They had gained a lot of face. So much so that in the final battle of the youngest generation, it was unnecessary whether they fought or not. The maidservant Choshir was a little worried. She felt that the last battle probably would not be fought. The sect called Wind and Thunder Garden had already lost 2 battles. Anyway, in the second battle, the Grand Master of the Wind and Thunder Garden was just a breath away, which saved some face. If they lost the third battle, they would lose 3 battles in a row. If the news spread, the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Garden would be completely ruined. If the Wind and Thunder Garden stopped now, they could at least get the consolation that they were willing to admit defeat. Chun Pingan thought of Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator who went to the mountain with him to look for the Kai tree, and suddenly said, "The Wind and Thunder Garden will definitely fight in the third battle." For Chun Pingan, Lu Baqiao was neither a friend nor an enemy. Among the foreign immortals, he left a deep impression on Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan simply believed that the sect that could teach Lu Baqiao would not shrink back so easily. As expected, after a secret negotiation between the Wind and Snow Temple, Xinjiang Mountain, and Wind and Snow Temple, the childlike and short sect master of Wind and Snow Temple walked to the center of the divine, immortal platform with a man and a woman, and announced that the third battle was about to begin. Xinjiang Mountain's side was Su Jia. The woman had a long sword hanging from her waist and a blade-strengthening gourd on her waist. She looked valiant and could be said to be a beauty that could topple a nation. The Wind and Thunder Garden side was the last disciple of the Yard Master, named Huang He. He was carrying a huge sword case on his back. No one knew whether it contained a big sword or multiple long swords. While almost everyone was paying attention to the 2 young sword cultivators, Chun Pingan was quietly running the genuine qi in his body and looking around, looking for a certain figure in those attics. Although the long scroll was only so big, the reason why it was popular in the world was that the vision of the qi cultivators and pure martial artists was far beyond that of ordinary people. When people saw a mustard seed, they saw a mustard seed, but the Tao ancestor seemed to see the whole world. When ordinary people saw a flower and a leaf, they saw a flower and a leaf, but the Buddha could see a small kiliacosm. Chun Pingan's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He grabbed a few pieces of sparrow tongue tea and put them into his mouth, chewing them gently. In the corridor on the top floor of a tall building, a burly old man in white was looking down at the square of the deity's terrace with his arms crossed. A delicate girl was riding on the old man's head. The old man's position was slightly to the right of the center. The people on the floor behind the railing, were the Grand Masters of Xinjiang Mountain. There were both men and women, and all of them looked extraordinary. Their sword qi gathered like rivers flowing into the sea, and their qi surged. Chun Pingon stared at the old man in white. After a while, he looked away. Another tall building was the scenic spot left by the deity's terrace for the Wind and Thunder Garden. From top to bottom, there were only a few sword cultivators standing there. Compared to the full force of the sword cultivators of the 5 states on Xinjiang Mountain, the number of people accompanying the Wind and Thunder Garden this time could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, most of them were young juniors, such as Lu Baqiao, who was sitting on the railing. His sitting posture was not elegant. However, after losing 2 battles, Lu Baqiao looked solemn. The shabby Taoist watched attentively and murmured, "It has begun." Qiushi smiled and said, "In the previous 2 battles, the goal was to kill the opponent. In this battle, there is no need to determine the winner, and it does not affect the overall situation. I think they will fight back and forth, and it will not be as bloody as before." Chun Pingon did not make any comments. His mind was still focused on the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain. Chun Pingon silently remembered the faces of the people in the attic of Xinjiang Mountain. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one have a clear aim. Compared to the indirect, questioning, and hearsay in the future, the scene in front of him now was the most direct and realistic. In the future, these people might be potential opponents who would stop him from climbing the mountain. Of course, that day was still far away. Chun Pingon was currently only a martial artist of the 3rd realm. After all, no matter how strong a 3rd realm was, it was still just a 3rd realm. The Confucian-robed old man with the mink hat on his head clicked his tongue and said, "This girl named Su Jia is a bit dangerous." He hit the nail on the head. The young swordsman on the far right patted his scabbard out of habit. She lost. It's a pity that the blade-strengthening gourd is in bad hands. I'm afraid there will not be a 3rd one in the Ju-Lu continent. His words came true. In just 3 moves, Su Jia had unsheathed her sword and the intrinsic flying sword in the blade-strengthening gourd, but she was still beaten to the ground by the young swordsman named Huang He. It turned out that the big case on the man's back was filled with tiny swords. It was like carrying a hornet's nest. It was not an intrinsic flying sword, but he was good at controlling flying swords at the same time. Su Jia could not fight back at all. Her arm was pierced by a flying sword once, and the red string that hung the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist was severed. The last time, 2 flying swords pierced her wrists. She had fainted in a pool of blood. There were not many fairies that were truly admirable in the Aquarius continent. He Xiaoyang from the Divine Almanac sect was undoubtedly the best, followed by Su Jia and 3 or 4 others. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless young qi refinement warriors. Some even joked that after Su Jia became famous, the number of disciples recruited by the Xinjiang Mountain every 10 years increased by 30% compared to before. The swordsman Huang, he stood beside Su Jia. He lifted 1 foot and stepped on the excellent blade-strengthening gourd, twisting the sole of his foot gently. The young swordsman from the Wind Thunder Garden curled his lips. He looked around and finally turned to look at the tall building where the ancestral masters of the Xinjiang Mountain stood. A flying sword that was as black as ink flew out from between his eyebrows and buzzed. When the flying sword buzzed, the sea of clouds and mountain winds around the entire immortal dais went from being calm to being incomparably chaotic after the public provocation. The young swordsman kept his intrinsic flying sword and said loudly to the tall building, "In 60 years, I, Huang He, will climb to the top of the Xinjiang Mountain for a sword trial. I will pluck a head and place it in the Wind Thunder Garden." On the top floor, a white-haired ancestral master of the Xinjiang Mountain glared at the young swordsman. He could not help but want to beat the arrogant little bastard to death. on the top floor of the tall building where the swordsman of the Wind Thunder Garden resided. The door suddenly opened. A handsome swordsman in black walked out and smiled at the eager ancestral master of the Xinjiang Mountain. "Zhou, it's not good to take advantage of your seniority. Why don't I play with you?" After the swordsman walked out of the door, not only the white-haired ancestral master, but also the people in the tall building of the Xinjiang Mountain were stunned. Besides shock, there was also a hint of despair that they did not want to admit. This person was the owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. He was extremely talented. At the age of 40, he entered the 10th realm. But in the hundreds of years that followed, he had not broken through the realm. It was incredible. But even if he did not enter the upper 5 realms, Li Tuanjing was recognized as the strongest 10th realm swordsman in the East Aquarius continent. Before Wei Jin broke through to the 11th realm and became a terrestrial sword immortal, he also admitted that he was no match for this person. Didn't they say that Li Tuanjing was killed? Li Tuanjing no longer paid attention to those ancestral masters of the Xinjiang Mountain. He raised his head and seemed to be smiling at all the people watching the battle behind the scenes. He put one hand behind his back, put 2 fingers together, and gently rotated them. A gust of wind lingered. Li Tuanjing shook his wrist and said a word with a smile. "Kill." After the gust of wind left the swordsman in black, it instantly turned into a huge and majestic sword chi. It rotated above the immortal dais and cut off the connection between the immortal dais of the Wind Snow Temple and the outside world. The people in the picture scroll were dumbfounded. Outside the picture scroll, they looked at each other. In the picture scroll, on the immortal dais, on the tall building, Li Tuanjing did not pick on anyone, nor did he say any harsh words. He just stood there in a daze, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance that had resumed its unfolding state. This made the people of the Wind Snow Temple feel relieved. As the strongest 10th realm swordsman, Li Tuanjing's killing power was obvious to all. When a chi cultivator was praised as the strongest, especially in a continent, he must be a very terrible existence. For example, the youngest pure 9th realm martial artist, the Dali vassal king Song Zhengqiang, had already shown the legendary strength of a 10th realm martial artist in the siege of the capital city. He broke Li Tuanjing's record and became the youngest 10th realm swordsman. Wei Jin was now an immortal in the upper 5 realms, high and mighty, carrying the sword case on his back. Huang He of the Wind Snow Temple slowly returned to the tall building. Xinjiang Mountain began to send people to rescue Su Jia. Li Tuanjing put his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. "Even if I only have one last breath left, I will strangle your Xinjiang Mountain. Even if your bones will be taken away from the Wind Thunder Garden by my disciples and grand-disciples, I will still not feel happy after that. Look, 300 years ago, you betrayed my sincerity, so I made the whole Xinjiang Mountain unable to raise its head for 300 years. You made those juniors who were lucky to become sword immortals too ashamed to hold a celebration. They could only hide in the sea of clouds on the top of the mountain and sigh. Even if I am going to die now, so what? Now, are you satisfied?" Li Tuanjing collected his thoughts and turned to walk down the stairs. He patted the railing lightly with his palm. Li Tuanjing went down to the first floor and came to the side of a young man, Lu Baqiao, who had waited so long for the end of the great battle, had his lips trembling. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, "Baqiao, seeing your beloved woman being humiliated and her sword heart collapsing, unable to save her because the enemy camp can't help you, yet feeling the same way. You can't help yourself. Do you feel terrible?" Lu Baqiao suddenly came to his senses and was about to jump off the railing when Li Tuanjing reached out to stop him. "Just sit down." Lu Baqiao said guiltily, "Yard master." Li Tuanjing smiled and said, "It's okay. I just fell in love with a woman I shouldn't have. It's nothing. The sky won't collapse. You don't have to feel guilty about it." Lu Baqiao didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say words that were against his will, but he felt that he had let down the sect and the yard master. Li Tuanjing asked, Su Jia will fall into depravity from now on. I guess the blade-strengthening gourd will be taken away by Xinjiang Mountain. Once her sword heart is destroyed, the spirit of this fairy, who made you children feel inferior, will collapse. She won't be a fairy anymore. She might even be inferior to the registered female cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain. Baqiao, I just want to know, will you still like her? Lu Baqiao sobbed and said, I'll like her for the rest of my life. Yard master, am I a good for nothing? Li Tuanjing sighed and said, Silly boy, very good. Then keep liking her like this. But don't delay your sword practice. You should know that I've always thought highly of you. You're no worse than the Yellow River. I didn't tell you this before, because it was useless. The reason why I can tell you now is that there won't be a chance in the future. Lu Baqiao turned his head and asked, Yard master? Li Tuanjing suddenly asked, Practice your swordsmanship well, and try to bury my corpse with that corpse in the future. Baqiao, if the tables turn, and Xinjiang Mountain becomes the sun in the sky, suppressing everyone in Wind and Thunder Garden, what will you do? Lu Baqiao no longer had the cheek and courage to sit on the railing. He stood in the corridor and said solemnly, Of course, a sword cultivator will reason with the sword. Li Tuanjing joked, Oh, you're very much like me when I was young. Then Li Tuanjing looked into the distance and chuckled. Remember, this won't work between men and women. Don't think that your swordsmanship is good, and you can do everything like this. When talking to the woman you love, you still have to be gentle. You still need to say some words of love. Li Tuanjing turned his head and looked at the disciple in seclusion, Huang He, who was walking slowly from the staircase. Looking at the two young people, the strongest level 10 Qi cultivator in Aquarius continent smiled and said, After I die, the two of you will be responsible for Wind and Thunder Garden in the future. Huang He's expression was cold. Master, I alone am enough. Lu Baqiao grinned cheekily and said, This is a good relationship. Capable people do more work. I don't have to carry the burden. Li Tuanjing laughed heartily and pointed at Huang He. The sword cultivator has infinite killing power and is famous in the world. It belongs to you. Then he pointed at Lu Baqiao. The sword cultivator has peerless elegance. Wine and beauties belong to you. Li Tuanjing finally said leisurely, Anyway, it belongs to Wind and Thunder Garden. On the Kun ship heading to Nanjing Kingdom, the burly man beside the woman said sarcastically, except for the black-robed sword cultivator, who fought last, who had some real skills, the other 3 battles were just average. If it was in Julu continent, we wouldn't have the cheek to put on such a big show. The woman nodded and smiled. That blade-strengthening gourd is really good. I wonder if there's a chance to buy it. The old woman cupped her hands and said with a smile, Madam, you only need to tell us your house number, and it won't be difficult to buy the blade-strengthening gourd. On the leftmost seat, the old man wearing a mink hat and a scholar's robe could no longer stand the noise of his neighbor and the endless criticism. Since the first battle, the people around him had been nitpicking. They were not good here or there. It was so annoying. The old man tilted his head and spat on the ground. Their swordsmanship is not as good as the sword immortals of Julu continent, but after 3 battles, they are full of pride and satisfaction. What else do you want? The burly man said sternly, Old man, are you courting death? The old man sneered. So what? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? After watching the excitement of Wind and Thunder Garden and Mount Xinjiang, we will let others enjoy the show. If I lose, I admit defeat. If I win, I will *CK your lover for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you think? He did not nag and did what he said. The gentle and timid man next to the woman became the peacemaker. Let's talk this out. We're out here, and we're all from the Julu continent. Why do we have to hurt each other's relationship?" The thin and tall woman did not get angry. Instead, she turned her head and looked at him with interest. She said with a smile, "It is a pity that you are old. I guess your old waist will not be able to withstand a few blows from me. Fighting under the bed is very different from fighting on it. Am I right, old bacon?" Puffed. The old man spat again. "Forget about you, bamboo pole woman. I'll even F***CK, that pretty boy of yours." Chinpingan was dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he was back in the apricot blossom alley? Of course, he did not understand their words, but Chinpingan was familiar with their gestures. The young swordsman on the rightmost turned his head and said impatiently, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Don't dirty our ears." Well, here comes another bad-tempered one. Not only did he not stop the fight, he even added fuel to the fire. Chinpingan felt a headache coming on. They would not really fight, would they? The female swordsman with a small sword in her hair was indifferent. She only looked up at the painting, as if she was savoring the essence, chi, and spirit contained in the three battles. Fortunately, the ship owner who had dealt with Wei Pai before walked over with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, starting with the old man in the Confucian robe. He cupped his fists and addressed each of them. "Mr. Sword Earn, Lady Greenbones, young Master Hulu, can you give me some face and let this go?" The three parties could choose not to give face to the ship owner. It did not even matter if they did not give face to the Jia Mountain. But when the ship owner announced three simple names, things became simple. The old man in the Confucian robe, nicknamed Sword Earn, was an extremely famous and eccentric swordsman in the southern part of the Julu continent. His realm was not too high, only at the Golden Core realm. He did not belong to any sect, but he was good at nurturing swords in an ancient urn. He often helped the middle 5 realm swordsmen nurture their flying swords for free, so he had friends all over the world. Lady Greenbones was not a swordsman, but she had a 10th realm swordsman as her godfather. She was extremely protective of her son and possessed an extremely unreasonable divine weapon. In addition, she was a 7th realm martial Dao grandmaster who was proficient in close combat and had a fierce reputation. As for the young swordsman's surname, Hulu, he was even more famous in the Julu continent. He was the only one with no other branches. The family had a jade, unyielding realm ancestor who was a sword immortal on the land. He was one of the sword immortals who had led the team to the inverted mountain. He had a straightforward personality and was a good friend of a continent's Taoist master, Xie Shi. Hulu was the current head of the family and the governor of the largest dynasty in the eastern part of the Julu continent. Because he was innately unsuited for cultivation, he was a frail scholar who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. But in the end, he commanded 300,000 soldiers and gathered nearly 1,000 swordsmen under his command. He had the reputation of Thousand Swords Commander. The Jia Mountain was not afraid of the three parties. It was not that they were strong enough to wrestle with the Hulu family, but that they were too far away. As for Lady Greenbones, who liked to keep gigolos, and Mr. Sword Earn, who was a wandering cultivator, the Jia Mountain was naturally not afraid of them. But they were guests. How could they make enemies out of doing business? The old man let out a cry of surprise and leaned forward. He turned his head to look at the young swordsman and asked loudly, "Hulu kid, who is Hulu Inzi to you?" The young swordsman said angrily, "He's my uncle. He's been in seclusion for many years. You know him?" The old man slapped his thigh. "Haha, when Hulu Inzi was young, he was a useless blockhead. The first time he went to a brothel, I was the one who took him there. After that, TSK, 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 he followed behind me every other day. I've only heard of freeloaders in this world, but I've only met one freeloader like your uncle in all my years of living." The young swordsman's face flushed red. He carefully glanced at the female swordsman beside him, When he saw that there was nothing strange, he sighed in relief. He said to the old man sternly, "My uncle isn't that kind of person." The Confucian-robed old man rolled his eyes. "Your uncle and I are friends who help push each other's butts. What are you? A fledgling? No." The young swordsman felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The female swordsman finally could not take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." The old man laughed. "Wah, what a fierce little woman. All right, you're going to suffer a bit, kid." The young swordsman knew that he was in trouble, but he had no time to warn her. The female swordsman's face was as cold as ice. "If you speak rudely and speak without thinking, I'll break your dog teeth." The hairpin flying sword, which was already extremely small to begin with, had an edgeless body and was exquisite and slender, used to bind her black hair. But when it left the hair on top of its master's head, the tail of the sword bloomed with a white light. The trajectory of the flying sword drew out a dazzling white line in the air. Flying swords in the world were known for their swiftness and ferocity, and were difficult to defend against. However, this woman's small sword was even faster to an unimaginable level. Too fast. This was an eye-opener. Chun Pingan's thoughts stirred. "Oh, mother, it hurts." The Confucian-robed old man covered his mouth. Blood flowed out, and his words were unclear. It turned out that the flying sword had pierced through his mouth and shattered one of the old man's front teeth. The old man was not angry, but instead laughed. He was extremely happy. He slapped his legs and spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva. He shouted, "What a good lightning flash!" It is worthy of being one of the fastest flying swords in the Ju-Lu continent. It lives up to its reputation. It lives up to its reputation. Even Madame Greenbones was somewhat frightened. Yet another ancestor was the descendant of an unworldly sword immortal. Moreover, compared to the powerful Hulu clan, the previous owner of the lightning flash was a powerful individual with peerless battle prowess. He once traveled alone in the Central Plains, a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. His sword was called Tiger Roar, and his flying sword was Lightning Flash. Although Chun Pingan did not know the secrets of the summit of the Ju-Lu continent, and they were all conversing in the elegant language of the Ju-Lu continent, so Chun Pingan could not understand them at all. There was no doubt that this was a battle between immortals. Therefore, he obediently sat where he was, prepared to run at any time if the situation was not good. Fortunately, during these days of idle chatting and Chun Shui and Chiosher's explanations, he understood that it was not strange to encounter any immortals on this Kun ship that spanned across 3 continents. As for the Jianghu of the Aquarius continent under the Kun ship, there were actually not so many shocking existences. It was not only the small East Aquarius continent that was like this. Even the vast Ju-Lu continent, with its vast territory and abundant resources, with countless swordsmen in the Jianghu, was the same. After the female swordsman sheathed her flying sword, she smiled apologetically at the owner of the Jia mountain ship. The latter was greatly relieved. In fact, with her help, the matter would not be complicated, and the curtains would fall on them sooner. As expected, the 3 parties quieted down, and the tense atmosphere from before was gone. At this moment, whether in the small town or Loapa Mountain, Chun Pingan actually did not feel that the Jianghu was dangerous. He was far from the despairing and numb state of mind of the green-clothed child. But after seeing the battle between swordsmen in the flower and bird scroll, and watching the immortals exchange blows so close at hand, Chun Pingan told himself in his heart, "Chun Pingan, don't just focus on drinking. Practice your fist more diligently, and practice your sword as soon as possible." (214) De Jianshan seemed to have used a steel rubbing technique to preserve all the scenes on the flower and bird scroll. He tore off layers of gauze-like white paper for a total of 10 times, and then started to sell them publicly. The ship owner called the sisters Chun Shui and Chiosher to show their faces, and helped De Jianshan to bid. Chun Pingon did not feel anything at first, but he inadvertently saw Qiushi standing there with her sister at one end. Chun Shui was graceful and flawless. She was very familiar with bidding. Qiushi was a simple-minded person. She stared at Chun Pingon blankly. After seeing his gaze, she was satisfied. She lifted her chin slightly and revealed a proud look. It seemed that, until this moment, Qiushi felt that she was on the same level as Chun Pingon for once. Chun Pingon could not understand the girl's thoughts, so he focused his attention on the steel rubbing paper. After 10 steels rubbing, the aura became thinner, and the scenes became more blurred. The last one could only be seen once. Of course, the price was the lowest. It only cost 30 snowflake jade coins. The ancient jade used to make the coins was called snowflake jade. It was a special jade mine in the northern Baifeng continent. It was mainly distributed in the 2 blessed caves. If this popular copper coin was placed under the sun, it would reflect the sparkling and translucent light, like snowflakes floating in the air. It was also known as the small snow coin. The front of the coin was engraved with the words "Good omen of a prosperous year," and the back of the coin was engraved with the words "Small Snow Land." As the production of snowflake jade was huge, and the aura content was quite high, in the long years, snowflake jade coins gradually became the common currency of the 9 provinces. It was widely circulated and was a must-have item for Qi refinement warriors at the bottom and the middle of the mountain. Snowflake jade coins could definitely be exchanged for gold and silver, but gold and silver might not be able to be converted into snowflake jade coins. The reason was very simple. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries at the foot of the mountain were all independent forces. They worshipped the immortals on the mountain. It was not convenient and too eye-catching. If they offered a box of snowflake jade coins, it would be very particular. If the box used to hold the money was more particular, it would be more elegant if it was some spiritual wood. Chun Pingon gritted his teeth and bought the last painting. It cost 30 small snow coins. As it was the last painting, the ship owner of the Dianshan handed it to Chun Pingon personally. Qiushi was not as steady as her sister Chun Shui. She did not have much respect for the ship owner and was like a little oriole chirping around the branch. The ship owner had watched the nursery. In addition, Qiushi's talent was better than Chun Shui's. It was not impossible for her to enter the middle 5 states. Therefore, the ship owner's patience with Qiushi was actually quite good. This was called casting a long line to catch a big fish. To earn a living on the mountain, one had to look at the long term. Not only did one look at the food on the table and in the pot, one might also look at the food in the field. After the money was handed over, the ship owner teased Qiushi. He grabbed a fire pear from the fruit plate beside the sandalwood chair and gave it to the maidservant. Then he left. Chun Pingon did not know what was going on, but he received a fierce glare from Qiushi. It turned out that the fire pear was Qiushi's commission for helping de Dianshan sell a painting. However, after the glare, Qiushi laughed to herself. She raised the fire pear in her hand and waved it at her sister proudly. Life was unpredictable. Meeting and parting were unpredictable. After the battle in the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain ended, Chun Pingon parted ways with the Taoist priests outside Dragon Tiger Mountain. He returned to Heaven Room B with Chun Shui and Qiushi and spent time together. However, when the Kuan boat slowly landed above the ferry in Nanjian Kingdom, it became a coincidence that Chun Pingon and the Taoist priest Zhang Shan met again. They chose to disembark here and waved goodbye to the maidservants Chun Shui and Qiushi. From then on, they went their separate ways. The ferry in Nanjian Kingdom was built on the border between Nanjian Kingdom and Guyu Kingdom. It was above a large lake. Compared to the newly opened Wutong Mountain in Dalilongquan, this ferry was much bigger. It was able to dock 5 de Dianshan Kuan boats at the same time. The parting with Chun Shui and Qiushi was not a reluctant farewell. During this period of time, Chun Pingan shamelessly asked Dienshan for many fruits. The two maidservants benefited from this, and Dienshan began to criticize the young man. From Dolly, what was a shallow person who had not seen the world but liked to take advantage of others? Even if Chun Pingan knew about this, he would not care. Instead, it was Qiushi who listened to those sarcastic words and was unhappy. In the end, it became Chun Shui who went to the kitchen of the Kuan boat to ask for some fruits. When Chun Pingan got off the boat, he brought a lot of melons and fruits. As there were not many people disembarking in Nanjing Kingdom, Chun Pingan and the Taoist priest with the peach wood sword bumped into each other and walked together. At the railing of the bow, Qiushi snorted, "Sister, look at that guy. He is not sad at all after disembarking. Maybe he is thinking about the beautiful world below the mountain." Chun Shui said helplessly, "Young Master Chen is not even interested in Apricot Blossom Lane. Why would he be interested in the brothel? It is not like you don't know how many people who are used to seeing the world indulge in Apricot Blossom Lane on the Kuan boat. After all, there are many women who flatter them in the Apricot Blossom Lane. After all, many of the women in the Apricot Blossom Lane are goddesses and fairies in the eyes of the world. After getting drunk, those men all show their ugly side. Sigh, if the men below the mountain were all like young Master Chen, it would be great." Qiushi was a little unconvinced. That's because Chun Pingan is still young. In the future, he will also become a bad thing like that. Maybe the next time we board the ship, Chun Pingan will have a glib tongue and touch us. Chun Shui narrowed her eyes and glanced at the embroidered bag on her sister's waist. "Do you really think so?" Qiushi suddenly turned her head and pretended to ignore the scene on the lake. Chun Shui looked over and found that Chun Pingan was clasping his hands to bid farewell to the sisters. He was very much like a Jianghu martial artist. He was indeed a hard-working martial artist. Chun Shui quickly raised her arm and waved. After Chun Pingan turned around and left, only then did Akashi turn around. She had an angry and playful look on her face. "Choshin, you're teased. Why you have to come here? You're so far away from him. You can just politely say goodbye and lose some meat." Qiushi glanced at her sister's chest and held back her laughter. "Sister, you are not afraid of losing some weight. Anyway, you have a strong foundation. I can't." The two sisters started to quarrel. When they were young, they always thought that parting was the beginning of their next reunion. Chun Pingan and the Taoist priest, Old Yang, had a chat and found out that both of them were heading south. Chun Pingan was heading south because of an inexplicable reason. Lu Chen and Old Yang wanted him to disembark at the Southern Stream Kingdom. He did not dare to be greedy for convenience and went to the next ferry in Old Dragon City. As for the mahogany sword Taoist priest, he was suffering from hunger and cold and really could not afford to take the ferry. If he did not disembark soon, he would probably have to work for the Kuan boat to make a living. The two of them had similar temperaments and agreed to head south together. As for when they would go their separate ways, they did not care about it for now. The ferry where they disembarked was located at the southern border of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the northern border of the ancient Yu Kingdom. The Taoist priest, Zhang Shan, was roughly familiar with the language of the Baoping continent. He explained the land of the ancient Yu Kingdom to Chun Pingan. The ancient Yu Kingdom's emperor was from the Chu family. There were also stories about the origin of the kingdom's name. It was said that in ancient times, there was a goddess who was in charge of the matters of spring. At the same time, she was also in charge of the growth and withering of the plants and trees in the world. There was only one big tree in the ancient Yu Kingdom. It was green in autumn and withered in spring. It was always slower than the others, and this made the goddess very annoyed. She decreed that this tree was born unenlightened, and it was extremely difficult for it to become a spirit. This was the origin of the lump of wood of the later generations. The Taoist priest, Zhang Shan, was a third realm Qi refinement warrior. His realm had not yet stabilized. However, as a Taoist of the Dragon Tiger Mountains orthodoxy, He was very familiar with the matter of crossing mountains and ridges. Before entering the mountain, the young Taoist priest with the peach-wood sword took out a copper bell from his bag and hung it at the end of the peach-wood sword. He explained to Chen Ping'an, "This is the demon listening bell. It is the most popular in the Taoist sect. It is similar to the white swamp painting that every Qi refinement warrior has. This string of bells of mine is of the lowest quality and can only be considered a beginner's demon-subduing tool. After injecting spiritual energy into it, it can only sense the demons of the mountains and swamps that are one realm higher than me for a few hours. I am only at the third realm now." Chen Ping'an wanted to say something but stopped. Who would report the depth of their cultivation after meeting someone for only a short while? Then, would it be a fifth realm demon? Chen Ping'an was a little uncertain. Could it be that he and this outer mountain disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain were not in the same world and were in the same pugilistic world? His two little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were both Qi refinement warriors of the middle five realms. Back in his hometown, the little boy in green was still clamoring to not be killed with a single punch every day. Although Chen Ping'an was full of doubts, his impression of the young Taoist priest improved. The young Taoist priest did not notice Chen Ping'an's doubts and was still comforting young Master Chen beside him. "But don't worry, young Master Chen. There is a saying on our mountain that no demons will cause trouble within 1,000 miles of the territory of any righteous, immortal family. The reason is very simple. Demons do not have the guts to cause trouble in the human world. Once the immortal masters of the middle five realms find out, they might be beheaded on the same day, right?" Chen Ping'an smiled and nodded in agreement. Scholars visiting the immortals in the mountains had always been the highlight of the literary works of the past generations. It was the same for immortals in disguise to play games and tease the world. On and off the mountain, between the two, there was a connection. Chen Ping'an only knew about the map of the 3 continents, including the Aquarius continent, after he boarded the ship. There were very few places like Longquan. Many commoners throughout their lives had never seen the so-called immortals in the mountains. Taoist priest Chen Ping'an was a genuine, warm-hearted person. After some small talk, he heard that Chen Ping'an did not even bring a scroll of white swamp painting with him. He insisted on giving his scroll of white swamp painting to Chen Ping'an, saying that the scroll only cost 2 or 3 copper coins and was the same as the demon listening bell. It was the cheapest item that came from a private workshop. It was crude and sloppy. Even if it was a gift, it would be shabby. Since Chen Ping'an urgently needed one, he would use it first. After all, he had already memorized it by heart. This was probably the so-called child of wealth meeting the child of wealth. Chen Ping'an did not dare to accept it for free. He put his hands into his sleeves to cover his tracks. Then he controlled the square-inch object, took out 2 copper coins, and gave them to Taoist priest Zhongshan. The latter hesitated for a moment and only took 1 copper coin. He even said that such an old item was too expensive to sell for 1 copper coin. In fact, when he encountered the wedding dress ghost, the blind Taoist had given him an ancestral mountain search painting. Compared to Zhongshan's white swamp painting, it was indeed 1,000 times better. However, Chen Ping'an gave it to Lin Shi. Moreover, Chen Ping'an looked at the white swamp painting while climbing the mountain. He also looked at it with great interest, especially some strange and ghostly images which were not recorded in the mountain search painting. Chen Ping'an felt that he had gained a lot. When it came to climbing the mountain, Taoist priest Zhongshan might not be able to beat the bumpkin Chen Ping'an, even if he traveled for 10 years. Therefore, Chen Ping'an walked very leisurely. Although the Taoist priest with the peach-wood sword was not out of breath, he was not relaxed either. Chen Ping'an was not as cautious as he was on the Kuan ship. He deliberately increased the speed of his footsteps. Firstly, Chen Ping'an understood a principle after practicing martial arts in the bamboo house. He needed to relax a little. Secondly, The Kuan boat that sailed through the Sea of Clouds was worlds apart from the mountains and rivers of the country below the Kuan boat. Chun Pingan did not need to be too careful. Even an ordinary martial artist of the third realm would not pose too much of a threat if he traveled alone in the territory of a country. Lastly, the most important reason was that Chun Pingan was very assured of the Taoist priest Zhang Shan. Chun Pingan trusted this feeling of familiarity at first sight. It was just like when he saw Mr. Qi standing outside the school and Li Shixing standing outside the Li family's door. Chun Pingan trusted his intuition. As the two of them traveled through mountains and rivers, 20 years passed quickly. The journey was smooth, and there were no setbacks. Chun Pingan and the young Taoist priest became closer. Chun Pingan would openly practice the six-step stance. When he stopped to rest, he would practice the sword furnace. Taoist priest Zhang Shan actually practiced the five thunder technique because of Lin Shui and the blind Taoist. Chun Pingan was not unfamiliar with this. Zhang Shan often made strange postures. He stood on one leg and clenched his fist to hit a certain qi residence in his abdomen, making a very regular whistling sound. Sometimes he would bend his elbow and press his fingers against the meridians in his neck. With the other hand, he would form a sword with 2 fingers closed. His mouth was closed, and his abdomen rumbled like thunder, making a muffled sound. This was the first time Chun Pingan met someone who was as diligent in cultivation as he was when it came to practicing martial arts. This was probably the key reason why the two of them could travel south together. They both suffered hardships, but they could still enjoy it. Occasionally, when night fell, the two of them would find a shelter from the wind and rain, an ancient temple or a cave, and light a bonfire. The young Taoist priest would tell Chun Pingan about the power of the sword cultivators in Luzhou and how the Taoist priests there were treated with disdain. If a sword cultivator wanted to buy a spiritual weapon, it could be bought for 10 coins. If a Taoist priest wanted to buy it, he might have to pay double the price. When the gentle young Taoist priest talked about this, he would show an expression of anger for the first time. He said that if it was possible in the future, he would definitely change these rules. When the young Taoist priest confirmed that Chun Pingan was a martial arts practitioner, he was actually puzzled. If the cultivation of qi was said to be the biggest money-squandering hole in the world, then martial arts was deservedly second. Similarly, one had to spend countless gold and silver. Ever since Zhang Shan left the mountain, he had not lived a comfortable day. Occasionally, he would gain something, but after weighing the pros and cons, he would exchange it for a talisman that could save his life, or 1 or 2 instruments that were most suitable for subduing demons. For example, the simplest divine travel talisman could help the young Taoist priest quickly escape from the battlefield when he encountered a great demon. To travel a few miles away, it would cost Zhang Shan 30 coins. 1 coin was worth at least 100 taels of silver. This meant that Zhang Shan had to rely on his own ability to earn at least 3,000 taels of silver in order to buy a divine travel talisman. However, the young Taoist priest had a cultivation of the third realm in the Jiulu continent, where sword cultivators on the mountain and swordsmen at the foot of the mountain were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. He had to face hardships all the way to the south. The demons that he subdued were mostly mischievous spirits. The demons that he subdued were mostly ghosts that had yet to gain intelligence. It was not easy to earn money. Sometimes, when he encountered a powerful second realm demon, the young Taoist priest might even have to give up some of his family's wealth. The real source of income was the water and land Taoist temples and weddings and funerals, especially those that required a large number of Taoist priests to make up the numbers. It was the fastest and easiest way to earn money. Unfortunately, such good things could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, when Zhang Shan heard that the Aquarius continent worshipped Taoism and did not look down on Taoists as much as the Jiulu continent, he wanted to cross the continent to the south to see if there were any opportunities here. In the end, not long after he boarded the ship, he almost starved to death. This caused the young Taoist priest's heart to be filled with gloom for this trip to the Aquarius continent. The ancient Yu Kingdom's territory was not large. The two of them quickly crossed the border and entered the Tsai Kingdom's territory. They traveled at night and encountered a sudden rainstorm. Strangely, after the two of them entered a mountain range with few people and walked for more than 10 miles, there was no place suitable for shelter from the rain. There were rugged rocks and many exposed cliffs. Moreover, there were occasional trees on the mountain, but they were mostly withered and dead. Some of the rare trees that were green were far from luxuriant. Therefore, the raindrops that were the size of soybeans fell on the two of them continuously, causing them to feel suffocated. Chun Pingon was in the bamboo house of Luo Pa Mountain. He had honed the 3 realms of martial man to an abnormal level. Of course, his expression did not change, and his heart did not race. However, Taoist priest Zhang Shan had just attained the 3 realms of martial man not long ago. The toughness of a Qi cultivator's physique was naturally incomparable to a pure martial man of the realm. Moreover, his foundation of the 3 realms was average. Therefore, the young Taoist priest's face was ghastly pale, and his lips were ashen. Chun Pingon knew that if he continued to endure, even if Zhang Shan could survive tonight's rain, he would probably fall sick the next day. Chun Pingon stopped in his tracks and patted Zhang Shan's shoulder. He loudly told Zhang Shan to stay where he was and try his best to maintain a steady breathing. He would quicken his pace and find a way out alone. Regardless of the outcome, he would definitely come back to look for him within 5 minutes. Zhang Shan was stunned. The young Taoist priest, who was a little dizzy from the torrential rain, moved his lips slightly, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's. In the heavy rain, even Chun Pingon could not hear what he was saying clearly. However, seeing that Zhang Shan's body was becoming increasingly weak and could not continue to be pounded by the rain, Chun Pingon did not hesitate any longer. He smiled at him and turned to leave quickly. The young Taoist priest sat cross-legged and began to resist the bone-piercing cold with all his might. The lower 5 realms of Qi cultivators were known as the 5 mountaineering realms. They drew in the Qi of heaven and earth outside the human body to strengthen the human body's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood. The first and second realms were known as the bronze skin realm and the grassroot realm. They could strengthen the Qi cultivator's skin and make his blood vigorous. Logically speaking, no matter how heavy the rain was, a young Taoist who had reached the 3rd realm, the willow tendon realm, should be able to draw qi and strengthen his tendons and bones. However, this external disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, who carried a peachwood sword on his back, walked the path of the Taoist talisman. He relied more on external objects, such as the divine travel talisman and the peachwood sword. The effect of strengthening the body was not outstanding. Moreover, this spring rain was too sudden and gloomy, causing the young Taoist priest to unknowingly use up his qi at an extremely fast rate. The snow-white young Taoist priest's vision was blurry. He was in a dilemma as to whether or not he should take off his bag and take out a qi replenishing pill from the porcelain bottle. However, no matter how bad the quality of a qi replenishing pill was, the young Taoist priest was not willing to part with it. He clenched his teeth and bitterly persevered, hoping that the young martial artist would be able to leave and return quickly and successfully find a place to hide from the rain. When one reached the mountain, there were times when one would have to suffer the hardships of the mountain. On this point, the monsters of Dragon Spring Town were an example. The common people in the marketplace were completely unaware. However, the momentum of Wan Zhao's sword forging would make them wish they were dead. Chun Pingon quickly walked half a kilometer away. He no longer hid his 3rd realm cultivation and rushed forward. When he saw a large tree that only had withered branches left in front of him, he ran up a few steps, stepped on the tree trunk, and pushed upwards. Grabbing onto a decaying branch, he pulled lightly. His body floated up, and the branch collapsed and fell to the ground. Chun Pingon, however, had already advanced a step further. Standing at the top of the large tree, he extended his hand to cover his forehead. Raising his eyes, he looked into the distance. He could not see any lights, but at the end, there was a small hill that was not very tall. Chun Pingon leapt up lightly. His feet suddenly kicked off the tree trunk, and he used the momentum to fly away. The large tree behind him fell to the ground with a loud crash. His body tilted downwards. After shooting out like an arrow, Chun Pingon landed on the ground. He extended his hand and slapped the muddy ground that splashed everywhere. His entire body somersaulted forward in the air. When his feet landed on the ground, he pushed off with the tip of his toes and rushed forward like a cat. He was extremely agile, and very soon he arrived at the small hill. After reaching the top, his field of vision widened, but he still could not see even a single light. This made Chun Pingon feel that it was rather troublesome. If it really did not work out, he could only temporarily chop down trees on the way back and set up a crude tent. However, looking at Zhang Shan's appearance and complexion, even if he hid in the tent, once the bonfire could not be lit, he would most likely still catch a cold and fall sick. In fact, Chun Pingon was also a little puzzled in his heart. This large stretch of low and winding mountain range was indeed a little strange. He had been to many mountains and rivers, but he really did not see a place that gave people such a withered and decayed feeling. If it was a grave filled with gloomy aura, it would be fine if it was this desolate. But why was it that this place was even colder than other places when it was raining heavily? Just when Chun Pingon was about to turn back and look for the young Taoist, he suddenly saw a faint light at the end of his field of vision. It was moving slowly towards the north. The light swayed slightly in the curtain of rain, like a small boat bobbing up and down in the stormy sea, and could capsize and be extinguished at any time. Chun Pingon thought for a moment and remembered the direction of the light. He quickly turned around and went back the way he came. He found the tottering young Taoist and helped him up. He said that there were people in front who were also rushing through the night and wanted to see if they could meet up. If they were locals, they might know a place to hide from the rain. The young Taoist was refreshed. Chun Pingon did not say anything and carried him on his back and rushed forward. Chun Pingon carried the locust wood sword box on his back and at the same time carried a young Taoist carrying a peach wood sword on his back. They ran wildly in the rainy night, crossing mountains and ridges, as if they were running on flat ground. As the young Taoist became more and more drowsy, the light became brighter and brighter. Chun Pingon slowed down slightly and looked up. He had been observing the situation over there. In the heavy rain, there were also two people walking together. The two young people looked like scholars carrying a book box on their back. One of them held a big umbrella, and the other held a torch, although they were as down and out as Chun Pingon and the others. Compared to the bleakness of the young Taoist, the two scholars were smiling and talking about something. It seemed that they did not feel that the wind and rain blocking their way was a difficult thing. Instead, it was something to be happy about. The two of them did not seem to notice Chun Pingon quietly approaching. This also made Chun Pingon feel slightly relieved. In the wilderness, on a rainy night, there must be a demon. Once they met with an accident, they could not leave the Taoist on their back. It would definitely be a tough battle. Chun Pingon was a distance away and used the language of the Aquarius continent to shout loudly. The two scholars did not hear him and continued to move forward. Chun Pingon breathed a sigh of relief again. Even if it was a chi cultivator or a demon in the wilderness, their cultivation would not be high. Of course, in the early stage, the other party did not deliberately hide their strength. Only when they were more than 10 steps away did the two scholars notice Chun Pingon. They quickly stopped and waved to Chun Pingon. After a conversation, looking at the young Taoist's pale face, one of the scholars from the colorful clothes nation pointed to a place and comforted him. "I like to travel around in my life and often travel alone. I remember that this place is desolate, but about 3 to 4 miles away, there is a house. It is very likely that it was built by a hermit. Brother Lou and I are heading towards this place. You might as well travel with us." The other scholar holding the umbrella smiled bitterly and said, "We were originally camping on a hillside a mile away. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge rainstorm? If Brother Chu did not know the way, we would not have been able to get help." Chun Pingon quickly thanked him. The two scholars who met by chance. One of them helped to hold the umbrella over the head of the Taoist in front of the ear, while the other was drenched in the rain, shivering from the cold. The scholar who was holding the torch had a gloomy look on his face. Without the shelter of the umbrella, even if the oil used in the torch was not ordinary, it was still extinguished by the pouring rain. He really couldn't bear to throw it away, so he held it in his arms. The scholar could only rely on the light of lightning and thunder to move forward with difficulty based on his memory. They really did manage to find a house. It was like a solid door in a county city. Although there were stone lions guarding the door, it was small and not grand. But for some reason, there were no spring festival couplets or door gods. Finally, there was a chance to take a breather under the roof to hide from the rain. The scholar who put away the umbrella quickly knocked on the door, not caring about etiquette. After a long time, the door creaked open. Just then, a flash of lightning in the sky lit up the night sky, revealing a haggard and terrifying old face. The scholar was so scared that he staggered and almost fell backwards. The sudden appearance of the old woman's face in the suddenly bright curtain of rain, not to mention the scholar, who was not brave enough. Even Chun Pingon, who had seen many gods and monsters, was shocked. Everyone only felt that the inside of the house might not be as peaceful and warm as outside in the rain. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan, who was the most knowledgeable in the matter of subduing demons and monsters, had already fallen asleep. "2:15. There is still the second chapter. The old woman's face was pale, and her body was bent. She stared at the 4 people outside the door. The scholar who knocked on the door was very timid. Upon seeing the eerie old lady, he did not dare to look at himself. He hid behind his companions. He felt that there was no way out. He was miserable. This scholar loved to read books and records when he was young. He would often find strange stories about ghosts and spirits from the books that were sent to him. There were 2 types of stories about old friends. The first type was beautiful and gentle, similar to the fox spirit who loved the scholar, and the second type was the one in front of him. It was eerie and ghostly. Even if one stayed in it at night, the courtyard was deep and richly ornamented. If one was lucky enough to survive till dawn and leave, it would become a deserted graveyard where foxes and rabbits roamed about. In the midst of the wind and rain, in the cold weather, the scholar who held the torch was more daring than his companions. He shook the big book box on his back, rubbed his hands to warm it up, and laughed bitterly. "Old aunt, can you let us stay for the night? The rain outside is too heavy. We have friends who cannot stand the cold, and have already fainted. If we do not have a warm place, it is hard to say if we can survive the night. I hope old aunt can help us. Just treat it as saving a life. It is better than building a 7-story pagoda." The old lady's face was stiff. She spoke in a difficult-to-understand local dialect, as if she was questioning something. The scholar's face was full of bitterness. He could only use the same dialect as the old lady to explain. The old lady slightly turned her pair of dead fish eyes. Staring at Chun Pingon, she actually used the language of Aquarius continent. "A martial artist?" Chun Pingon nodded. The old lady looked at the young Taoist priest on Chun Pingon's back, revealing the peachwood sword hilt. After falling asleep, the Taoist priest's breathing was more stable than when he was awake. This was probably the mystical thing about the chi cultivator. Everything returned to the natural state. It was unexpected. When the old lady saw the peachwood sword, her eyes narrowed. "Your friend is a Taoist cultivator?" Chun Pingon continued to nod. The old lady finally looked at the cowering scholar, holding the umbrella. "A scholar? The scholar with a suet jade pendant on his waist shook his head. He has not passed the imperial examinations. He is not considered a scholar. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched, and her shoulders shook as she made way. Since you are all decent people, please come in. Remember to rest in your room after you enter. Don't wander around. If you disturb my master, you will have to bear the consequences. There is a charcoal brazier in the room. Please feel free to do as you please. There is no need to ask. You are a guest. My master will not be so calculative. Ooh. When the old lady closed the door, the old lady's house, the door in her hands, as if it was light as a feather, the door. This residence was not small. It should be a courtyard with 4 courtyards. Chun Pingon and the other 3 were arranged to stay in the second courtyard. They were told that they could not go to the courtyard at the back. The eaves of the house were carved with auspicious beasts, flowers, birds, mountains, rivers, and clouds. The window flowers were exquisite, and the ground in the courtyard was paved with green and red stone bricks. The main and secondary roads were clear and orderly. The corridor was connected to the main room and the side rooms, so that people could walk freely in this rainy day. The old lady's figure disappeared into the narrow corridor connecting the second and third courtyards. It was pitch black. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning. Before the 2 scholars could withdraw their gazes, they saw the old lady's deathly pale, smiling face, scaring them out of their wits. They hurriedly went to the adjacent rooms. The 2 scholars surnamed Chu and Lu did not dare to sleep separately. They could only temporarily gather in one room. The scholar surnamed Lu put down the umbrella and lit the lamp to read the sage books in order to boost his courage. The scholar surnamed Chu was a bit more courageous. Otherwise, he would not have known that there was a house here. He put down the torch and began to fiddle with the brazier. He took out a fire roll wrapped tightly in oil paper from the book box and quickly lit the charcoal fire. Warming the room up quickly, he looked around and stretched out his hand to press down on the bed. The bedding was suffused with a faint damp and moldy smell. However, this was also unavoidable. After the beginning of spring in the beautiful clothes nation, it was rainy and there was almost no sun. It was not good for him to criticize his master on this kind of matter. Moreover, having a place to rest his feet was already a blessing in disguise. The scholar surnamed Chu had a green headscarf tied around his head. He was slender and had a dignified appearance. There was an awe-inspiring righteousness between his eyebrows. He looked around and found that the window panes were ever-changing. The style was exquisite and had a beautiful meaning. There were carvings of bats, carps, and Ganoderma. Generally, only a scholarly family would have such thoughts. He suddenly approached the window and looked at it with rapt attention. He found that there seemed to be some traces of red paint on the slightly wider wooden strip between the 2 windows. The writing was mottled and blurred, but he could vaguely see that it was some talisman language. As the room gradually warmed up, the scholar surnamed Lu became more courageous. He put down the book in his hand and saw that his companions seemed to be staring at the window. He followed his gaze and looked up. As a result, he saw a patch of red outside the window, reflecting an old face. She said in a hoarse voice, "It's already late. I hope the 2 of you can rest early." The sudden appearance of the old woman, who was patrolling the night with a lantern, almost scared the 2 scholars to death. The old woman had just walked over from the side room across the courtyard. The young man with the case on his back was also reading by the light. He also looked at the window, but he was not so panicked. The old woman shook her head and staggered away. She laughed and said, "The courage of scholars is still a little small." In the side room across the courtyard, Chun Pingon stood near the window and whispered, "The old woman has left." It turned out that the young Taoist had woken up before entering the house. He swallowed a Yang returning elixir and drank Chun Pingon's Jianghu liquor. He was immediately refreshed. Originally, he did not want to waste a single elixir, but he suddenly felt a flash of demonic aura. He did not dare to be stingy with the elixir. After all, a small amount of money could not be compared to his own life. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan sat up from the bed and put on a brand new Taoist robe. He bent over and sat beside the brazier. He reached out to warm himself by the fire. He lowered his voice and said, "Chun Pingan, let's take turns to keep watch tonight. Otherwise, I'm really worried. I always feel that something is not right here." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "You only need to hang the peachwood sword with the demon-listening bell near the window. I don't know much about demons, so I still need the bell to remind me. As for keeping watch at night, I'm very good at it. You can sleep at ease. If something really happens, I won't be unable to even notify you." The Taoist priest Zhang Shan thought for a while and found a reason. After hanging the peachwood sword and the demon-listening bell, I'll warm myself by the fire. It won't be too late to sleep when my body is completely warm. When the young Taoist priest was hanging the wooden sword at an angle, Chun Pingan said, "Someone once drew a talisman on the window frame, but it's been a long time, so I can't see it clearly, but it should be your Taoist talisman. Do you recognize it?" The young Taoist priest didn't notice it at first, but after Chun Pingan reminded him, he looked carefully and found some clues. He couldn't help but admire Chun Pingan's courage and carefulness. After looking carefully, his face became more and more serious. Finally, he stretched out his finger and gently touched the traces of vermilion paint. He sniffed at the tip of his nose and silently sat back in his chair. "If it's really as I think, it's a bit troublesome. The talisman drawn on the window frame is a vermilion script used to drive away ghosts. Looking at the remnants, it should be a kind of Shen Guang Sek's Qing Ci talisman. It's written with a special vermilion paint and has great power, since it's the work of a senior master of Shen Guang sect, and almost covered half of the window frame. It can be imagined that the evil ghost that the senior had to face must be very powerful." The young Taoist sighed and said regretfully, "If I had known this, I wouldn't have saved the yang elixir and taken it earlier. I wouldn't have been in a coma when I got close to the house. Otherwise, I have some experience in geomancy and geomancy. With a little observation from afar, I could roughly see what kind of school this house is and the basic method of gathering geomancy, whether it's yang or yin, whether it's deviated from the right path. As long as I could identify the general pattern, I could deduce many things." "Chun Pingan, I'm sorry I put you in danger." Chun Pingan listened to the young Taoist priest's self-reproach and didn't say anything to comfort him. He just joked, "Celestial Master Zhang, isn't it your specialty to eliminate evil and protect the right path?" The young Taoist priest hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no, no. I don't deserve the title of Celestial Master. The true Heavenly Masters are the direct descendants of the Zhang family of Mount Longhu's Heavenly Master abode. All of them wear yellow and purple and are the mountain's prime ministers who have been hereditary for thousands of years. Aside from that, there are also Heavenly Masters with external surnames who have ascended to the middle five realms and are also qualified to be bestowed the title of Heavenly Master. However, there are many different types of Heavenly Masters on Mount Longhu. The first-rate Heavenly Masters are the old immortals of the upper five realms who have entered the ancestral hall of Mount Longhu to enjoy the incense. Below them are the direct descendants of the Zhang family who were born in yellow and purple. One of them will be given the Heavenly Master Seal and an immortal sword in the future. Below them are the many Heavenly Masters with external surnames who cultivate on Mount Longhu as a blessed land. Mount Longhu is open to the public. All Qi cultivators need to do is promise to descend the mountain to slay demons and devils after they succeed in their cultivation. When the time comes, Mount Longhu will bestow a wooden sword made of peach wood. Chun Pingan listened carefully and felt that Mount Longhu and Celestial Master Zhang were indeed good people. It was raining cats and dogs. The two small stone lions at the entrance of the residence made slight cracking sounds from time to time. The old woman stood outside the main building of the third courtyard. She stepped on a small stool and hung the lantern on the pillar of the corridor. The light was dim and swayed in the wind. With a puff, the light went out. It turned out that the candle inside had burned out. The old woman coughed and stood on the stool again. She took down the lantern and took out a brand new candle that was as red as blood from her sleeve. If one looked closely, there was no wick. The old woman turned her back to the courtyard and plucked a strand of white hair from her head. She suddenly inserted it into the center of the candle, as if she was using it as a wick material. Then, the old woman gently breathed into the candle, and the candle was instantly lit. She put the lantern back into it and hung it on the pillar again. The lantern swayed slightly, and the light shone in the residence. If it was a clear night, it would definitely attract moths to the flame. It was unknown what the purpose of its existence was on a rainy night in the wilderness. The young Taoist priest was not sleepy. Chun Pingon drank the strong wine in the vermilion wine gourd and listened to Zhang Shan talk about his thrilling encounters with demons. Chun Pingon made a shushing gesture. The young Taoist priest subconsciously looked at the peachwood sword by the window. The bell was quiet, and there was nothing unusual. Soon there was a knock on the door. It turned out that the two scholars had come to visit. Chun Pingon held the wine gourd and went to open the door. The heavy rain outside was still frightening. Moreover, the wind and rain were slanting, so that there was no dry place in the corridor. The slender scholar, surnamed Chu, held an umbrella in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. He had a smile on his face. The scholar surnamed Lu put his hands to his mouth and breathed out to warm himself. He smiled and said, "Brother Chu went out this time and brought a few bottles of good wine. Now, there is only one bottle left. I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't dare to sleep tonight. I was thinking of using the wine to go back and sleep." Brother Chu said that it is better to have fun together than to enjoy alone. If the two of you are willing to drink a few mouthfuls, why don't we drink together? Let's make it clear in advance. I can drink at least half a liter of wine, so you can only drink a little. Please forgive me. Chun Pingon raised the vermilion wine gourd in his hand and said with a smile, "I brought my own wine. The three of you can share a bottle." The scholar surnamed Lu, who held the umbrella for Chun Pingon and the young Taoist, strode into the room. He laughed heartily. "That is good. That is good." The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and followed him. He placed the umbrella at the foot of the wall. The four of them sat around the brazier and simmered the wine for a while. The scholar surnamed Lu slapped his head. "I forgot to take the wine cup." Then he smiled bitterly and looked at his companion. "Brother Chu, I don't dare to take it." The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and stood up. He helplessly said, "If there are ghosts in the world, then there is no need to be afraid of death. This is a good thing. Besides, a scholar's stomach is filled with righteousness. Presumably, even ghosts and gods have to respect you. What are you afraid of?" As the number of people increased, the scholar surnamed Lu became angry. He joked, "I couldn't even pass the small high scholar exam. That means the righteousness in my stomach isn't worth much. Of course I'm afraid. Brother Chu is a talented grand scholar, far surpassing me. Of course you don't need to be afraid." The scholar surnamed Chu smiled and shook his head. He strode away. His figure soon appeared in the opposite room. He pushed open the door and closed it. He quickly walked back and brought back 4 wine cups. On the inside of the wine cups were 2 valiant and spirited 5-colored roosters. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan took one of the wine cups. He tentatively asked, "Brother Chu, Brother Lu, this wouldn't be the Beautiful Robes country's unique cockfighting cup, right?" The scholar surnamed Lu's eyes lit up. "Taoist priest has also heard of our Beautiful Robes country's cockfighting cup." The lamp on the table was not bright enough, so the young Taoist pinched the wine cup between his fingers and tilted it. With the help of the light from the brazier, He carefully observed the two five-colored roosters and sighed. Famous, famous. Naturally, I have heard of them. I come from the Jiaolu continent in the north. When I was roaming the Jianghu, I once saw two martial artists throw away a lot of money gambling on cockfights. It was very magical. I heard that as long as half of the wine is poured into the cup and a wisp of spiritual energy is injected into the cup, the two roosters will fight on their own and will not stop until one of them is dead. Even the middle five immortals of the 10th realm may not be able to predict the outcome of the fight. Therefore, as long as the cockfighting cup leaves your Aquarius continent, the price of the cockfighting cup will skyrocket by 100 or even 1,000 times. The fairy port of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the cockfighting cup of the Colorful Clothes Kingdom are one of the important goods to board the ship. The scholar surnamed Lu's face was quite proud. He nodded and smiled. What do you mean by spiritual qi? I don't know. I only know that our beautiful robes country's Jianghu masters like to make fun of it. After pouring wine into the cup, they only need to pinch it with 2 fingers to make the cockfighting cup come to life. Then they will fight endlessly until the winner is decided. As for why it is so mysterious, I once saw some records in the county records. It said that the 5-colored clay used to make the cockfighting cup is a unique and interesting thing in the world. It is said that once this clay leaves the beautiful robes country, it will change its smell in a short time. It is no different from ordinary clay. That is why the cockfighting cup has become our unique porcelain. Ew. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan was amazed. He thought that if anyone could monopolize the clay used to make the cockfighting cup, wouldn't they become rich overnight? Chun Pingan believed this saying because Chun Pingan had a deep understanding of the nature of the soil because of porcelain making. The ancestors of the Longquan kiln workers had been kiln workers for generations. When they made porcelain, they had to deal with the soil. Therefore, Chun Pingan had heard a lot of supernatural sayings. For example, Old Man Yao once said that when the soil left the ground, it would be molded into a clay bodhisattva that would eat incense. It could also be made into porcelain and sent to the emperor's house. It could also be made into broken bottles and cans in the common people's house, unable to escape being baked in fire and soaked in water. The scholar, surnamed Lu, drank 3 bottles of wine. His face was red, and he was tipsy. This was the moment when his mental state was the best. He shook his head slightly and asked with a smile, Taoist priest carries a peach with sword on his back. At first glance, I can tell that you are an immortal. Can you make this cockfighting cup come to life? If you can, why don't we make a bet and have some fun? What should we bet on? The scholar's face glowed with a strange expression. It was obvious that drinking and not drinking were 2 completely different people. Moreover, they were more or less gambling. The scholar surnamed Chu sighed and softly advised, Brother Lu, you drank half a liter of wine. Quickly rest. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan also quickly said, a cockfighting cup can be worth a lot of money. Why waste it? The scholar surnamed Lu drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He waved his hand and smashed the wine cup in his hand against the wall, smashing it into pieces. He laughed and said, since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drank left their names. Those who left their names died. Only this thing can last for thousands of years. How much money can a cockfighting cup be worth in Sai country? It's only 2 taels of silver. How much is a jinsha worth? That's expensive. In any case, Lu Xun can't afford it. Ooh. The scholar surnamed Chu looked embarrassed and explained, after Brother Lu gets drunk, he likes to talk nonsense. I sincerely hope that Taoist priest and young master can forgive him. Chun Pingan smiled and drank silently. In the end, the drunken Lu Xun was supported back by his companions. Zhang Shan sent him to the door. Chun Pingan glanced at the door. He didn't get up and move. In the heavy rain, a bearded swordsman walked through the heavy rain. He strode towards the house and knocked on the door. The old woman stood in the doorway and asked with a hoarse voice, "What's the matter?" The man shouted, "Shelter from the rain." The old woman said gloomily, "You're full of energy when you speak. You don't look like someone who needs shelter from the rain." The man said unhappily, "What? Your house doesn't even have a place to stay." The old woman laughed and said, "There are some places to stay. It's just that you're full of energy. I'm afraid that my master won't like it. If you annoy my master, who has a bad temper, not to mention a place to stay, there will be a place to put 178 pounds of refined meat." The swordsman's beard was as hard as a halberd. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and stared at the door with his eyes wide open. "Nonsense! Hurry up and open the door. This rain is so evil. How can I not shelter from the rain? How can I go to the brothel in the future? Won't I be laughed at to death by those little demons?" The door slowly opened. The old woman sighed softly and said, "It's better to be laughed at than to die for real." The bearded swordsman was slightly stunned, but soon he laughed and said, "I'm a virgin and have accumulated young energy for more than 30 years. What's there to be afraid of? Not to mention demons and ghosts. Even their ancestors will take the initiative to avoid me when they see me." The coarse man walked into the courtyard. He frowned when he saw the screen wall. The old woman slammed the door again. A stone lion outside the door made a cracking sound. It turned out that its head fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. However, this movement was already covered by the sound of the heavy rain. In some of the big clans of the southern Aquarius continent, the women lived in their own boudoirs. Some of the stricter aristocratic families would even tear down the stairs and put the unmarried women in their boudoirs like books. They would wait for the day of marriage. The last courtyard was an embroidered building. On the second floor, there were beauties. It was deep in the night, but there was a man drawing the woman's eyebrows. The eyebrow pencil in his hand gently fell on the woman's face. The woman was badly mutilated and rotten. Many parts of her body exposed her white bones. There were even white maggots rolling around. However, one could still see her smile. 2:16. Zhang Shan watched the two scholars go to the opposite room. Standing in the corridor, he reached out his hand and caught a handful of rainwater. He weighed it in his hand and poured it away. Then he returned to the room and closed the door. Using his dry hand, he took out an ordinary yellow paper talisman. Zhang Shan said softly, "There is indeed something wrong with this place. The rainwater is quite gloomy. It is very likely that it contains a murderous aura. This talisman I have is called the Fiery Killing Talisman. It is very ordinary, but it is widely used because it can sense the presence of murderous aura." The young Taoist pinched the talisman with 2 fingers and silently chanted an incantation. Then he quickly stuck the talisman onto his wet palm. The yellow talisman burned in Zhang Shan's palm and quickly turned into ashes. The young Taoist's face was solemn as he scraped the ashes into the brazier. Chun Pingan asked, "How much is this talisman?" Taoist Zhang Shan did not find it strange at all. He answered seriously, "This kind of talisman is not popular, just like how officials are not popular. It is the same principle. Therefore, the price is low. The cost is only a piece of yellow paper. With the copying skills of a chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, one piece of snow can buy nearly 30 burning evil spirit talismans. If converted to silver, it is 3 taels of silver per piece. It is really not expensive." Chun Pingan nodded. Regarding the talisman drawing, he had seen the mystery of the barrier-breaking talisman with his own eyes. At that time, he was bewitched by the ghost in the wedding dress on the mountain road. Everyone was walking on the road to the underworld and fell into a dangerous situation similar to the ghost wall. Lin Shuyi used a barrier-breaking talisman that belonged to the Mountain River Talisman to lead everyone forward. After that, At the bamboo house in Luapa Mountain, Li Shishing drew character talismans on the bamboo house wall. The talisman was formed when the character was formed. In fact, it was a very high level of attainment and realm. In the end, he asked the book boy Chui Si to give Qin Pingan an introductory book on Taoist talisman and a large stack of talisman papers of different materials. Of course, there was also the small wind and snow cone brush, which made it so that if Qin Pingan wanted to draw talismans in a hurry, there was no need for vermilion ink paste. He only needed to breathe at the tip of the brush to moisten the tip of the brush. However, Qin Pingan flipped through the thin booklet Authentic Alchemy works a few times and learned 5 to 6 types of the most basic talisman recorded in the book. Moreover, according to the book, drawing talismans in the world was the same as writing alchemy works. It was divided into 9 grades. Qi refinement warriors of the upper 5 states would write alchemy works of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. Middle 5 states would write alchemy works of the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. Lower 5 states would write alchemy works of the lower 3 grades. Although Qin Pingan was not a Qi refinement warrior, he relied on the one breath of the 18 halting sword aura to smoothly write some introductory talisman in the Authentic Alchemy works. To the current Qin Pingan, writing any higher grade talisman was an extravagant hope. Li Shishing once said that drawing talismans was the same as practicing swordsmanship. This was also Li Shishing's original intention of teaching a man how to fish instead of teaching a man how to fish. However, Qin Pingan still hoped to concentrate on practicing swordsmanship all the way to the south. Therefore, he only took the time to write 3 types of talisman, namely the Land Contraction Talisman, the Yang Energy Light Lifting Talisman, and the Demon Subduing Pagoda Talisman. The Land Contraction Talisman allowed Qin Pingan to shrink the ground to an inch in the blink of an eye. With one step, he could go to any place within a radius of 100 feet. The Yang Energy Light Lifting Talisman was a type of mountain and water obstacle breaking talisman. If he was in the ancient ruins of a mass grave, he could follow the light lifting talisman and successfully walk out of the maze if he were to encounter the situation of ghosts going around in circles again. The Demon Subduing Pagoda Talisman was a type of talisman that was more lethal. Once the talisman paper was used, an exquisite pagoda would appear out of thin air and temporarily detain the demon within. It contained the power of thunder and could whip the soul. These 3 talismans belong to the most common category recorded in the true alchemy works. They were not highly rated and were only recorded as typical examples of a certain type of talisman. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan had drunk wine and could not hold his liquor well. Thinking of Qin Pingan helping to keep watch at night and saving a yang recovery pill, he was already exhausted from the heavy rain pounding his body all the way and fell asleep in a daze. Qin Pingan was very familiar with keeping watch at night. After Zhang Shan fell asleep, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the foot of the wall on the other side of the door. Over there was an umbrella that had been left behind. This oil paper umbrella was first held up by the scholar surnamed Lu. After entering the house, it was held up by the scholar surnamed Chu. The umbrella was quietly leaning against the foot of the wall. The tip of the umbrella was facing the ground, and the handle was facing upwards. Even though the umbrella was placed like this, there was almost no trace of water on the ground. This was illogical. Moreover, Qin Pingan sensed a trace of yin qi that made his back shiver. Thus, Qin Pingan stood up, as if he had drunk too much wine. His steps were unsteady. As he walked, he grumbled, "How can an umbrella be placed upside down like this? In my hometown, if someone dared to do this, they would be scolded to death by the elders." When he reached the corner of the wall, Qin Pingan even burped. He reached out to grab the handle of the umbrella and was about to turn it upside down. However, suddenly, a talisman slipped out of his sleeve. Qin Pingan's eyes were cold. There was not the slightest hint of drunkenness. His 2 fingers pinched the yellow paper like lightning. It was precisely the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. With a paw, he pressed it on the handle of the umbrella. A seven-colored, glazed pagoda appeared in the air. The light of the pagoda just happened to cover the oil paper umbrella. The veined patterns on the surface of the umbrella twisted and immediately emitted a sizzling sound, like fat meat being placed into a pot. The brilliance of the floating pagoda dimmed and soon vanished. Chun Pingon decided to go all the way. In case his skills were not good enough and the quality of his talismans was too low, he simply took out the other two demon-suppressing pagoda talismans and stuck them on the surface of the oil paper umbrella as fast as lightning. Then, without needing to take a deep breath, Chun Pingon, who was at the peak of the three realms of martial arts, circulated his chi according to his will. His fist aura suddenly burst out, and he smashed the three demon-suppressing pagoda talismans continuously with his inch punch. The aura of his fists did not destroy the umbrella at all, but the surging fist aura almost completely penetrated into the umbrella. This was the difference between the three realms of martial arts and the three realms of martial arts taught by the old man surnamed Chui. After doing all this, Chun Pingon clenched the vermilion blade strengthening gourd in his hand, ready to summon Chi and Shiwu to fight the enemy at any time. However, after the umbrella trembled for a while, black smoke with a stinky smell curled up. After it gradually dispersed, it became completely silent. Chun Pingon was a little confused. Is it over? This weird oil paper umbrella must have some hidden secrets. Didn't it have any killing moves? For example, a ferocious and horrible otherworldly item with billowing black smoke and shaking the sky roaring? Chun Pingon still remembered the wedding dress ghost that they met on the mountain path. She led them by the nose everywhere. The blind Taoist who was proficient in thunder method was not her opponent at all. If Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had not broken the boundary with his sword and showed the demeanor of a sword fairy, Chun Pingon would have been forced to use 2 wisps of sword chi. Then he would not have had the chance to confront the young Chui Dong at the well. Chun Pingon squatted on the ground and stared at the oil paper umbrella in a daze. After drinking some wine, he did not forget to lift the umbrella and shake it a few times. There was a slight sound of ashes pouring down from the umbrella. Chun Pingon squatted there, scratching his head and drinking wine. He felt a little empty in his heart. In the bamboo house of Luo Pa Mountain, he was used to dying every day. Now, it was like drinking water after getting used to drinking hard liquor. However, Chun Pingon silently comforted himself. No matter which scholar this oil paper umbrella was related to, or whether it was hidden by the otherworldly item after entering the house, the strange thing in the umbrella was definitely just a pawn who had crossed the river to explore the way. Therefore, he could not let his guard down. Therefore, Chun Pingon stood up and sat at the table. With the help of the lamp, he controlled the small snow-wind cone pen from the square-inch object. He took a deep breath and began to draw talismans. The talisman was still the demon suppression talisman, but the talisman paper was no longer yellow. It was a golden one. After drawing a talisman paper, Chun Pingon habitually picked up the wine gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. After a short rest, he waited for his breath to stabilize before he dared to draw. On a stormy night with a snow-wind brush, Chun Pingon, who was a little tipsy, drew like a god. Beside his hand was a vermilion sword-cultivating gourd and 2 demon suppression talismans in the wooden box. Of course, there was also the Taoist Zhang Shans snoring on the bed. It was raining cats and dogs. Occasionally, the night sky would be torn apart by lightning and thunder. On a small hill not far from the old house, there was a middle-aged Taoist with a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked gloomy as he spread his hand and looked over. A simple bronze coin suddenly broke into pieces. The middle-aged Taoist's face was gloomy. He endured the heartache and threw it away carelessly. He snorted and said, "A pair of bastards who are neither human nor ghost. They still want to put up a fight." Beside the middle-aged Taoist stood a tall man in thin clothes. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He allowed the rain to fall on his body. Occasionally, a golden light would flash in his eyes. There was a fist-sized seal box hanging on his waist. Seeing that the Taoist had gone for wool and come home shorn, he was a little impatient. He sneered and said, "If you still want to force your way in, then after this matter is done, it won't be a 50-50 split." The Taoist didn't want to be entangled in this matter. He let go and asked, "Who is that bearded swordsman? Why did he happen to visit the old house tonight?" The tall man sneered and said, "I heard that at the end of last year, a wanderer came to the colorful clothes country. He took care of a few weak, otherworldly items with a good saber and became famous. Looking at his actions in this heavy rain, he showed the will of a fourth realm martial artist at most. If it was somewhere else, I would be afraid of him. Now that he's in my territory, he's not worth mentioning. When the time comes, you and I will take care of him together. You can make him into a puppet. I won't stop you, but the saber must be mine." The middle-aged Taoist waved his horsetail whisk, and mist rose from his body. His Taoist robe that was soaked by the rain instantly dried. He smiled and said, "Then it's settled." The tall man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Has the backer of the old house really lost power in the divine grandeur sect?" The middle-aged Taoist nodded and said with a smile, "The news about you, the mountain god, is too limited." The tall man's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of the appearance of that old house. It set up a broken formation that the divine grandeur sect wouldn't let outsiders know. It slowly ate away the spiritual energy within 100 miles. Over the past 100 years, my golden body had gradually decayed. Now, who would still want to treat me as a mountain god? I'm even worse than the lord of the land in other places. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." The middle-aged Taoist nodded and comforted him. In fact, the mountain god temple here, which was the place where the man's golden body was worshipped, was originally an obscene temple that hadn't been conferred by the imperial court of the Colorful Robes Kingdom. In addition, there were unmarked graves all over the place, and filthy air covered the sky. After the tall man accepted the incense and became the mountain god by chance, he sped up the process of the decay of the mountains and rivers in order to cultivate. The old house, which was the center of the formation, only absorbed the yin evil chi and didn't consume the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers. Instead, it maintained the balance of the mountains and rivers. However, it was useless to say more about these inside stories. The middle-aged Taoist who had fallen into the devil's path and the mountain god who didn't walk the righteous path knew that neither of them was a good person. The tall man suddenly asked sternly, "I want to take back all the territories. You covet the female ghost's body. Once you control it, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Then what is that guy planning? Is there a rare magic treasure in this old house that I don't know about?" The middle-aged Taoist laughed and said, "I don't know about this. Let's ask him together later." The tall man understood in his heart, "That's great." The Taoist looked around. Outside of the soil, there were mostly cliffs and pale scenery. There were only a few green trees, but he knew that this was all thanks to the female ghost's leisure and leisure. Only then could the soil have a little bit of spring. The female ghost, no matter if it was fate or temperament, was really rare. After the Taoist came here personally, he was more determined to get it. The Taoist looked at the old house and said, "The tree is swaying. The business is over." He didn't expect that the lewd mountain god was also a scholar. He smiled and said, "The tree is like this. How can a man endure it?" The cultivator and the god looked at each other and smiled. In the second courtyard of the old house, one side of the side room was dark. The two scholars should have fallen asleep. However, the room of the young man with the case and the young Taoist was still lit. Before the old woman knocked on the door, The man who was addicted to wine had smelled the fragrance of wine. He kept knocking on the door and said, "Is there any wine to drink? If there is, then it's the wine that can exchange your life. I guarantee that you will make a profit." The old woman didn't stop him. She only said, "You guys arrange your own rooms." Chun Pingon put down his wine gourd and opened the door. He saw an unfamiliar man with a rough appearance. The big bearded swordsman glanced at Chun Pingon. He asked casually, "Little kid listening to your walking and breathing, you should be a martial artist? Now you have no second realm?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I have been learning martial arts from my elders since young. This is my first time traveling the world. I still don't know the division of realms." Looking back, the Taoist Zhongshan was already woken up. He was sitting by the bed and putting on his shoes. The big bearded swordsman stepped over the door and sat on the chair. He clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know the division of realms? Then you must be from a remote place? Then why is it that on this trip our Aquarius continent's language is so fluent? A rural place in a small country wouldn't be able to learn this. Tell me, are you a ghost in human skin?" The swordsman unsheathed his saber. The saber light was dazzling. He glared at him and shouted, "Quickly tell me your name." Zhao. Don't kill nameless ghosts." Chun Pingon and Taoist Zhongshan looked at each other. Could it be that because of the heavy rain outside, this brother's brain was flooded with water? Ghost? Among the Qi cultivators, there were countless rogue cultivators. Even if they were monsters and plants, although discrimination was inevitable, it was far from being suppressed and hunted down. But ghost cultivators were an exception. Once they were discovered, almost everyone wanted to kill them. If it was said that birth, old age, sickness, and death were the cycle of the heavens, then the Qi cultivator's immortality was against the heavens. Then it was human nature to be buried in the ground after death. Ghost cultivators violated this principle and belonged to the evil path that everyone had the right to punish. Immortals live to cultivate. Gods die to teach. Ghost cultivators were the exception. They were not living cultivators when they were alive, nor were they the gods of mountains and rivers that were conferred by the imperial court after they died. Therefore, the real Taoist masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who had profound Taoist skills, pointed their peachwood swords at the evil ghosts that wreaked havoc everywhere, far more than the spirits that hid in the streets. The more people came and went in the hubs of prosperous trade, the less the term spirit had an obvious positive and negative meaning. In fact, in some big countries, especially the powerful dynasties that had deeply rooted forces on the mountains, even the common people were used to living with those strange spirits in the world. It was said that there were many small spirits that helped women wash their hair, dress up, apply rouge, and fold clothes. They had wings and flew here and there with great familiarity, and they loved their masters forever. Chun Pingon did not defend himself at all. He took off the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine silently. The bearded man was stunned. His throat moved slightly. Obviously, the wine worm in his stomach was causing trouble. He suddenly lost his momentum and stretched out his hand shamelessly. "As long as you treat me to wine, I'll turn a blind eye to you even if you are a ghost. As long as I don't see you committing any crimes on the spot, everything is negotiable." Chun Pingon shook his head and did not give it to him. The bearded swordsman sighed and said, "You little brat, you are dishonest and cunning. You are obviously bullying me because I am a righteous master." Taoist Zhongshan quickly sat down and helped to smooth things over. He chatted with the bearded man in the language of the Aquarius continent. The beauty of the embroidery building in the old house leaned over there. A man and a woman snuggled together. The woman wore a dark green dress with a huge hem, not revealing her legs, and embroidered shoes. The man whispered softly, "I hope the lady's clothes are warm in the cold spring. I hope the lady's frown is smoothed out. I hope the lady opens the window every time to see the bright moon in the sky with clear water and green mountains. The extremely ugly woman babbled and whimpered, as if she was crying and complaining. The hem of her dress billowed like waves. The old woman walked in the dark corridor and sighed quietly. Finally, she sat beside the corridor pillar where the lanterns were hung. Year after year, day after day, the old woman touched her withered face. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she last looked at herself in the mirror. If she was like this, then the lady, who had not left the embroidery building for 100 years, must be even more like this. The man chatted with the young Taoist. Suddenly, he pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He was no longer joking. He said seriously, just like the rumors in the nearby town. The demonic aura came from the backyard of the old house. What a strong demonic aura. No wonder the feng shui of this place would disappear. It might be the old witch of the 6th realm. Kids, I am going to kill the demon now. You too should retreat if you see something wrong. Don't take it lightly. This place is extremely dangerous. It is not a place for you two to get involved in. The bearded swordsman thought for a moment. We don't have to retreat now. We don't want to be targeted by the old witch of the old house. Even if I lose, I will try my best to delay them. When the time comes, listen to my news. Don't hesitate to run. Then the man saw the bearded swordsman took a deep breath and pulled out his saber from its scabbard. Saber light flashed. The man reached out his hand to brush away the dust in the brazier and grabbed a piece of burning charcoal. He held it in his hand and wiped the saber. Sparks flew everywhere, setting off the saber's sharpness. Even if the odds of winning were not high, the man was full of heroic spirit. Chun Pingon handed over the wine pot. He looked solemn. Warrior? The man smiled and shook his head. He suddenly stood up with the sword in his hand. I am just drinking to satisfy my cravings. Actually, killing big demons and protecting the Tao is 1,000 times better than drinking wine. In the rainy night, the man pushed the door open and strode to the backyard. He flicked his wrist, and the light of the sword shone, illuminating the surroundings. The bearded swordsman looked up and said loudly, Su Yuanxia is here. Please enlighten me. The Taoist Zhang Shan picked up the peach-wood sword with the demon listening bell. He said to Chun Pingon in a low voice, I will help him kill the demon. Chun Pingon, you are a pure warrior. Before you reach the 4th realm, you are not suitable to deal with big demons and otherworldly items. You stay here. If there is a need, I will call you. Chun Pingon nodded and said, Okay. Chun Pingon waited for a moment after the Taoist priest nimbly flew out of the room. He did not choose to stay where he was and observe the situation. Instead, he walked out of the room. Through the curtain of rain, he looked at the room opposite with his bare hands. I know it's you. The room had been dark for a long time. A door slowly opened, and the scholar surnamed Chu walked out. He had a slender figure, and was holding the torch that had been extinguished by the rain. He had a smile on his face. After meeting Chun Pingon's eyes, the scholar twitched the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm and rubbed the torch with his palm. In an instant, the torch was lit. He gently poked the end of the torch into the pillar in the corridor. You talk the least, but you are the smartest. Of course, you are also quite capable to be able to get rid of the white deer Taoist copper coin ghost. However, a 3rd realm ghost is just like that. Young man, don't be arrogant because of this. Chun Pingon did not say a word. His thin figure disappeared without a sign. The scholar was slightly stunned. A figure flashed through the curtain of rain between the rooms in a flash and pounced on him. Some of the more arrogant scholars did not even have time to react before they were hit in the head by a fist aura. The fist aura was like a white rainbow hanging in the air. The fist aura quickly hit their heads and sent them flying. They broke through the door and the wall. The scholar fell into the corridor outside and finally hit a thick pillar. The pillar behind his back cracked, and a small spider web appeared. The scholar barely managed to stop himself from retreating. He kept vomiting blood. His spirit was severely shaken, and his face was full of horror. It was not only the strength of the fist aura that was shocking, but also the combination of the fist aura and the fist aura. When the fist aura hit him, it was like a ghost whip in the hands of an immortal. It was a natural restraint. There was a loud bang. This time, the punch hit the scholar's neck. The scholar and the pillar fell backward together. The scholar was covered in blood and tears from the two punches. His face was ferocious and his clothes were torn. He was about to show his true form and did not care about the layout anymore. Then he heard a strange word. First day. 217. After being in Jianghu for so long, who didn't have some hidden skills and treasures? When the scholar Chu heard the name Chu Yi, his heartstrings were shaken. He knew that something was wrong. Perhaps this was the youth's trump card, but he couldn't sense where the danger came from. The flustered scholar Chu's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and slid out a greenish-white ball from his sleeve. It was flowing with colorful lights. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary object. After the scholar Chu clenched his fist, the ball melted like a candle in fire. A viscous liquid, as thick as mercury, quickly spread from his arm and quickly covered his whole body. The next moment, the slender man was wearing a pure white armor. The heart protection mirror in the middle was shining brightly. It was the style of the radiant armor. In the secular world's Taoist temples, the heavenly kings and spiritual officials wore this armor. It contained the meaning of righteousness. If he didn't feel that his life was in danger, the scholar Chu wouldn't be willing to use this priceless armor pill, even if he recovered his true body. The armor pill was the most precious treasure of the military. Its price was not the most expensive, only more expensive. Moreover, it had always been priceless. It was usually jointly forged by the mechanical masters of the school of Moism and the Talisman sect. It was usually compressed into a fist-sized pill. It didn't take up much space and was convenient to carry. Once on the battlefield, it could be watered with vital energy. The scholar Chu had the armor pill to protect his body. The surface of the armor emitted a layer of rippling pure white halo, like the scene of a snowy moonlit night. The scholar stood up. He was much calmer than before. He smiled bitterly. "Young man, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Originally, this radiant armor was to prevent the result of uneven distribution of the spoils. At that time, it could be used to resist the joint attack of the White Deer Taoist and the Mountain God. Now that it has been exposed, they will definitely be more careful. What should I do?" Although his words were light, the scholar didn't let down his guard. He was still puzzled. Why did the youth not say anything after shouting Chewy? There was no sword out of the scabbard, leaving the wooden box and flying over from the opposite side of the room. There were also no reinforcements hidden in the dark. The scholar Chu was puzzled. The taciturn young man in front of him was definitely not a guy who liked to joke around. 2 punches had almost forced him to reveal his true form. Perhaps even the big-bearded swordsman, who had recklessly gone to kill the great demon, would not have been able to do so with his realm 4 strength, although Chi did not appear. However, Scholar Chu was still able to conclude that as long as this Chu showed up, he would definitely be an expert that couldn't be underestimated. Either that, or he would possess a powerful, offensive magical weapon. Chun Pingon was a little annoyed. He slapped the blade's strengthening gourd on his waist heavily. Now, the chi in the gourd had a sudden change in temperament. Previously, it was grumpy and often made Chun Pingon suffer. However, after leaving Luapa Mountain, it became lazy and did not move at all. It did not even have the mood to be angry with Chun Pingon. After Chun Pingon patted the sword-cultivating gourd again, it still did not move and hovered in the void of the sword-cultivating gourd. However, the dark green flying sword 15 hummed and took the initiative to communicate with Chun Pingon. It probably wanted to say that if Chi did not want to fight, 15 could do it for him. After the Acupors were enlightened, the two flying swords were like children who did not know how to speak. They already had spiritual intelligence, but it was not high. They acted more on instinct. They could clearly sense Chun Pingan's thoughts, but they often could not communicate well. Moreover, Chun Pingan could only vaguely know their emotions, so it was still not easy for them to communicate. Seeing Chun Pingan's action, Scholar Chu immediately focused his gaze, only to see the vermilion wine gourd. Its luster was dim, and there was nothing strange about it. He couldn't see the slightest hint of any mystical phenomenon. In truth, when they had first met in the rain outside the old residence, Scholar Chu had carefully sized up the youth with the box and the young Taoist. At that time, he had felt that they shouldn't be some otherworldly expert. The imperial court of the colorful clothes kingdom was not high, and the water was deep. There was no crouching tiger or hiding dragon. The likes of Taoist white deer were already grandmasters and immortals who were awe-inspiring. It was not surprising that Scholar Chu was the dragon that had crossed the river and stirred up trouble. This made sense. He left the mansion and went south from the ancient Yu kingdom to the colorful clothes kingdom for the things in the old house. Even if he was certain of success, he still planned slowly. He first drew in Taoist white deer and the mountain deity of lust. The three parties each took what they needed. Then he befriended the son of the aristocratic family surnamed Lu and lured him to travel to the mountain. He told his two allies that he did not hesitate to take the risk and first investigate the situation. He relied on the scholarly and official aura that Scholar Lu had been imbued with since childhood to conceal the faint, demonic aura on him. His real purpose was to explore the ley lines that the formation relied on, so that he could fish in troubled waters during the battle and steal the magic weapon. Then he would not be too entangled with Taoist white deer and the mountain deity. Relying on the unexpected armor pill to protect himself, he flew far away and returned to the ancient Yu kingdom to continue his cultivation. As for the appearance of the big-bearded swordsman, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He spread rumors in the nearby towns and added fuel to the fire. He made the old house seem even more demonic and evil. In fact, for 100 years, it was true that the old house was filled with Densin Qi. However, it had not harmed the people or been tyrannical. The purpose was to make the water in the pond even more turbid, so that it would be easier for him to escape. Even if the big-bearded swordsman used up some of the old house's master's cultivation, it would be a good thing. It would be even better if it could last until Taoist white deer and the mountain deity arrived for a chaotic battle. The big-bearded swordsman, who was warm-hearted, did not know the inside story. He followed the rumors and drank 2 big bowls of strong liquor in the nearest town. His blood rushed to his head, and he happened to feel that the heavy rain was strange. He quickly set off to slay the demon. Among them, the torch that the mountain deity personally smeared with ointment and the oil paper umbrella that Taoist white deer hid the copper coins and ghosts. They were all inconspicuous objects that required a lot of thought. One of them was to help the nominal master of this place, the lascivious mountain deity, to check the Qi-Ji inside the old house at a close distance. The other one was to help Taoist white deer set up traps and find an opportunity to appear from the inside to the outside. He destroyed the means used to defend the old house against external enemies. For example, the dilapidated green word talisman of the divine grandeur sect and the shadow wall with a trace of authentic Taoism left. These methods helped the old house to withstand many insidious attacks. None of the 3 parties in the alliance was easy to deal with. However, this was normal. If not, in the wild where the weak were preyed on by the strong, they would have died long ago and become the stepping stone of other ferocious cultivators. Were there Qi trainers who stood aloof from worldly affairs? Of course, there were. For example, in this old house, the male and female owners, as well as the old woman, had lived in seclusion for 100 years. What happened to them was a miserable situation that everyone coveted. Unwilling to complicate matters, Scholar Chu chose to take a step back. He smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, there is no enmity between us. Why do we have to fight to the death? As long as young Master Chen is willing to leave the old house tonight, I will definitely treat you with good wine whenever you pass by the ancient Yu Kingdom in the future. Even if young Master Chen wants to drink in the ancient Yu Kingdom's palace, pick a snowy night, I can bring you wine and sit on the roof of the palace with you. We can drink and admire the snow without worrying that the emperor of the ancient Yu Kingdom will be angry and chase us away." To tell the truth, although Scholar Chu's origin was not righteous after he cultivated a human body, he seemed to have experienced something. His aura was extraordinary, and he stood out from the crowd. He was even more rich and noble than the elites of the rich and powerful families. Rome wasn't built in a single day. He must have had a unique opportunity to be able to be so graceful and elegant today. Chun Pingon finally spoke. He asked, "I heard that the emperor of the ancient Yu Kingdom has the surname Chu. You have the same surname too. Are you related?" Scholar Chu hesitated for a moment. As if to express his sincerity, he nodded and smiled. "We are somewhat related, but we are not related by blood. In short, we rely on each other and guard against each other. It is more complicated and hard to explain." The word Chu meant that the upper part of the forest and the lower part of the horse. The word horse could be used to explain the word foot. The two trees were the forest, and there were feet under the tree. Scholar Chu used this as his surname. It went without saying that he was most likely a spirit of an ancient tree. It was just that Chun Pingon's literacy was still at the level of the rough understanding of literature and ink with occasional understanding. He was far from reaching the level of being able to accurately understand words. After all, he was far from being as knowledgeable as Cui Shi or Wei Ba. Chun Pingon sized up the armor on the scholar with the surname Chu and made up his mind not to use 15 first. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to test his fist skills so as to ascertain the depth of his third realm. He then asked, "Which realm are you at?" Scholar Chu smiled. "Just the 5th realm." Of course, he was being modest. How could an immortal who was only one step away from the middle 5 realms be just? One had to know that cultivators in the middle 5 realms of the immortal clans that started with the word sect were also extremely precious existences. They were either elders with noble statuses or deacons with real power. If the sects were like this, then there was no need to talk about small countries like the ancient Yu Kingdom and the beautiful Robe's Kingdom. However, Scholar Chu's slightly self-satisfied modesty sounded like a genuine just to the simple-minded Chun Pingon. Was this the great demon of the 5th realm that Taoist Zhang Shan mentioned? Chun Pingon gently twisted his wrist and grinned. He could not defeat the female ghost in the bridal dress, but this guy in a tortoise shell could really be used as practice. It would be best if he could kill him, but it would not be a loss even if he could not kill him. After all, he still had his flying sword with him. Not 1, but 2. Back then, Chun Pingon had dared to tease the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain like he was walking a dog after just a few days of practicing. Not to mention his strength in terms of courage and boldness, he was indeed much stronger than the martial artists in the world. Of course, once he chose to fight with his life on the line, he had to be careful and cautious. This was also Chun Pingon's strength. Scholar Chu said helplessly, "Why do you still want to fight?" Chun Pingon gave a straightforward answer. "No, if I defeat you, my friend, and that machete man will be in danger." Scholar Chu's eyes turned gloomy. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger, let alone a powerful local snake like him, who was used to the splendor of the world. "Young man, you won't cry until you see the coffin? I'm telling you clearly that there are 2 people outside the old house who are eyeing us covetously. Do you really want to get involved? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Chun Pingon's answer made Scholar Chu furious. "Whether you're afraid of me or not has nothing to do with whether I fight you or not. Chun Pingan took a deep breath. The reason why he had delayed for so long was not that Chun Pingan wanted to show off, but that he wanted to confirm the intentions of the two little ancestors in the blade-strengthening gourd. This would determine how he should fight this battle. Flying Sword Chu, whose original name was Fengdu, appeared in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. It was like a small, white rainbow hanging in the air. Although the body of the sword was slender, it was full of majestic momentum and showed off its sharpness without any concealment. On the other hand, Flying Sword 15, which traded with Old Yang, had a slightly different momentum. The divine will of the flying sword leaned more toward tranquility. Its movements in the blade-strengthening gourd also stopped abruptly and flew abruptly. It came and went in a hurry and was extremely fast. Every time, it would hover at the inner wall of the blade-strengthening gourd and almost hit it. It was completely different from Chu Yi's craziness in the blade-strengthening gourd. Therefore, Chun Pingan came to a rough conclusion that Fengdu, or rather, the fogbow flying sword he had arbitrarily named Chu Yi, was sharper and sturdier than 15. However, its flaws were also very obvious. It was slow, and it was not easy for Chun Pingan to completely control it. Therefore, it caused every strike to be inaccurate. If they were in a stalemate, especially when they had the upper hand, they could have Chu Yi show up and run around randomly. After all, they were not afraid of breaking anything. But in a dangerous situation, they still needed 15, who was docile and swift, to help deliver a fatal blow and make the final decision. Of course, the natal flying sword was very powerful. It was the foundation that all swordsmen in the world dreamed of having. Once they were lucky enough to have it, they would cherish it more than their own life. It was also an existence that gave the rest of the Qi cultivators a headache. However, there were two problems with any natal flying sword. First, it was not easy to get. Countless treasures of heaven and earth were needed to refine the sword. Second, it was known for its amazing killing power. It had a kind of indescribable deterrence without leaving the residence of Qi. However, once it left the residence of Qi to kill the enemy, as long as there was a little bit of damage, such as a chip on the blade or a crack on the body of the sword, it would be a huge expense to repair a damaged natal flying sword. Therefore, there was a saying on the mountain: the rich were also swordsmen, the poor were also swordsmen. Even if they lost everything overnight, they were still swordsmen. This was the reason why Chun Pingan asked Chu Yi to fight first. He was worried that 15 would fight for the first time officially, and then it would end quickly. Both sides had their own insistence. Since they could not come to an agreement, they could only meet for real. The scholar surnamed Chu, who was really an ancient tree spirit, stretched out a finger and knocked on the shining heart-protecting mirror in front of his chest. "Aren't your fists very hard? Come, hit me." This set of rare armor pills that cost 3,000 snow coins is from the ancient Yu Kingdom's royal family's earthly treasury. Chun, if you can break it, I'll admit that you're capable. Chun Pingan would not stand on ceremony with him. With a tap of his toes, the tiles on the ground shattered instantly. It was enough to show how fast he was charging forward. There was an old saying that it was not unreasonable to say that trees die when they move, and people live when they move. Although the scholar tree spirit was a fifth realm Qi cultivator and had a strong physique, he was indeed not proficient in twisting and turning and close combat. Therefore, he paid a huge price to obtain the armor pills as a life-saving talisman at a critical moment. The scholar surnamed Chu had an innately strong physique. Coupled with the precious armor covering his body, he gathered his qi and focused his mind, and calmly received the youth's punch. After the punch, the force was so strong that the heart-protecting mirror caved in by an inch. The scholar surnamed Chu flew out and crashed into the outermost courtyard wall of the old house. However, this time, he did not look embarrassed at all. Instead, the wall behind him shattered with a loud bang, revealing a shocking and terrifying scene. Inside the wall were not bricks but entangled tree roots that were slowly wriggling. The scholar surnamed Chu patted the dust off his shoulders and laughed mockingly. "Is that all you've got? If you don't have a sixth realm hero's guts, even if I stood still from the start and allowed you to punch me hundreds and thousands of times, it would still be very difficult for Mr. Chin to shatter the armor pills in one go." The fourth, fifth, and sixth realms of martial artists weren't limited to body tempering but to chi refinement. Hence they were called Master Realm. Each realm dealt with the soul, spirit, and guts. Once one reached large success, one's combat strength would increase layer by layer. Not only would it nourish the body, but one would also have more confidence when facing chi refinement warriors. Especially when dealing with spirits and ghosts, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Each time one attacked, the fist energy would be like the blazing sun, repelling all evil. The reason why Qin Pengan did not pursue an attack was not because he was an arrow at the end of its flight. On the contrary, this punch was just a side dish that went with wine. Qin Pengan was mainly shocked by the strange wall behind the scholar. Could it be that the walls of the entire old house were like this and were deeply rooted? In the backyard, there would be light flashing from time to time, illuminating the night sky. During this time, there would be the shouts of the bearded swordsman. The 3 yellow-papered demon-suppressing pagoda talismans had been used up. However, there were still 2 golden demon-suppressing talismans hidden in Qin Pengan's sleeves, as well as 2 distance-shrinking talismans. Qin Pengan muttered in his heart, "It's done." The previous few punches were all based on his body's agility. Actually, they were all direct attacks. However, Qin Pengan was different this time. He took a very ancient stance and stepped out. His arms stretched out, and he slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, Qin Pengan's fist intent poured out like a flood. It could really pierce one's eyes. In the eyes of the scholar surnamed Chu, it was like a huge sun rising from the East Sea. It was extremely terrifying. God drum beating stance. The scholar surnamed Chu swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, "Should we sit down and have a chat? Why do I feel that even the armor might not be able to protect me?" The young man in front of him clearly had not reached the 3 realms of chi refinement. Why would he have such an unreasonable and vigorous fist intent? The scholar surnamed Chu wanted to retreat. At the very least, he should avoid the brunt of the attack. He should not stupidly allow the fist to smash into his body. Just as he was about to shift his position, the young man suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the scholar. A fist smashed into his ribs that were covered by the armor pill. His momentum was fierce, and his strength was great. The scholar surnamed Chu staggered to the side, but at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. After taking a proper stance, the young man's fist intent was frightening, but his strength did not seem to have increased by much. The barefoot old man had once joked in the bamboo house of Luapa Mountain. This old man's god drum beating stance focused on the first punch. Once the first punch arrived, it would be guided by the spirit's will. After that, 10 or even 100 punches would naturally arrive. Therefore, the first punch had to hit the opponent. After that, the number of punches one could send out would depend on how long one could hold on. Therefore, in order to not miss with his first punch, Qin Pengan did not hesitate to use a length contraction talisman. After that, Qin Pengan's punches became faster and faster. His strength was only slightly stronger than before. He hammered into various parts of the scholar surnamed Chu's chi realm. The armor pill shone brightly. Wherever Qin Pengan's fist landed, the light would suddenly light up. It was indeed one of the best treasured treasures of the ancient Yu kingdom. Every time he tried to dodge, it seemed as if he was only half a step away, but he just couldn't dodge the punch. The scholar surnamed Chu, who had no power to fight back, took the 10th punch, and his face suddenly became deathly pale. shoulders, chest, ribs, abdomen, back, head, temples, eyebrows, elbows, knees. There was no place that the young man's fist did not have a foothold. Chun Pingan's punches were as fast as lightning. Most importantly, in the scholar surnamed Chu's eyes, the young man's gaze was calm, and his breathing was steady. His heart was too calm. Every step and every punch was matched perfectly. It was as if he was an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years. After 15 punches, Chun Pingan's fist was already a bloody mess. Some white bones could be seen. However, why would Chun Pingan care about this pain that was neither painful nor itchy? Compared to the pain of having his 10 fingers smashed by a hammer bit by bit, the pain of having his bones crushed inch by inch, compared to the pain of having to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, Chun Pingan felt that this pain could be considered a comfortable enjoyment. The scholar's surname Chu had already revealed half of his true form. He was 10 feet tall. His eyes were green, and his face was covered with green veins. Under the armor, one could see signs of his bulging muscles. He was like an old tree. He used his arms to block in front of his face. He was sent flying again and again. He shouted with all his might, "Taoist, white deer, mountain god Qin, there's a change in the situation. Come and help me." On the hillside outside the old residence, the lewd mountain god's expression changed slightly. The flame from the torch that the scholar surnamed Chu had inserted into the corridor pillar was quickly stripped of its sparks. The sparks of flame floated in all directions. Although most of them dissipated quickly, there were still some small balls of fire that floated through the corridor towards the courtyard. They allowed the mountain god to observe the situation inside the old residence through the flames that were like his own eyes. Therefore, the mountain god could clearly see the entire process of the scholar surnamed Chu and the young man's fight. This made him a little troubled. He was not troubled about whether to help, but when to enter the scene so that he could reap the most benefits. He could not be bothered to help the scholar in his hour of need before his armor was broken. If he killed the young man and helped the scholar keep his armor, he would be looking for trouble. The middle-aged Taoist holding the horsetail whisk suddenly said, "The sharpness of the saber of the bearded swordsman is beyond imagination. If I don't help now, I'm afraid the female ghost's true body will be hurt. So, will mountain god Qin follow me, or continue to watch from the sidelines?" The lewd mountain god laughed and said, "Since we're allies, we should advance and retreat together. There's no such thing as retreating at the last minute." The Taoist laughed and threw the snow-white horsetail whisk forward. When it was about to hit the ground, a tall white deer appeared. The Taoist rode on the white deer and sped forward quickly. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Fortunately, there were no woodcutters or commoners nearby. Otherwise, they would probably kowtow and call him an immortal. The lewd mountain god did not use any spells. He simply took a step forward and walked to the side of the white deer and the Taoist. The white deer ran like the wind and soon arrived outside the old house. The middle-aged Taoist rushed up, and the white deer instantly turned back into the horsetail whisk and flew back to its owner's hand. The Taoist laughed and said, "Brother Chu, I'll help you kill the enemy." Chun Pingan had already reached his limit after throwing out 20 punches. Unfortunately, he still could not break the armor. Although the scholar with the surname Chu was beaten until he was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his soul was shaken, his true body was completely exposed, and almost the entire corridor was destroyed by the two of them. The scholar with the surname Chu had only lost the ability to fight. He still had the strength to protect himself with his talent and radiant armor. He would not be shaken to death by the young man's punch. Then the Taoist with the horsetail whisk descended from the sky. Chun Pingan had just retracted his fist and lightly patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. A ray of white light flew out of the small red gourd and pierced the armor's heart-protecting mirror that had just caved in. Almost all the colorful fireflies of the armor pill gathered on the heart-protecting mirror. The armor let out a soft sound of porcelain shattering. The ray of white light bounced back and flashed away, disappearing without a trace. The dying scholar with the surname Chu panicked, but soon his face was filled with ecstasy. The armor was not pierced, and he was not dead. But in the next moment, he felt the space between his brows go cold, and then his robust figure collapsed and fell backwards. At the moment of his death, he spoke fiercely in exasperation. "You've successively destroyed the foundation of my grand Tao. Just you wait." After saying this, the scholar with the surname Chu, who had fallen to the ground, turned into a large piece of green withered wood and decayed into ashes. The armor that had lost its owner also returned to its round shape. Chun Pingon frowned. It turned out that after Chu Yi, a wisp of dark green light swept out from the gourd. It was much faster than the white sword light from before. One after the other, it took advantage of the gap between the treasured armor's spiritual energy to defend the heart-protecting mirror. The second flying sword easily penetrated between Scholar Chu's eyebrows. Standing on the high wall of the old house, the mountain god of lust exclaimed, "Natal flying sword!" He turned his head and took a big step out. His figure quickly appeared more than 10 miles away. The cold wind blew, and he was sweating profusely. Damn it, sword immortal! Taoist white deer, who had just touched the ground and landed in the middle of the veranda, jumped up from the ground and ran away without saying a word. He threw out his horsetail whisk in the air, and the white deer landed on the ground. Taoist white deer rode on its back and fled in panic. Chun Pingon was a little stunned. He stood in the same place confused. He thought to himself, "I'm just a layman who has practiced boxing for less than 2 years. How did I become a sword immortal? I'm not even a sword cultivator." 2:18. In the backyard of the old house, outside the embroidery building, a fierce battle was going on. Pin Book Net, the big-bearded swordsman, who had traveled all the way here just to kill demons, did not have a high martial arts realm, but the saber in his hand was a very high-quality weapon. After injecting his genuine chi, the saber in his hand shone with red light and the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was unstoppable. The old woman who had been guarding the third courtyard turned out to be a chi cultivator of the third realm who had been hiding her strength. However, she was old and weak, so she was still no match for the big-bearded swordsman and the saber. After more than 10 rounds, she was knocked unconscious by the back of the saber. With a kick, she crashed into the side room and fainted. Originally, the old woman was not so weak. However, she had been in the confinement for a long time and had been contaminated by the evil spirit gathered by the formation for a long time. Although she was not an otherworldly ghost cultivator, she was naturally afraid of the masculine chi of the saber. Moreover, the big-bearded swordsman had traveled all over the world and was very experienced in fighting. The old woman's rapid defeat was indeed reasonable. The last person to enter the courtyard was the owner of the old house. At first, the owner of the old house chose to fight the enemy alone. He landed in the courtyard where the beauty was leaning and picked a dusty long sword. The body of the sword was as cool as water. When fighting with the swordsman, the sword was light and agile. He did not fight with the saber head-on. Every time he attacked, he directly stabbed the vital chi residence of the big-bearded swordsman. The tip of the sword emitted green light, which brought a trace of sad but beautiful fireflies in the rain. When the big-bearded swordsman attacked, he had the demeanor of a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Every time he attacked, he was fast and fierce. His moves were not complicated, nor were they exquisite. Every attack was clean and neat, and he could draw back and release his saber freely. If he did not attack, he would be seriously injured. The big-bearded swordsman still had some strength to fight against the man in black's riding sword technique. When he saw some clues, the man attacked more fiercely because he was a little angry. He scolded, "You bastard! You are obviously from a righteous, immortal family. Why don't you fight for the great Tao and immortality? Why do you degrade yourself? In the end, you become a half-human and half-ghost helper. You favor this female ghost and make the area hundreds of miles desolate. Don't you think you deserve to die?" The bearded man shouted angrily. He held the saber with both hands and chopped down heavily. The saber hit the man's sword, and the man and the sword were pushed back a few feet. The young but white-haired man slid all the way back, and the raindrops under his feet splashed everywhere. When he finally stood up, he swallowed a mouthful of blood that rushed up to his throat. The haggard man twisted his wrist and flicked his sword. Instantly, countless raindrops near the tip of the sword were shattered. The shattering sound was like firecrackers in spring. The bearded man took a heavy step forward with a saber in one hand. His entire arm was shrouded in a radiant light. The bearded man pointed at the man and glared at him. "Buddhists say that repent before you're saved. You bastard who deceives your master and destroys your ancestors. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you as well?" It was the first time that the man spoke tonight. Although his voice was hoarse like a stone grinding a blunt knife, his temperament was elegant and his expression was calm. Not only did he not speak ill of him, he even joked. Buddhists also say that if you put down the butcher's knife, you'll become a Buddha immediately. The bearded man looked around and raised his head to glance at the closed door of the beauty lounge on the second floor. After retracting his gaze, he sneered, "Oh, you still have the mood to talk nonsense with me. It seems that you have something to rely on. That's right. With your background and the cultivation of a chi cultivator at the bottom of the 5 states, you might have already run a large and dirty family business in the past 100 years. Otherwise, the gods of the mountains and rivers nearby would not have turned a blind eye to what you've done. If I'm not wrong, although you definitely don't have the face to acknowledge your ancestors, you've done a lot of shady business outside. That's why you're able to intimidate others and make them not dare to touch you at all." Speaking of this, the bearded man was extremely angry. His face was like the angry eyes of a heavenly king in a temple statue. He said with a thunderous voice, "Yes or no?" The man holding the long sword smiled, but did not speak. Deep in his eyes, there was some disappointment. The bearded man said sternly, "I've given you a chance to be a human again. If you don't want it, then don't blame me for being ruthless in killing demons." Before the bearded man took out his knife, the man sighed and felt a little guilty. Then he bit his finger and wrote a rune on the sword with his own blood. He wrote a Ching Si Dan script. Ching Si Dan script was one of the instruments of Taoism. It was said that in ancient times it could be used to write to gods and spirits. It could reach the heavens and connect heaven and earth. Once the sincerity was accepted by the gods, all kinds of supernatural powers would descend on the body. For example, the Ching Si written to the gods of the Thunder sect. Once the gods showed up, they could even hold thunder and lightning in their hands and protect themselves with a golden body. For a short period of time, they would be like the gods of the Thunder sect. No wonder there's a remnant of the Ching Si Dan script on the screen wall. You're actually an official disciple of the divine grandeur sect. You can't redeem yourself even if you die 100 times. The bearded man was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He swung his knife with all his strength. Under the bright light, the whole yard was as bright as day. For him, demons and ghosts haunted the human world. No matter how outrageous their tyrannical behavior was, the bearded man, who was used to seeing strange and tragic things, would not be too shocked. That was because it was the nature of demons and ghosts. It would be strange if they were kind to people. Therefore, the bearded man had always tried his best to kill them. He would not be so angry like today. However, a chi cultivator changed his evil ways and bullied others. That was what the bearded man hated the most. The bearded man was so angry that his momentum was shocking. His knife was strong when he was angry. Moreover, That precious knife was a divine weapon that even grandmasters in Jianghu coveted. For a moment, the yard was filled with dazzling knife light and surging gang qi. Unfortunately, the rainwater that fell on the small yard was turned into powder in the air before it touched the green bricks. Although he had used the unique skill of his sect, the man in the old house was too dispirited and his skin was rotten. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His realm barely maintained at the threshold of the 5 states, but his qi was already very weak. Like a wide stream without much water, it was almost dried up. This also made the Qing Ci Dan script on the sword body to increase the attack power of the long sword very little. On the second floor of the embroidery building, the female ghost in a green dress finally showed up. She covered her face with one hand and held the corridor pillar with the other. Following her appearance, on the other side of the yard wall, the ground of the yard, and the corridor pillar, tree roots as thick as an arm shot towards them like crossbow arrows. The bearded man, who had already gained the upper hand, was suddenly surrounded by danger. However, he was still not afraid. His body twisted and turned in the yard, dodging the tree roots and arrows. At the same time, he cut the hidden weapons that brushed past him with his knife. The man was bold and heroic. Although he was in danger, he laughed loudly and said, "Old witch, you are indeed a tree spirit and a ghost. You came at the right time. I will cut off all your roots. When the time comes, I will leave you with one breath and let you die under the scorching sun." A young Taoist rushed over from the corridor. There was a pair of yellow paper talisman pasted on his calves, which made him run like a gust of wind. It was dazzling. The young Taoist with a peach-wood sword on his back ran and shouted, "Hero Su, I am here to help you kill the demon." The bearded man's shoulder was hit by a tree root. His tall figure used the huge momentum to spin in the air and cut off the tree root with one knife. The tree root that fell to the ground was still flapping nonstop. As for the tree root that retracted back to the wall, black blood seeped out from the cut, emitting a fishy smell. Together with the gloomy rain, it made the yard full of miasma. Fortunately, the man's martial arts' true meaning was flowing nonstop. It was quite vigorous, like a layer of golden light protecting his body. Seeing the young Taoist coming over to join in the fun, the bearded man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed angrily. "Little Taoist, I appreciate your kindness. However, don't be a hindrance. Quickly take your friend and leave the house. Just go to that small town and prepare some good wine to reward this Sioux. This is a great help." The young Taoist was unwilling to leave. It was his duty to kill the demon and get rid of evil for the people. As a disciple of the celestial master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, even if they were estranged, even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, he, Zhang Shan, was still one of the 10 million candidates for the celestial master's position in the Zhang family. The talisman pasted on the young Taoist's calves was the godly travel talisman that he bought at a high price. It could last for about half an hour. The godly travel talisman, also known as the armored horse talisman, could help the user move like a galloping horse, like an ancient deity patrolling the wind. The godly travel talisman was thus listed as the 7th grade of the 9-ranked talisman alchemy book. No matter how expensive it was worth it for the young Taoist who lacked combat strength and a weak physique. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The Taoist Zhang Shan pinched the sword with 2 fingers and ran along the corridor. He looked up at the 2nd floor of the embroidered building and said, "Go." With a whoosh, the peachwood sword on his back flew out from the young Taoist's back. With the slight movement of his 2 fingers, the sword did not directly attack the female tree spirit on the pillar of the embroidered building. Instead, it made a big circle and drew a delicate arc. Finally, it went around the pillar and stabbed the female ghost's face from the side. Not only did the female ghost have to help her husband suppress the saber of the bearded swordsman downstairs, but she also had to deal with the peachwood sword whistling through the air. She did not have time to cover her ugly face with one hand. It turned out that half of her face was rotten with maggots crawling on it, and the bones were miserable. The only half of her face that was slightly intact was also cracked like porcelain. Such a disgusting appearance would frighten a timid mortal teacher to death on the spot. Several thumb-sized cyan branches broke out from the pillar and tightly wrapped around the peachwood sword that was only an inch away from nailing into her face. In an instant, the peachwood sword lit up with a soybean-sized silver talisman light, which rolled and flowed under the sword. A little spiritual light was the talisman's gall, which made the branches burn, as if they were in a raging fire. The female ghost felt as if she was struck by lightning. She screamed heartbreakingly and quickly turned her neck, not daring to look at the spiritual light. She waved her sleeves, and the almost burnt branches wrapped the peachwood sword and threw it into the embroidered building's boudoir together. After the female ghost turned her head because of her big movement, the blood clots and maggots on her face fell on the beauty's arm. The female ghost whimpered softly, not knowing whether it was because of pain or embarrassment. Ing-ing. After seeing this scene, the man holding the sword softly cried out. He could not help but call out the female ghost's name. The man was heartbroken and said sadly, "You've gone too far. Why do you collude with the mountain god of lust and force us like this? Although my wife is a ghost, she has never harmed anyone. For more than 100 years, in addition to using my own chi and blood to maintain my wife's vitality, I have only used the old house as the formation eye to absorb the yin chi and evil chi within a radius of 300 miles. On the contrary, it is the mountain god of lust who takes the chi and chi of mountains and rivers for his own cultivation. One of you calls yourself a hero and the other a Taoist. Why don't you go to trouble him, but come here aggressively?" Speaking of this, the man holding the sword laughed with grief and indignation. He said, "Because we are not human, and the one surnamed Qin is a mountain god. You think there is a clear distinction between good and evil?" The man holding the sword with rotten skin and little chi and blood left lowered his head and stared at the snow-white sword light. Once upon a time, the sect was majestic with green mountains and clear waters, and red-crowned cranes were singing. It was a paradise. He used to practice swordsmanship there, and he was familiar with the Qing dynasty's treasured books. He was also a young talent who had the potential to reach the 5 states. But suddenly, a letter from home came to the mountain gate, saying that the girl who was his childhood sweetheart and matchmaker was seriously ill. Even the most famous doctor in the county city could not save her. The letter from home told him to focus on cultivation, because even if he went down the mountain, he would not be able to see the girl for the last time. At the end of the letter, his father also hinted that this marriage would not be an obstacle for him in the future. He burned the letter and went down the mountain with his sword. When he returned to his hometown, the girl was already dead. Stubbornly, he used a secret technique of the Shun Ao sect and wrote a soul-summoning talisman with his own blood. He took the girl's corpse and her remaining soul and rushed to the deep mountains and forests overnight. At sunrise, he hid in a cave, and at sunset, he hurried on his way, trying to find a place with strong yin qi, hoping to help her return her soul to Yang. In the next 100 years, he spent all his money, thought hard, and exhausted his cultivation to build an old house. He stole the wood core of an ancestral female elm in the ancient Yu kingdom and used the evil secret technique of grafting flowers on wood to fuse the girl's soul with the wood core. Under her clothes, she had no feet, only the roots. The old house was not only to help her extend her life, but also to imprison her in the embroidery house. They bowed to heaven and earth and to their parents and elders. Finally, the couple bowed to each other, and from then on, they depended on each other. Only the girl's personal maid did not abandon them. She changed from a young girl with black hair to a white-haired old woman. The past was unbearable to recall. The man with the sword murmured, If the world is like this, there is no meaning for us to live." The big bearded swordsman stopped his saber and raised his hand high, making a gesture of truce. He asked in a low voice, "Is there any secret during this period?" The man smiled bitterly. "The deities of the lustful ancestral mountain have coveted the old house for a long time. At the beginning of spring this year, I knew that with my remaining cultivation, it would be difficult to resist the sinister probing of those sneaky people. I had to violate my conscience and oath and wrote a secret letter to the sect, hoping that the sect could send a fifth state immortal to help intimidate the mountain deity temple. However, it was like a clay ox in the sea, and there was no news back until now. This is normal. The sect is already benevolent enough not to kill me. Who would want to get involved in such a filthy matter? If I were on the mountain, I would probably want to go down the mountain and clean up the sect after hearing about such a scandal." Taoist Zhang Shan came to the big-bearded swordsman and explained in a low voice, "I don't have much time left with the divine travel talisman. If they are playing tricks, I will have to take my friends and retreat." However, Taoist Zhang Shan suddenly smiled. "But I think that man is right." The big-bearded swordsman was in a dilemma. People's hearts were full of evil, and their smiling faces were full of evil. If there was really a disciple of the divine grandeur sect who was willing to come here, even if it was only a second or third state outer sect cultivator, it could prove the innocence of the old house ghost man and the woman tree ghost. The divine grandeur sect was the leader of the Taoists in the Aquarius continent, and they had a Lord of Heaven as their pillar of strength. To put it bluntly, even a servant disciple who cleaned the stairs of the mountain gate would have more influence than the leader of a small sect outside. Although the battle had come to an end, the four of them still did not dare to be distracted. This was especially true for the woman from the embroidered tower who had stolen the core of the ancient elm tree. Before this, she had always been well protected by the master of the ancient house. However, in this battle, the bearded swordsman had cut off countless of her roots. She was also greatly frightened by the peachwood sword. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when it really came, she still panicked. She only felt that she would always be a burden to her husband. The guilt in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Her heart was in a mess. It had been like this for 100 years. At this moment, two powerful auras appeared in the courtyard. One of them was wearing a Taoist robe, and he descended from the sky. For some reason, he did not go straight for the embroidered house, but chose to land there. Although the man and woman in the old house had heard the sounds of fighting, they were too busy dealing with the bearded swordsman to pay attention to what was going on. They only thought that the old woman had regained her consciousness and was trying to stop the scoundrel who had sneaked into the old house. Soon, the mountain god of lust and Taoist white deer came and left in a hurry. They also said strange things like natal flying sword and sword immortal, as if they had met a real mountain immortal. They did not dare to attack and hurriedly retreated. The big bearded swordsman said softly, "Little Taoist, go and take a look." Taoist Zhang Shan was stunned. Although the big bearded swordsman said it casually, the meaning in his eyes was that he should leave this place as soon as possible. The young Taoist could not say a word. He was agitated and sad. He was glad that he had finally met a fellow Taoist who was willing to sacrifice his life to get rid of evil and defend Taoism. This was the person he wanted to be the most in his life. The sad thing was that he was always so useless and mediocre. The young Taoist did not speak. He silently rode the peachwood sword back to the embroidered house. He held it in his hand, and with the help of the teleport talisman on his leg, he turned around and left quickly. The swordsman in the courtyard frowned and pondered. He did not know whether the change was good or bad. Did the God Grandeur sect really send their disciples here? The woman was worried about his health. She was already at the end of her rope, and this battle was like a drum that urged her to die. She could no longer care about her manners and walked forward slowly. Her huge body, which was covered by the green dress and the tall embroidered house, was revealed for the first time. The beauty lounge on the second floor was broken, and the woman who was standing on a huge tree stump fell down in the courtyard. Behind her was a large section of the old tree root. She reached out her trembling hands and held the man's face. She only hated that she could not speak. The man comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid." Maybe the sect really sent someone to help. Seeing this, the bearded swordsman sighed and leaned his long knife on the ground. He thought that even if the husband and wife in front of him were really evil ghosts, their love could not be faked. After scaring away the mountain god of lascivious temple and the white deer Taoist, Chun Pingan picked up the armor pill and put it into the Zongzuan item. Then he quietly rushed to the corridor of the third and fourth courtyard, ready to use the 2 flying swords to kill the enemy. 15 was responsible for killing the swordsman, and Chu Yi was responsible for delaying and exhausting the female ghost. However, when Chun Pingan was about to let the 2 flying swords fly out of the blade's strengthening gourd, he found that the battle had stopped and the 2 sides did not intend to fight desperately. Chun Pingan listened to the man's heartfelt words and was not sure if he was telling the truth. So he began to hold his breath and stood silently behind a pillar that covered his body. When the bearded swordsman asked the Taoist Zhang Shan to leave, Chun Pingan pondered for a moment. Then, with a tap of his foot, his body shot up into the air. He then stepped on the pillars of the corridor and shot out towards the third courtyard. His body flashed and disappeared from the top of the corridor. His hands lightly patted the beam in front of him. His body was like a fish swimming in water, smoothly passing through it. Very quickly, he returned to the second courtyard from the third courtyard. He floated down and stood in front of the door of his original residence. The moment Chun Pingan sat down, the young Taoist rushed over. "Chun Pingan," the Taoist Zhang Shan said anxiously, "let's take the things and leave quickly. Master Su wants us to go to the town quickly. Things are complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time." Chun Pingan stood up and suddenly pointed to the door of the old house. Someone broke in. After a group of people entered the door, they put away their oil paper umbrellas and went around the screen wall. They turned into the corridor and strode toward the courtyard. This group of people all wore elegant and exquisite Taoist robes. On their heads, one of the 3 Taoists was a fishtail crown. There were 5 Taoists, old and young, male and female. They had an extraordinary aura. The old Taoist in the lead should be the leader. In the night, his eyes were still bright and radiant. At first glance, one could tell that he was a successful immortal. As for the other 4 people, there was a young Taoist in his 20s. He held a bronze bell in his hand and carried a long sword in a black scabbard. The sword tassel was a long string of golden silk knots. It was very eye-catching. There was a young boy and a young girl who looked very similar. They looked arrogant. One of them had a long black rope coiled around his waist. The other had a beautiful green and yellow bamboo whip. There was also a smiling toddler. Because he was the smallest and had the shortest legs, he seemed to walk with a swagger. In his hand was an inconspicuous long piece of wood, but it was engraved with the ancient words, 10,000 ghosts bow. The young Taoist chuckled and said, "Master, he is a human, not a demon." The old Taoist nodded and ignored Chun Pingan and Zhang Shan, who were standing at the door of the room. He walked straight ahead. When the men and women brushed past them, they were not interested in Chun Pingan, who carried the wooden box and 2 swords on his back. They only looked at Zhang Shan's Taoist hat and Taoist robes, as if they found them somewhat novel. The 5 Taoists left the 2 behind. After the old Taoist stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Bastard Yang Huang, come out and admit your guilt." When the man holding a sword under the embroidery building heard the familiar voice, he was both happy and worried. He was glad that the old Taoist was undoubtedly an inner core disciple of the divine grandeur sect, which meant that his letter asking for help had worked. Although the sect had already removed his Taoist credentials, they still didn't intend to ignore it. Instead, they really sent someone down the mountain to investigate this matter. This meant that Qin Haodong, the mountain god of the divine grandeur sect, was doomed to face serious consequences. However, the man was also more worried. The old Taoist was of the same generation as him. They were both God's favored disciples who entered the divine grandeur sect in the same year. Their masters were also the same. However, the relationship between the two was extremely bad. When they were cultivating in the divine grandeur sect, they were like fire and water. Now, one was an unattainable immortal master, and the other was a lowly ghost who was neither human nor ghost. What could he do if the old Taoist took revenge? Behind the old Taoist, not behind Yang Huang, was the divine grandeur sect, which had a Taoist master of a continent. The man holding a sword asked the woman to hide behind him. He gently stabbed the long sword into the ground, and no longer held it. He faced the corridor and bowed deeply. I, Yang Huang, am willing to accept the sect's punishment. The old Taoist stepped into the square of the embroidery building in high spirits and twitched the corner of his mouth. Yang Huang, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You've been doing well. The bearded swordsman turned his head and looked. After seeing the attire of the 5 Taoists, he did not go up to the immortal masters of the divine grandeur sect. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed to the man who bowed. Tonight, I offended you and your wife. I sincerely apologize. If there's a need, I'll definitely step forward bravely. The bearded swordsman had been in Jianghu for 20 years. His eyes were sharp and experienced. He saw through the conflict between Yang Huang and the old Taoist of the divine grandeur sect. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Those old and young Taoists were just short of pasting the words decent people on their foreheads. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan sighed and said, as expected of a Taoist priest from the Aquarius continent, looking at his own attire, the young Taoist priest from the Ju Lu continent felt a little ashamed. However, he was still worried about the bearded swordsman. He pulled Chen Pingan along and followed them from afar. The old Taoist of the divine grandeur sect had already brought 4 juniors who had gone down the mountain to gain experience. They walked into the dilapidated square. He quietly made a gesture unique to the sect with his hands behind his back. The other 4 immediately flew out and took their positions surrounding the man and woman of the old house. The man with the sword was still standing on the high wall. Looking at this posture, it did not seem like the extravagance of the arrival of a backer. The man named Yang Huang reached out and held the ugly female ghost's hand. He said softly, I'm willing to be husband and wife for generations to come. The female ghost still could not speak. She whimpered, but everyone present knew that she was saying, I'm willing to be husband and wife for generations to come. Just like that, the straw sandals youth who had planned to watch coldly from the sidelines burst into tears. Even he was a little dazed. His childhood memories had long been blurred. He could not remember many things clearly. However, there was a scene that Chen Pingan still remembered clearly. His father was a wooden person who was not good with words. He might have only said one word of love in his life. Can we still be together in the next life? The demure woman who was mending clothes smiled and asked, how can we not be together? At that time, Chen Pingan was nestled in the woman's arms. He was too young to feel these words that involved life and death. However, the appearance and expression of his parents at that moment was etched in the child's mind. As time passed after his parents left, Chen Pingan felt that if he really liked someone, it seemed that a lifetime was not enough. Hence, such a scene occurred. Taoist Zhang Shan inadvertently noticed Chen Pingan's strange behavior. He wiped his cheeks and was a little confused. No matter how heavy the rain was, his face shouldn't be full of rain, right? What's more, this torrential rain had turned into a drizzle now. It would be fine even if he did not hold an umbrella. Zhang Shan was a little worried and asked, Chen Pingan, are you okay? Chen Pingan hurriedly wiped his face and squeezed out a smile. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. There are so many strange things tonight. It's too scary. I'm a slow person. I didn't care about the fright before. Now that I'm fine, I dare to cry freely. Taoist Zhang Shan's face was full of admiration. He reached out and patted Chen Pingan's shoulder. He turned his head and held back his laughter. Just pretend that I didn't see it. The old Taoist of the Xinhua sect looked around and finally smiled at the man standing upright in the old house. He clicked his tongue and said, Things remain the same, but people change. What a pair of unfortunate lovers. Yang Huang, how do you think I'll deal with you? Do you think I'll deal with you according to the golden rules of the sect? Or do I act according to the personal relationship between you and me, and not according to the rules? The man clenched his teeth and remained silent. But in the end, he had to kneel down and beg for mercy. He only hoped that this immortal master of the Xinhua sect would be lenient. The big-bearded swordsman was about to speak. He had to speak up for justice. The old Taoist turned his head. His eyes were gloomy and he shouted, Outsiders, shut up! The Xinhua sect is cleaning up its own sect. It's not up to others to tell us what to do. The big-bearded swordsman was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to raise his sword and cut down, but in the end, he could only sigh dejectedly. This was a family affair of a big sect. If outsiders dared to meddle in it, they would die in vain. Jianghu was like this, and so was the mountain. It was the same no matter where one went. Everywhere one went, one would feel suffocated. At this moment, Chen Pingan turned his head and quietly handed a round ball to Taoist Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan, from now on, we don't know each other. You can keep this thing. Taoist Zhang Shan pushed it back and whispered, Chen Pingan, don't mess around. If you make the first move, you won't be in the right. I know how to deal with these immortal masters. It'll definitely work. Remember, when I get beaten up later, don't help. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Chen Pingan asked, Is that okay? The young Taoist smiled brightly and said, Try it. If it doesn't work, you can help. After saying this, Taoist Zhang Shan was a little happy. Chen Pingan was, at most, a martial artist of the third realm. He would only be beaten up if he went. Luckily, the ancestors of the three sects were here to protect their disciples. Zhang Shanfeng must succeed this time. "219. The young Taoist stood up, tidied his clothes, and strode into the square of the embroidery building. He looked like he was going to sacrifice himself for a cause. He said loudly, Everyone, please listen to what I have to say. Everyone present looked at this foreign Taoist with different expressions. The young Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect had a black rope tied around his waist. When the young Taoist saw Zhang Shan, he looked unhappy. He took off the rope and threw it out. The rope was like a spiritual snake. It stretched itself in the air and tied up the young Taoist in an instant. Zhang Shan was like a dumpling. He swayed and almost fell. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. The young Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect sneered. Why should we listen to your nonsense? You're just a fake Taoist from an unknown background. If you dare to make noise again, I'll throw you out of the courtyard. Taoist Zhang Shan said angrily, My name is Zhang Shan, and I'm from the Jiulu continent. My master is the fire dragon immortal from the Soaring Cloud sect. I'm also the descendant of the Zhang family from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. I've traveled far and wide to the Aquarius continent to train my Taoist heart in order to complete the test of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. As long as I return to my hometown, I'll be able to become a registered Taoist in the Celestial Master Mansion's Golden Jade Register. Your divine grandeur sect is so arrogant. How dare you humiliate the Zhang family from the Dragon Tiger Mountain? The young Taoist from the divine grandeur sect, who lacked experience in the Jianghu, was a little confused. Obviously, he was intimidated by the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He really didn't have the confidence to wrestle with the divine grandeur sect. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Any sect whose reputation could spread to the Aquarius continent was not to be trifled with. The Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Central Divine Continent was even more famous. It didn't belong to any of the three Taoist sects and was an independent Taoist orthodoxy. The young Taoist from the divine grandeur sect had heard of it long ago, but it was only limited to some supernatural legends. Most of them were false rumors spread by the unknowledgeable commoners. The Qi cultivators on the mountain didn't take it seriously and only treated it as a joke. However, the divine grandeur sect was an immortal family that started with the word sect. They knew the real power of the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain much better than others. The Celestial Master Zhang of the Zhang family had a palm print in one hand and an immortal sword in the other. His Taoist techniques were boundless, and his killing power was boundless. He was an immortal in the upper five realms who could rank among the top 10 in the Central Divine Continent, which was similar to the divine grandeur sect master, and the heavenly lord Qi Zhan's transcendent status in the Eastern Aquarius continent. Therefore, the divine grandeur sect could easily understand the immortal aura of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Taoist Zhang Shan pressed on, looking righteous as he stared at the leading old Taoist whose eyes were flickering. Yang Huang, as a former disciple of the divine grandeur sect, has fallen to such a state because of love. Even I, an outsider, feel that it's tragic and should shed a tear of sympathy for the couple. As the leading orthodoxy in the Aquarius continent, the divine grandeur sect should have the same bearing, right? The youngest Taoist of the divine grandeur sect, who held an ancient wooden stick, gently tugged at the young Taoist's sleeve and whispered, "Senior sister, I think that Celestial Master Zhang is right." Alas, what do you think? The young girl with a yellow bamboo whip at her waist shook her head and said, "It's just empty pleasantries. Don't take it seriously." Chun Pingan's eyes were opened. However, at the same time, he glanced at the edge of the embroidered tower from the corner of his eyes and felt a little confused. The Taoist Zhang Shan wanted to point his finger at the old Taoist's nose to boost his momentum. However, he realized that he was tightly tied up. Instead, he hopped forward and sneered. "Elder Immortal, you're Yang Huang's senior brother of the same generation. We've cultivated in the same sect for many years. Today, we're meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Why are we meeting with weapons instead of holding hands? Why? Our Zhang clan's celestial masters, no matter if they're on the register or on the record, as long as they travel the world and meet each other, they'll feel like old friends at first sight. Why is it that your divine grandeur sect doesn't have such an atmosphere? Besides, although I'm a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain, I'm also a mountaineer and a cultivator. I know the simple truth that the law is nothing more than human feelings." The young Taoist changed his tone and said with a smile, "Elder Immortal, could it be that you have an old grudge with Yang Huang, so you don't care about your sect's magnanimity and force this couple to their deaths? However, I don't think that's possible. Elder Immortal looks like an open-minded person. After this, I, Zhang Shan, will definitely spread the name of Elder Immortal and the divine grandeur sect, even if we go to the ancestral court's Dragon Tiger Mountain in the future. As long as the divine grandeur sect is mentioned, they'll give us a thumbs up." The old Taoist, with his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes and smiled without saying a word. The young Taoist, standing on the wall, suddenly spoke in a language that no one could understand. Taoist Zhang Shan was confused. Unexpectedly, the young Taoist with the sword and the bell turned back to the Aquarius continent and looked down at him. He pointed at Taoist Zhang Shan and said angrily, "You liar! This poor Taoist is asking you in the official language of Julu continent. Why can't you answer a single question? In the Aquarius continent, you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain. You're going against the orthodoxy of the continent. Do you know that the Divine Grandeur sect has the right to take you down? Kneel down and admit your mistake." Zhang Shan didn't expect to meet a bastard who was even better at bragging than him. He was furious and began to scold the young Taoist in the official language of the Julu continent. Then he turned back to the Aquarius continent's language and said, "What nonsense! What a divine grandeur sect! What a Taoist master of the Aquarius continent!" Unexpectedly, the young Taoist on the wall ignored Zhang Shan and turned to look at the old Taoist. He suggested with a smile, "Master, we've already determined that this person isn't from the Julu continent. As for whether he's a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain, we still need to confirm it slowly. Why don't we take him down first and throw him aside? We'll clean up the sect first and deal with the Gui Gui and the tree spirit before we talk about anything else." The old Taoist seemed to be moved. Just as he was about to speak, the bearded swordsman, Su Yuanxia, finally couldn't hold back the resentment in his chest. As he said earlier, he stepped forward with his treasured saber in hand and laughed. "I'm just a nobody. I can't ask the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect to give me any face. However, if the immortal masters want to punish Yang Huang and do things according to the law, I'm all ears. I'll see if the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect can be followed. However, if you don't give me an explanation and want to kill Yang Huang and his wife, I'm willing to give up 100 kilograms of meat and just use the saber in my hand to experience the immortal master's heavenly Tao." The young Divine Grandeur sect, who used the demon binding rope, suddenly asked, "Since you claim to be from a small sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain located in the Julu continent, do you have a customs clearance document? Can you prove that you're from the Julu continent and are a disciple of the Zhang clan? If you can't prove it, you'll have to bear the consequences of impersonating Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain." Taoist Zhang Shan's expression was troubled and showed a hint of hesitation. The bearded swordsman had a headache. If this young Taoist was really impulsive and pretended to be a distant relative of the yellow-purple noble of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the crime was not small. If he fell into the hands of the Divine Grandeur sect, which had the power to supervise the orthodoxy of a continent, he would suffer greatly. The responsibility of a continent's Taoist master could be summed up in 4 words. However, it carried a lot of weight. It was called clean from the beginning. Taoist Zhang Shan took a deep breath and turned to say, "Chunpingan, help me take out the customs clearance document from the bag." The servant of the old house, Yang Huang, smiled bitterly and turned to look at her. She seemed to have seen through her husband's thoughts and nodded. Only then did Yang Huang turn back and say loudly, "Swordsman Su, Taoist Zhang, I appreciate your kindness. If there's an afterlife, I'll definitely repay you. Today, whether the Divine Grandeur sect will punish me according to public law or take revenge for my personal grudge, I'll take full responsibility with my wife. However, Swordsman Su, Taoist Zhang, and that little brother surnamed Chun, don't think that all cultivators of the Divine Grandeur sect are like this person. Absolutely not." At the end of his words, Yang Huang laughed wantonly as if he had lived for 100 years. He had never felt so relaxed and happy. He pointed at himself with his thumb and said, "My Divine Grandeur sect." After a short pause, Yang Huang pointed at the old Taoist and said, "Idiots like you who don't cultivate the mind are the minority. No wonder 100 years have passed, and you, Zhao Lu, are still at the fifth realm. Ha ha! 100 years ago, I was already a fifth realm qi cultivator. If I remember correctly, you, Zhao Lu, were only at the third realm Willow Tendon realm? What a good retention realm. The ones who are retained the most are bastards with evil intentions like you. The man of the old house said these words without restraint and to his heart's content. However, the juniors of the sect under the old Taoist's command looked at each other in dismay. They were quite embarrassed, especially the young Taoist, who called the old Taoist master. His murderous intent was revealed, and the long sword on his back was restless in the sheath. He was actually a sword cultivator. However, Yang Huang's words happened to poke at this person's heart. His master, Zhao Lu, had been stuck at the third realm for dozens of years. The young sword cultivator had also been stuck at this realm for a long time. Step by step, he went from being a brilliant sword cultivator to being a fine jade with a hope of reaching the fifth realm. Slowly, he became an embroidered pillow with a bleak future. He was almost hopeless in refining a natal flying sword. His status in the divine grandeur sect had also plummeted within a short 10 years. Thinking back to those years, he was even able to chat with the famous Golden Boy and Jade Girl occasionally. What kind of honor was that? Especially the nun, who was often accompanied by a mystical white deer. When they were chatting, she even revealed a trace of a smile. What kind of rare and beautiful scene was that? Even if it was a polite smile. So what? After all, she was a woman that even a sword immortal on the land couldn't get. Moreover, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple was the youngest sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. In the end, he could only follow a master who had no hope of reaching the Great Tao. He led this group of brats to the muddy pond at the foot of the mountain. They climbed and rolled in the mud in the name of training their minds. Along the way, they killed some otherworldly items that didn't have spiritual intelligence and subdued some mountain spirits and water monsters that hadn't transformed into human forms. Then they entangled with all kinds of evil disciples of the sect, tree demons, and female ghosts. What was this? In anger, he was about to draw his sword. Anyway, the one he killed was a ghost tree spirit, so it wasn't a pity that it died. No matter how bad he was still a third realm sword cultivator who was in charge of the external affairs of the divine grandeur sect along with several elders. After all, he had some friendship with the Golden Boy in charge of the divine grandeur sect's external affairs. Even if he was punished, it would be something like meditating on the wall and copying books. What was there to be afraid of? A mischievous voice sounded without warning. You can't draw your sword out of its sheath casually. Everyone followed the voice and looked up at the same time. There were ripples in the night sky. The uninvited guest seemed to have used a superior invisible talisman. In fact, she had been watching the fire on the other side of the roof. At this moment, she slowly showed herself. It was a girl who was not so slim and graceful. She was not fat either. She had a rosy round face and was wearing red satin clothes. She looked very lucky. The old Taoist was a little panicked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Zhao Lu greets Martial Aunt Fu. The round-faced girl who was standing on a long sword asked in confusion, "You know me?" The old Taoist was full of smiles. Every disciple of the divine grandeur sect, no matter in the inner or outer sect, knows Martial Aunt Fu. That's too ignorant. The round-faced girl's face suddenly darkened. She sneered and said, "What? The whole sect already knows that I failed to confess my love to the Golden Boy. Which gossipy woman or idler told you? Tell me, when I return to the sect, I must thank them properly." The old Taoist was not the only one who was confused. In fact, everyone else was at a loss. The reason why they recognized this martial Grandmaster Fu was not because of the confession, but because she was a very senior female sword cultivator. She had a powerful backer in the divine grandeur sect, and she liked to ride her sword at high speed, dashing between the mountains. Moreover, she was a little fat girl. She flew here and there all year round, and one of her favorite things to do was to ride her sword straight into the clouds. Then she would crash down from 1,000 feet to 1,000 feet high, and when she was about 20 to 30 feet above the ground, she would immediately pull up her sword and fly close to the ground, dashing into the distance. Which ordinary sword cultivator would dare to do this? Who wouldn't remember this little ancestor? Moreover, 2 years ago, the young girl had attempted to change her direction when she was 10 feet above the ground. In the end, she had crashed headfirst into the ground. She and her sword had simply fallen upside down, standing there all alone. The spectating disciples who had originally clapped their hands and cheered were all speechless. In the end, it was He Xiaoyang, the jade girl who was very close to her, who scolded her and made her behave herself. Not long after that, the girl broke through the bottleneck of the fifth realm and successfully entered the cave realm. Then she began to ride her sword in the divine grandeur sect. Every day, she would wander in front of the cave residences of the old immortals on the mountains. The elders of the sect, who were used to peaceful cultivation, were all annoyed by her. However, the girl's great-grandfather was the teacher of Qizhen, the current leader of the divine grandeur sect. Therefore, the divine Lord Qizhen, who had always been cold, only treated this descendant of his teacher more favorably than the golden boy and the jade girl. When the girls saw the expressions of the crowd, she immediately knew that she had misunderstood and let slip. She wished she could ride her sword thousands of miles away. However, when she thought of Sister He and the Bulsh *T golden boy's instructions, she had to suppress her anger and shame. She stood on the roof ridge with a straight face and began to think of the wording to send away the insignificant man and woman in the old mansion. Like many other sects, the divine grandeur sect was divided into inner and outer sections. Before He Xiaoyang left the divine grandeur sect, it was an extremely rare event for the golden boy and the jade girl to come out of the same sect. In order to train the two gods' favorite children, Qizhen specially allowed the two juniors to intervene in the affairs of the outer sect. Of course, he didn't directly throw them into such a big mess and let them have the power to make decisions. Instead, he gave them the power to supervise hundreds of officials, similar to the imperial censors of the secular dynasties. Sometimes, He Xiaoyang and the jade girl would be given full authority to deal with some of the affairs of the outer sect. They would have the power to write down specific suggestions on how to deal with the affairs of the outer sect and then hand it to the disciples of the sect who were in charge of the affairs of the outer sect. Therefore, He Xiaoyang, the jade girl of the orthodoxy of the Aquarius continent, was indeed deeply cultivated by the sect. However, she resolutely chose to leave the divine grandeur sect. Not to mention outsiders. Even the elders and ancestors of the divine grandeur sect found it unbelievable. That was why they angrily scolded He Xiaoyang for being an ungrateful wretch. Indeed, the entire divine grandeur sect valued He Xiaoyang too much. As the saying goes, love deeply and hate deeply. The divine grandeur sect had already received the secret letter Yang Huang sent to the mountain gate at the beginning of the new year. At that time, He Xiaoyang hadn't left the sect yet and had a conflict with Jin Tong over this letter. Jin Tong first raised his brush and wrote down the letter. The content was generally about how to deal with it appropriately and not to be too harsh on Yang Huang. However, He Xiaoyang directly gave the opposite opinion. The wording of the letter was extremely harsh. It said that Yang Huang, as a disciple of the divine grandeur sect, should be severely punished as a warning to others. However, He Xiaoyang and Jin Tong's punishment of the female ghost was similar. They chose to ignore it. Because of the conflict between the two sides, Yang Huang's secret letter was temporarily shelved. Regarding this matter, the outer gate of the divine grandeur sect was more inclined to support He Xiaoyang. However, no one expected that He Xiaoyang suddenly stopped being a disciple of the divine grandeur sect and even abandoned her identity as the Jade Girl of the continent. Jin Tong, who had admired He Xiaoyang for many years, seemed to think that the secret letter was too unlucky and didn't want to pay any attention to it. Moreover, he had countless things to deal with at hand. He casually threw the letter to an outer gate law enforcement elder and said that it was for a disciple to go down the mountain to gain experience. He just needed to do it and didn't need to consider the contradictory content of the letter. The subsequent events were very clear. Zhao Lu grabbed this opportunity and personally went down the mountain to take revenge. However, the round-faced girl surnamed Fu secretly followed them all the way after hearing about this matter from somewhere. It was a good opportunity for her to relax and not think about that dog shit Jin Tong all the time. She flew over thousands of mountains and rivers on her sword and was very happy. Along the way, there were occasional disturbances. When they heard that she was a disciple of the divine grandeur sect's inner gate, each and every one of the unruly martial masters and cultivators wanted to worship her like a bodhisattva. The words of the girl surnamed Fu could be faked. However, the rare lotus crown that no one dared to overstep and the eye-catching golden jade pendant on her waist couldn't be faked. After the round-faced girl appeared, the big-bearded swordsman and Taoist priest Zhang Shan both understood that the fate of Yang Huang and his wife was no longer within their control. It was meaningless to say anything more. A single sentence from an elder of the divine grandeur sect was enough. Yang Huang held the female ghost's hand and raised his head to look at the girl. He smiled calmly and said, "Evil creature Yang Huang and my wife are at Martial Ant Fu's disposal. Regardless of life or death, we will follow Martial Ant's orders." The round-faced girl glanced at the couple. One was haggard, and the other was ugly. Their appearances were really unlikable. Of course, she didn't hate them either. When she thought of the 2 red comments in the secret letter, the girl sighed. Since Sister, he was no longer a member of the divine grandeur sect, then she should just follow that dog shit Jin Tong's wishes. She cleared her throat and ordered, "Zhao Lu, lead the team and deal with that obscene temple. As for whether you want to do it personally or contact the local government, it's up to you. Yang Huang and his wife, that's all. In the future, as long as you don't use the name of the divine grandeur sect to do bad things, from today onwards, everything you do will have nothing to do with the divine grandeur sect." Since she was done watching the show, the round-faced girl didn't want to stay in this desolate place any longer. She quickly rode on her sword and left at an extremely fast speed. When others rode on their swords, they would slowly climb up a slope in an arc before finally entering the sky. However, the girl with the surname Fu wished she could fly in a straight line and soar into the sky. It was a hair-raising sight and felt that she would fall back to the ground if she wasn't careful. Yang Huang remembered something and said loudly, "Thank you for repelling the enemy." Martial Ant Fu, the old Taoist, Zhao Lu, cupped his hands and respectfully sent the girl off. After that, he snorted and left without saying a word. Yang Huang didn't get carried away. Instead, he cupped his hands and apologized to the other immortals of the divine grandeur sect. "Yang Huang's body is filthy. I don't dare to send you off." The young Taoist who retrieved the demon-binding rope and the sister with the ghost-striking bamboo whip on her waist hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads. The little Taoist who held the demon subduing would swaggered away. Suddenly, he turned his head and made a funny face. He smiled at the female ghost and said, "Ugly freak, ugly freak." The female ghost, who was originally smiling, suddenly had a distressed expression. She slowly turned her head and covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at anyone else. In an instant, the little Taoist suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood there in a daze, not moving an inch. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he didn't dare to. Among the group of people, the disciple who was truly valued the most by the sect was him, who was born with outstanding intuition and not the twin siblings. He was not even the idiotic sword cultivator who had been basking in the sun for many years on the third realm. He quickly turned his head and looked over. The little Taoist gripped the demon-subduing wood that was inscribed with the words, 10,000 ghosts bow. His palms were sweaty as he slowly shifted his gaze. Ignoring the ugly female ghost, there was the sickly ghost Yang Huang, the bearded swordsman who only relied on a divine weapon to flaunt his might. It was very likely that it was Mount Longhu's celestial master Zhang's Ju Luzhou Taoist. Finally, it was that expressionless youth with a case on his back. In the eyes of others, the actions of the young and tender Taoist would only be seen as the playfulness of a child. Only Chun Pingan extended 2 fingers and quietly made a strange gesture of poking forward. The little Taoist quickly blinked and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he forced a smile and politely waved goodbye to the fellow whose intuition made him feel extremely dangerous. The little Taoist complained as he ran, "Oh my God, why did this fellow's fierce aura seem so much like an old monster from the middle 5 realms? Moreover, he was the kind of cultivator who often went down the mountain to fight and had experienced hundreds of battles." The little Taoist didn't want to go overboard and instigate Zhao Lu and his disciple to come back and attack because it was meaningless. On the path of cultivation, other than seeking the Tao, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. This wasn't nonsense. As the little Taoist ran, a smile appeared on his face again. His mood suddenly changed from gloomy to amorous. Wow, it was exactly like what his master said. There was also an otherworldly expert at the foot of the mountain. Didn't he just run into one? When he returned, he definitely had to tell his master that the person he met was at least an old monster at the Orus Core realm. He might even be a 10th realm Earth immortal. He was so damn shameless and pretended to be a young man. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. The little Taoist ran cheerfully and even jumped up and down. He said happily, "Oh my, this trip down the mountain wasn't a loss." The brother and sister in front of the handwriting veranda turned their heads at the same time with tacit understanding. The little Taoist immediately held his breath and concentrated. After he landed, he continued to move forward steadily like an old man. On the other side of the embroidery tower, although the man and woman of the old residence were frightened from beginning to end, they had finally survived a disaster. The husband and wife shook hands and smiled at each other. Everything was understood without words. They only felt that they had fulfilled their wishes. The burden had been lifted, and the bitterness was over. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan smiled at Qin Pingan and said, "Sword immortal, sword immortal. Did you see that? Such a young sword immortal. He's amazing, right?" Chun Pingan was somewhat helpless. The rain had stopped. The young Taoist priest looked at the night sky and sighed. "I really want to recite a poem." The big bearded swordsman laughed heartily and happily. No matter what, the matter finally had a happy ending. This made the big bearded swordsman feel even more joyful than when he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, successfully slaying demons and drinking good wine. The old woman who couldn't get up from the ground finally woke up in the courtyard. She immediately flew over. In the end, she was slightly relieved when she saw her master and mistress living together in peace. Yang Huang smiled softly at the old woman and said, "It's all in the past. You don't have to worry about those sneaky people anymore." The old woman was stunned at first. Then she burst into tears of joy and choked with sobs. The female ghost named Ying slowly moved her body and wandered over. She gently held the old woman's shoulder and comforted her gently. It's okay. It's okay. She was relieved and no longer looked haggard and dispirited. The ghost Yang Huang laughed and said, Hero Su, Immortal Master Zhang, and Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, let us be the hosts. Prepare a table of good wine and dishes. Drink to our heart's content. The big-bearded swordsman Su Yuanxia smiled and nodded. He asked the Taoist priest Zhang Shan and Qin Pingan, what do you think? The Taoist priest Zhang Shan smiled and said, why not? Qin Pingan also smiled and nodded. He patted the wine gourd at his waist and said, if it's possible, I'd like to buy some wine from you. Yang Huang waved his hand, as if he had recovered the high-spirited spirit of the divine grandeur sect's disciple. He said straightforwardly, what wine? It's our home-brewed cellar wine. It's not really good wine, but it tastes really good. After supper, we'll eat and drink to our heart's content. Mr. Chen, you can take it away. Everyone laughed loudly. The old house no longer had any eerie yin-chi. There was only the Jianghu heroic spirit that intoxicated people before drinking. After that, the old woman was beaming with joy. She kept lowering her head and wiping her tears. She quickly walked to the kitchen to cook. The couple received guests in the main room of the courtyard and chatted with the big-bearded swordsman about Jianghu matters. The Taoist priest Zhang Shan hesitated for a moment, but still called Qin Pingan. They came to the courtyard's veranda and said apologetically, Qin Pingan, my real name is Zhang Shanfeng, not Zhang Shan. I'm sorry. As a friend, I hid it from you for so long. It's not very kind of me. Qin Pingan sat on the railing and said softly, in Jianghu, it's better to be safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with that. The young Taoist priest's eyes lit up. He laughed and said softly, you're not using your real name in Jianghu? Am I right? Like I said, although the name Qin Pingan has a good meaning, it's still a bit tacky. Qin Pingan rolled his eyes and said, it's my real name. The young Taoist priest was a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he remembered something and asked softly, why did you give me a round ball earlier? Qin Pingan said sorry in his heart. He then smiled and said, actually, there was a big fight in the opposite room. I went out to watch a fierce battle. The scholar surnamed Chu was a tree demon. After he was killed by a sword immortal, he left behind a magic weapon called armor pill. The sword immortal didn't like it and left directly. I went to pick it up secretly. Qin Pingan reached out and handed over the round ball. The sword immortal should be the young girl from the divine grandeur sect. The young Taoist priest was enlightened. He took it and weighed it in his hand. It was not heavy. He lowered his head and looked at it carefully. He turned it gently in his palm and saw a small crack. The Taoist priest from the Juluzhou called Zhang Shanfeng had a serious expression. He returned it to Qin Pingan and said, it's indeed very similar to the legendary armor pill of the military school. However, this armor pill should have been severely damaged, causing a flaw to appear on it. Even so, the armor pill is an extremely rare and expensive treasure. Although I don't know how expensive it is, it's definitely worth a city. Keep it well, and don't let anyone see it. As long as you find an expert to repair it, you can wear it without worry. It's equivalent to a first-class amulet. According to the scholar with the surname Chu, this armor pill of the military school was an earth-ranked magic treasure from the royal treasury of the Guyu kingdom. It was worth 3,000 snowflakes. Qin Pingan did not hide it in his sleeves and took the opportunity to put it away. Instead, he said tentatively, you also know that I am a martial artist, and the boxing that I learn is particular about moving forward. I can't rely too much on external objects. Otherwise, it will make my boxing style not smooth enough. Therefore, I don't have much use for this armor pill. I'll sell it to you for 300 snowflakes. How about that? The young Taoist priest shook his head vigorously and said self-mockingly, "Let's not talk about 300 snowflakes. Even if it was 1,000 or 2,000 snowflakes, such a treasure that can only be found by chance. As long as I have the wealth, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have. I won't even blink an eye. However, I am now so poor that I can't even afford a full meal on the Koan boat." Chun Pingan gently tossed the round ball to the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng. He smiled and said, "Then take it that you owe me 300 snowflakes. Don't be in a hurry to reject it. Think about it. With your body that faints when you get drenched in the rain, if we meet any demons or ghosts in the future, how are we going to fight them? If you wear the armor pill, perhaps our chances of winning will be much higher. Once we gain something, it will all belong to me. Take it as you paying me back. Is that okay?" The young Taoist priest sighed and carefully accepted the armor pill that he did not even dare to dream of. He sat side by side with Chun Pingan on the railing of the veranda. They looked at the sky together and softly called out. Chun Pingan, then, he did not say anything else. It was as if there were many things that he could not say. Chun Pingan put his hands on the railing and said, "You see, from the beginning to the end, I did not help much this time. You also did not dislike me for being a hindrance." The young Taoist scratched his head. When he said that, he seemed to be a little more relaxed. Chun Pingan treated him as a friend, and he also treated him as a friend. Between friends, there was no need to be so formal and particular about everything. He suddenly laughed and said, brushing his beard like a halberd, a hero with a treasured sword. Chun Pingan smiled. Well, he was praising the bearded man Su Yuanxia. The young Taoist said again, abandoning literature to travel the sea and mountains, hard to find Chuanjin. Well, he should be talking about himself. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng turned his head and said, Chun Pingan, I did not think of a poem about you. When I feel inspired in the future, I will definitely have one. Don't worry, I promise that it will be very heroic. Chun Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to dampen his mood, so he nodded and said, Okay. Chun Pingan jumped down from the railing and ran to the kitchen. He turned his head and shouted, I'll go help cook. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng nodded and sat in the same place with mixed feelings. From the main room, the bearded man's hearty laughter could be heard from time to time. The young Taoist priest changed his sitting position and leaned against the pillar. He crossed his arms and thought of the mountain in his hometown. He closed his eyes and hummed a self-made song. He shook his head and leisurely. Finally, the young Taoist opened his eyes and murmured, Who wrote this song? Zhang Shanfeng of Wudang Mountain. Chun Pingan was actually thinking about something. In the previous battle with the scholar surnamed Chu, Chun Pingan had a rough idea of his strength in the 3 realms of martial arts. Among the many fist techniques that the barefoot old man had imparted to him, the deity drum beating style was the most powerful one. Chun Pingan had used the length withdrawal talisman to hit him with one punch and then followed up with another punch. Even so, although the scholar from the ancient Yu kingdom had the armor of light transformed from the armor pill to protect him, the limit of Chun Pingan's fist technique was actually the 20 punches of the deity drum beating style. He could not even use one more punch. Therefore, if the flying sword in the sword-nurturing gourd had not killed the enemy, he was afraid that the scholar would have exhausted his strength. Once the deity drum beating style was used up, he would be able to free up his hands. If he had used 1 or 2 offensive magic treasures, what would Chun Pingan do? It would not be difficult to escape, but it would be difficult to win and kill the enemy. However, to be able to combine his fist technique with the attack of Chu Yi and Chu Wu's flying swords, and even a little bit seamlessly, was also a gain. However, deep in Chun Pingan's heart, he still felt that it was not satisfying enough. It was still lacking a little meaning. It seemed that the real answer was very simple. Chun Pingan's fist was still not fast enough, not fierce enough. Chun Pingan collected his thoughts. Whether it was to practice his fist technique or sword technique in the future, he could not rush it. He just had to take one step at a time and move forward steadily. He patted the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist and laughed softly. Thanks for this time. The gourd sensed something, and Chu Wu began to fly around excitedly. Chun Pingon suddenly said, "But when the two of you appear in the future, can you not be so dazzling? The three of us are not sparring with others in martial arts. Before we fight, we need to announce our names and show our weapons. Let's not pay attention to these when we fight the enemy, right? Sneaking out of the sword-nurturing gourd is fine. Don't you think this makes sense?" Chu Wu instantly stopped and remained motionless. He seemed to be sulking. Chu even flew out of the sword-nurturing gourd and charged into Qin Pingon's Qi residence to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Qin Pingon was now very indifferent to this pain. He jogged forward with a smile and went to the kitchen to help. Controlling the natal flying sword only consumed the mind and did not require the use of genuine qi. However, there was a distance limit when using the flying sword to kill the enemy. It was directly related to the realm of the swordsman or the degree of concentration of the soul. There was no shortcut to breaking the distance limit of the flying sword. For a swordsman, it was to increase the realm. For Qin Pingon, who had just won the title of Sword Immortal, it was to use the genuine qi of 18 halts of sword qi to break through more qi residences along the way. The bottleneck of Chu Yi's journey was a radius of 100 feet. Chu Wu's was 80 feet. Not far away was the kitchen, which was faintly lit. How is the name Zhang Shanfeng better than Qin Pingon? Qin Pingon slowed down his steps. Thinking of this, he was somewhat unconvinced. He suddenly grinned and laughed to himself. "Hey, Sword Immortal!" "2:20. The old woman was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Qin Pingon, she was a little surprised. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This was the teachings of the saints. Although there was also a saying that one should not be tired of eating, and not be tired of eating, it did not mean that a gentleman would cook by himself. However, the old woman soon felt relieved. The young man in front of her had traveled far and wide, and he did not look like a child of a scholarly family. However, the old woman did not think that Qin Pingon could be of much help. So she asked him to help with some chores and watch the temperature of the stew. Qin Pingon did not insist and helped with the chores. Finally, in the warm kitchen, the sound of the old woman skillfully cutting vegetables on the chopping board could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Pingon sat on a small stool and peeled the bamboo shoots. There was a fresh smell of grass and wood. The old woman asked casually, "Young Master Qin, what happened to your left hand?" Qin Pingon glanced at his bandaged left hand and smiled. "I accidentally fell down. It's nothing serious." The old woman rarely had someone to chat with, so she smiled and said, "The rain is slippery and caused you to be injured. Our house is already quite old. Previously, it was in a difficult situation where tigers and wolves were watching us, so we did not dare to show off. At most, we would just sew the courtyard walls and rarely hang lanterns at night. For so many years, we were afraid of scaring the people, so we did not dare to ask the bricklayers to help us. I was the one who messed around. Of course, my workmanship is bad. There are a lot of bluestone tiles that are bumpy and can't even be considered flat. If this was in the house of a big family in a big city, not only would it be an eyesore to their own family, but if other families saw it, they would laugh at us. They would definitely gossip behind our backs and say all kinds of unpleasant things. Fortunately, Master and Madam have never cared about this. This is my fortune." The old woman's tone was calm, like the still water. 100 years, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, and separation had all settled in her heart. This is my fortune. This should be the conclusion of the old woman's life. Qin Pingon said softly, It's the couple's fortune to have an old lady like you running the house. The old woman was stunned for a moment. With a smile, she turned her head and teased, "Child, you look simple and honest. How can you be so good at talking?" Chun Pingon had already put all the peeled bamboo shoots in a clean bamboo basket. He looked up and said, "Old woman, I'm telling the truth." The old woman looked at the young man's clear and spirited eyes and nodded. She turned around, and the smile on her face widened. She casually said, "Young Master Chun, do you have a girl you like?" The women in our beautiful robes country's Yenji County are famous for their beauty. If you are not in a hurry, you can go there and stroll around the temple fair or something. Maybe you will have a beautiful marriage. Besides, although your martial arts realm isn't high, in a small place like Yenji County, where there are no righteous gods or earth immortals, it really isn't bad. If you're willing to take root here, you're more than qualified to be a general or commandant. When the time comes, you can marry a well-bred girl from a scholarly family. Chun Pingon was a little shy. He mumbled and did not dare to talk about this topic. The old woman turned her head and glanced at the young man. She smiled and said softly, "I know. Young Master Chun must have a girl he loves." Chun Pingon held back for a long time. He asked with a red face, "Old woman, if the girl I like once asked me if I liked her, and I said no, then went to find her and told her that I like her, do you think she would think I am a liar?" "Young Master Chun, your words are really confusing." The old woman could not help but laugh. She sat on a stool next to the stove and asked with a smile, "Then why didn't you say you liked her? Was it because you were timid and embarrassed? Or did you feel that you would lose face in front of the girl if you nodded and said yes? So you deliberately played the hero?" Chun Pingon thought seriously and confidently. He gave a sincere answer. "I am stupid." The old woman was really amused this time. She laughed so hard that her old face softened. "I think the girl you like won't be angry. If a girl is liked by someone, and that person likes her completely, it is a beautiful thing." Chun Pingon was a little distressed. He brought a bamboo basket of spring bamboo shoots to the stove. "But that girl told me that she only likes the great sword immortal." The old woman held back her laughter. "Oh, then it must be hard for you. The great sword immortal should at least be a sixth realm immortal. My young master is so talented. He used to cultivate in the high and mighty blessed enclave of the divine grandeur sect, but he never entered the middle 5 realms and reached the legendary immortal cave realm. Young Master Chun, let me give you a suggestion. You can discuss with that girl and see if you can change the requirement of Great Sword Immortal to Little Sword Immortal. For example, the Immortal Cave realm is too high. What about the 4th and 5th realms? You must know that sword cultivators in the world are still very popular, no matter how low their realms are. The 4th and 5th realms are already very impressive." Chun Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Miss Ning's so-called Great Sword Immortal must be at least the 12th realm. Even if Ning Yaojin was easy to discuss and agreed to lower it, it should be at least the Great Sword Immortal realm of the Wind Snow Temple's Way and Jin dynasties, right? Chun Pingon sighed and suddenly reminded, "Granny, the dishes are ready." The old woman hurriedly got up and opened the lid of the pot. Soon, a delicious delicacy was placed on the plate. She asked Chun Pingon to bring the dish to the main hall of the 3-section courtyard. She also asked him not to come back after delivering the dish and to eat and drink there. After that, she would serve the dishes and wine. Chun Pingon ran out and back. Seeing the old woman pretending to be angry, Chun Pingon asked with a smile, "Granny, I'm here to get the wine. Also, I've talked to Master Yang, and he promised to give me wine to drink." At this point, Chun Pingon took off the wine gourd and shook it. He smiled brightly and said, "Until it's full." The old woman took out a wine ladle from an old red cupboard. Then she smiled and pointed to a few large wine jars by the wall. "Bring an unopened jar over. There's an open jar on the side." There's still half a jar of homemade soju left. You can put it in the wine gourd. It'll be enough no matter what." Then the old woman ignored the youth squatting in the corner and poured wine into the gourd. She continued to cook. Finally, Chun Pingan bid farewell and left the kitchen with a jar of wine. The old woman smiled and turned to look at the vermilion wine gourd at the youth's waist. It was old and ordinary and unremarkable. This child was so young, but he was already an alcoholic? She didn't know if it would turn into a gourd of wedding wine or a heart-wrenching wine when he met the girl he liked. However, the old woman still hoped that the youth could fulfill his wish and become a master and madam like the young master and young lady. In the main hall of the three-section courtyard, the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. The master and mistress of the old house, the ghost Yang Huang, and the female ghost named Ying sat on the left. The big-bearded swordsman was invited to the seat of honor. Su Yuanxia was forthright and didn't bother to refuse. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng sat on the right. After Chen Pingan served the dishes and wine, they began to drink. The female ghost was a little funny. Her extremely long tree roots extended from the embroidery building like green vines and circled into the main hall from the door. In order not to spoil the fun, she even deliberately wore a thick veil to cover her face. The big-bearded swordsman had previously asked if there was any magic that could help the pitiful woman recover her face. Yang Huang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't hide the truth and explained the reason in detail. It was related to the Qing Ci treasure advice of the God Grandeur sect, a heterodox formation secret technique, and the wood core of the ancient Yu Kingdom's ancestral elm tree. It was extremely messy because the formation of the old house and the wood core of the ancient elm tree were integrated into one and couldn't be moved. Moreover, the qi of the mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of miles was originally a mass grave. 200 years ago, the colorful clothes kingdom encountered a terrible plague, and hundreds of thousands of people were infected and died suddenly. Most of them were randomly buried here in Yanji County. The successive emperors of the colorful clothes kingdom all hoped to change the feng shui of this place. However, even a Taoist immortal of the viewing sea state was summoned by the emperor when he was wandering through the colorful clothes kingdom. He personally came here and made many arrangements. Just 2 heavenly grand ritual alone cost nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver. Unfortunately, it only recovered for a few years before it returned to the mournful scene of rampant miasma and wandering ghosts. Even the immortals were helpless. The root was still in the feng shui of this land. It was not only a life-saving medicine for the female ghost, but it was also tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. One day, she would fall into an evil spirit. Yang Huang was blunt about this point, and the female ghost was also calm. It turned out that the husband and wife had already agreed that when that day came, they would both commit suicide to avoid harming the people. In fact, the core of the ancient elm was naturally clean. It was just that at that time, he was anxious to keep the female ghost Ying's soul. In addition, he was desperate to find a cure, so her soul could only deteriorate step by step. If she could continue to absorb the pure aura of heaven and earth, she could actually recover her spirituality and even nourish the fate of the land, becoming an existence similar to the mountain god of lust. However, her nature as a god was definitely different from that of the Qin god because of the ancient elm. In the end, Yang Huang was open-minded and laughed. At most, in another 30 years, there would be no people, no wine, and no food in this house. Therefore, he hoped that Su Yuanxia and the other 2 would come here more often before then. In any case, they could still have a clean room and bed as a place to rest. They could also chat happily like tonight. When it came to the enormous fate of hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers, the big-bearded machete man and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng were speechless. They really could not come up with an effective solution because only the 10th realm Qi cultivators were qualified to give advice. It was an unwritten rule that the 10th realm chi cultivators could be called saints. At first, it was a compliment of the secular dynasties because immortals of the upper 5 realms were too rare. The 10th realm chi cultivators had to firmly occupy a blessed place with abundant aura. They needed a long time to accumulate their cultivation and break through the realm. Occasionally, they would also have to fight with the emperors and generals at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, common names such as the scholarly sage, the land immortal of Taoism, and the golden arhat of Buddhism were all included in this list. It was true that Chun Pingan liked to drink nowadays, but he did not drink too much each time. The big-bearded machete man, on the other hand, had the personality of drinking big bowls and eating big chunks of meat. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng's alcohol tolerance was even worse than Chun Pingan's, but he was thin-skinned. After Yang Huang and Su Yuanxia's persuasion, he drank half a bowl in one gulp. In the end, Chun Pingan only dared to pour him a little wine each time. Even so, the young Taoist priest with the peach-wood sword on his back was still swaying. His face was flushed, and his voice was much louder. He chatted with the big-bearded machete man about his Jianghu experiences and poems with the landowning ghost Yang Huang. He was very happy. The old woman would bring a dish every few days. Seeing that a jar of wine was empty, she would bring another jar over. The host and guests were all very happy. Just as the second jar of wine was about to be emptied, a wail suddenly sounded. Brother Chu, where did you go? Don't leave me here alone." Soon, another sobbing voice sounded. "Little Taoist surnamed Chun, how come you've disappeared too? Could it be that you were caught and eaten by evil spirits? Don't. The monster's in the house. If you want to eat people, then eat them together. Don't eat me alone in the end." The old woman had just brought a dish over and was about to appease the official's son surnamed Lu and explain the reason. Chun Pingan hurriedly got up and said that he would go. The old woman thought that he was right. If she went, the poor scholar would probably faint from fright. When the scholar surnamed Lu was pulled into the courtyard by Chun Pingan, his legs were trembling and his lips were ashen. After seeing the big-bearded machete man, his condition improved slightly. However, when he saw the terrifying tree roots from the back door into the main hall, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Chun Pingan tightened his grip on his arm, immediately waking him up from the pain. The scholar sullenly complained, "Just let me faint." Chun Pingan said unhappily, "If you really can't do it, then go drink to boost your courage. You should at least have the courage to do that, right?" The scholar surnamed Lu said bitterly, "Can I not?" Chun Pingan was so angry that he laughed. He said resolutely, "No," carefully looking at the young man's face. The scholar surnamed Lu didn't seem to be an accomplice to a villain. He sighed and encouraged himself, "Fine, I'll drink. Even if I die, it's still wine." At the table, the scholar surnamed Lu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at anyone. He only focused on drinking. The big-bearded machete man laughed and asked, "You scholar, how can your luck be so bad? You made such a bad monster friend. He even went on a scenic tour and tricked you into coming here. However, you're lucky to be able to live until now and drink with us. Looking at your clothes, are you a rich son from the colorful clothes country?" The scholar surnamed Lu said with a trembling voice, "My father is the governor of Yenji County, but my family really doesn't have any money. I can't be considered a rich son." The big-bearded machete man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why, do I look like a bandit?" The scholar raised his head and glanced at the big-bearded machete man, thinking that they couldn't be more alike. The big-bearded machete man stopped scaring the weak scholar. He suddenly became worried. "Brother Yang, will that old Taoist really get rid of the lewd ancestral mountain god? Will he deliberately let it go and leave it to disgust you?" The man shook his head and laughed. "Since Martial Uncle Fu is watching over this matter, the outer circle of the divine grandeur sect will definitely investigate to the end. Moreover, every batch of outer circle disciples go down the mountain to train, and the final evaluation is extremely meticulous. Zhao Lu won't be able to act on his own. Yang Huang's expression suddenly changed. I'm only worried that the lewd ancestral mountain god has a backer in the government. If Zhao Lu is bent and uses the pretense of not wanting to bully others to discuss this matter with the provincial governor, saying that it's a discussion, but in fact it's a private teaching, then it'll be difficult. Once Zhao Lu convinces the imperial court and the Ministry of Rights of the Colorful Robes Kingdom to take the initiative to ask to keep the lewd ancestral mountain god, or even to become a legitimate mountain god, it'll be very troublesome. Although the 5 mountain gods of the Colorful Robes Kingdom can't be compared to their counterparts in big countries and dynasties, they're only 6th realm chi cultivators. They can only exert the strength of a sea-viewing realm in their own territory. The one surnamed Qin is, after all, a mountain god with a golden body. As long as Zhao Lu interferes and helps him obtain the emperor's order, he may have the strength of a cave-dwelling realm. The immortal master from the divine grandeur sect can casually say a few words, and the emperor of the Colorful Robes Kingdom will consider carefully. After saying this, the big-bearded machete man, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, and Qin Pingan all looked at the trembling scholar at almost the same time. The scholar was at a loss. What 5 mountain gods, lewd ancestral mountain god, cave-dwelling realm, sea-viewing realm? He didn't understand a single word. He said timidly, "My father is only a 4th rank county governor." What mountain god? My father probably hasn't even heard of it. He can't help. The big-bearded machete man smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not asking for your father's help. We're just preventing him from making things worse. Early tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you back to Yanji County City and quickly go to pay a visit to the county governor. We can't let Zhao Lu beat us to it. I believe that as long as Zhao Lu sees me in the county governor's mansion, he'll know that his plan won't work. Even if it does, he'll have to be careful of us going to the divine grandeur sect to make a scene. We'll learn from the commoners who beat the drum in front of the government office and call for justice for the people." At the end, the big-bearded machete man laughed out loud. Ghost Yang Huang stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Then I'll thank Brother Su in advance." The big-bearded machete man suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He drank a mouthful of wine and said in a muffled voice, "Brother Su something, I'm already too old to be your grandson." Yang Huang laughed and said, "A hero's background doesn't matter, and a friend's age doesn't matter." Even the female ghost's soft laughter seeped out from behind her veil. The weak scholar, who had gathered a little courage with great difficulty, was scared pale by the melancholy and lingering laughter. That night, the young Taoist priest drank too much. The scholar named Lu Gaohua didn't dare to drink to his heart's content. He was afraid that if he got drunk, he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. In the end, the 4 of them stayed in the courtyard with Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng in the wing next to each other. The scholar and the big-bearded machete man became neighbors. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng got up and opened the door. He saw that Qin Pingan was already practicing his walking stance in the courtyard. Compared to the first time they met, he felt that Qin Pingan was getting slower. After eating the breakfast prepared by the old woman, the 4 of them left together. Because the sun was high in the sky, and because the master and mistress of the old house didn't like sunlight, they didn't go out to see them off. They stood by the embroidery building and waved from afar. The big-bearded man yawned and squinted at the increasingly dazzling sun. Languid, he said, "It's a new day." The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was talking to the scholar Lu Gaohua about the local customs of Yanji County. After Lu Gaohua walked out of the old house, his entire spirit changed. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He talked nonstop and chatted happily with the young Taoist priest. Qin Pingan suddenly turned around and walked to the threshold. He whispered to the old woman, "Granny, and I'm saying if, something troublesome happens, you can send a letter to the northernmost Dali Longquan County. Send it to a person called Wei Pai in the cloud-splitting mountain. Just say that Brother Yang Huang is my friend, and that Chimpingon owes you a lot of wine." The old woman smiled and nodded. Although she didn't take it seriously, she still didn't reject this kindness. Some kindness was like the cold spring sunshine. Although there wasn't a big difference whether it was there or not, why should she reject it? Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and handed over 7 to 8 pieces of snow. Dali Longquan and Rainbow Clothes Country are far away. This is the money for you to send the letter. This house had already exhausted all of Yang Huang's wealth. It was hard to make ends meet everywhere. Therefore, even the wine was brewed by himself, and the dishes were picked by the old woman from afar. The old woman hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the few pieces of snow. Of course, sending a letter to the northernmost Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent would cost a lot. However, it definitely wouldn't cost 7 pieces of snow. However, when the young man handed over a handful of coins, they were just like the copper coins in the marketplace. It was just a small handful, no more, no less. It was as if she rejected it, or purposely accepted a few pieces. It was as if she was unreasonable or pretentious. Even if she accepted it generously, she wouldn't owe him such a big favor. The old woman sighed. He was so young, yet he knew how to take care of other people's feelings. She didn't know how much hardship he had suffered when he was young to have such a sense of propriety. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng smiled and called out, "Chun Pingon, let's go." Chun Pingon sighed and said goodbye to the old woman. After running for a distance, he suddenly turned around and looked at the embroidery house. He shouted, "The book said, if there is a Qing in the house, let's get married." The female ghost at the embroidery house looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Although the husband and wife were no longer human, but it didn't matter. The young man with the sword sheath on his back and the gourd on his waist ran backwards and waved goodbye to the old woman again. "Grandma, the stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots is delicious. I will come again next time." The old woman stood at the door with a warm smile. Looking at the young man bathed in the sunlight, she sighed softly. The group arrived at the governor's mansion in Yenji County. The governor was dealing with government affairs in the official hall. The bearded swordsman and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng sat in the simple living room, drinking tea brought by the maidservants. Lu Gaohua took Chun Pingon all the way to his father's study like a thief because Chun Pingon had asked him for a geomancy map of Yenji County, and it had to be the kind that had the seal of the imperial court. Although Lu Gaohua didn't know the inside story, he thought that he could leave the old house this time and that he had seen demons and ghosts with his own eyes. He even sat at the same table with her and drank wine. When he thought of this, Lu Gaohua's heroic spirit soared. He patted his chest and promised to help Chun Pingon steal a geomancy map of Yenji County from Tsai Kingdom. As a result, Chun Pingon gave him 50 taels of silver without saying anything. Lu Gaohua originally wanted to say that they were friends in adversity and that talking about money would hurt their relationship. However, when he saw those heavy silver ingots, he suddenly felt that it was okay to hurt their relationship. Anyway, the chances of them meeting again in the future were not big. Lu Gaohua tiptoed and led Chun Pingon to the study. After closing the door, he rummaged through the chests and cupboards. With great difficulty, he finally pulled out an old scroll. It was an antique geomancy map of Yenji County. It was a backup map. This was normal. Of the 2 official maps drawn by the imperial court's imperial astronomer, one would be hung in the main hall of the yamen, and the other would be handed over to the local military general for safekeeping. Only this backup map would be left to collect dust. After Chun Pingon confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and said, "This is it." He had to spend 50 taels of silver to buy a very small possibility. Mr. Chi once said that if he saw a geomancy map that he liked, he could take out the pair of seal of landscape and stamp it on it. There was no need for ink paste. After Chun Pingon asked the scholar about the location of the old house on the map, he found an excuse and asked Lu Gaohua to go to the bookshelf and pick out a few books about landscape travel. When the scholar turned around, Chun Pingon took out a pair of seals that looked like mountains and rivers meet. They were carved by Qi Jingchun. The quality of the seals was the best Liju Dongtian snake gallstone. Chun Pingon looked at the two seals and exhaled heavily. Then he aimed at the location of the old house and gently pressed it down. After that, he did not see anything strange. Chun Pingon rolled up the geomancy map and tucked it under his arm. He said to Lu Gaohua, "Okay, let's go quickly. I don't want your father to find out. If he finds out, I won't care. I've given you the money, but I won't pay you back. You were beaten half to death by the county governor. The most I can do is pay for the medicine." Lu Gaohua casually took 2 books and threw them to Chun Pingon. Then they left the study together. Chun Pingon sighed quietly. He felt that the plan he had in mind was probably not going to work, but this was normal. How could he change the geomancy of hundreds of miles by simply stamping a seal? He was not an immortal. However, Chun Pingon miscalculated one thing. Of course, he was not an immortal, but the teacher who carved the seals. He was an immortal among immortals. As a result, the mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles around the old house were turned upside down. The filth receded and became clear. The mountain god temple, where the mountain god of lust resided, collapsed instantly. The golden body of the mountain god Qin shattered. Even though the old Taoist of the divine grandeur sect had let him go and had a private meeting with him to teach him the plan, the mountain god was overjoyed. He felt that he was finally going to have a great fortune. He was no longer the mountain god of lust temple who was struggling at death's door. Soon, he would become a righteous god supported by the immortals of the divine grandeur sect. Therefore, when his golden body shattered, he still did not understand the reason. He just sat on the altar in a daze and then disappeared. Zhao Lu of the divine grandeur sect was leaving the town with a group of young masters. He instantly sensed the change in the world. The old Taoist Zhao Lu was dumbfounded. Did the golden boy of the sect come out in person? Perhaps even the golden boy did not have this kind of supernatural power. The rest of the juniors of the divine grandeur sect were even more frightened. Only the young Taoist who seemed to be frightened lowered his head. His eyes were full of smiles. The child was secretly delighted. Damn it, I knew it. That guy is an old bastard who has lived for hundreds of years. He must have done this. When I go back to the sect and see my master, I must boast to him that I met an immortal of the upper 5 states this time. In the embroidered house, the ghost Yang Huang did not care about the sunlight that was burning his divine soul. He quickly flew to the roof of the embroidered house and looked around. The surroundings were full of vitality. Wisps of spiritual qi gathered from all directions. The man's face was full of shock and ecstasy. The female ghost broke the roof directly, exposing the ugly body under her dress to the sunlight. She took a deep breath. For the first time in 100 years, she felt refreshed and breathed smoothly. Yang Huang's eyes were red. He said excitedly, "There must be a saint who helped." Maybe it was because of martial Uncle Fu's appearance that the scene here fell into the eyes of an old immortal of the divine grandeur sect. No matter what, this is great news. It's something that I didn't even dare to dream of. The man choked with sobs and suddenly woke up. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the 4 directions. The female ghost could not kneel down, so she bowed piously to the 4 directions. The old woman standing in the courtyard also bowed to the 4 directions. The old woman, who had almost never drunk wine in her life, suddenly thought of pouring a bowl of wine for herself. So what if it tasted bad? She had lived long enough in this life. It was the second life of others. The old woman went to the corner of the kitchen. She held a bowl of wine in one hand and a ladle in the other. She put the ladle into a wine jar that had already been opened. Why was there so little wine left? It did not make sense. The old woman was stunned and puzzled. Then she frowned and felt her scalp tingle. The old woman threw away the bowl and ladle. She stood up abruptly and murmured, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" She wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly smiled. She scooped up half a bowl of wine and then walked out of the kitchen. She sat on the bench in the veranda and looked at the sunlight that quietly scattered on the ground of the courtyard. The old woman drank the wine in small sips. It was rare for the white-haired old woman to be so leisurely. She had nothing on her hands and nothing on her mind. Previously, on such a warm and sunny day, there was a northern youth named Chun Pingon. He carried a wooden box on his back and jogged backwards. He smiled and waved goodbye to the old woman. There was a small red gourd hanging on his waist. There was wine, sword, and jianghu inside. It turned out that he was a drunken sword immortal. The old woman drank the wine and thought with a smile, "Such a good boy. How good would the girl he likes be?" AP Papped that you're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.